What if I told you there's an essence on this planet so powerful that it can sustain all forms of life? An essence that can capture carbon, regulate the climate, and nourish humanity, while providing new ways to heal us, connect us, and bring us abundance. Would you learn from it, protect it, honor it? Or would you continue to take from it while ignoring its limits? With 90% of big fish populations depleted and half of coral reefs destroyed, we are extracting more from the ocean than can be replenished. And with all our livelihoods so dependent, interconnected with the ocean, we depend on its health in more ways than one. We must build a connection to the ocean that is inclusive, innovative, and informed by those who depend on it, as well as by lessons from the past. On June 8th, join the United Nations and Oceanic Global for United Nations World Oceans Day 2021. Deepen your understanding of the ocean and its wonders. Join scientists, explorers, experts, and coastal communities from around the world. For this year's theme, the ocean, life, and livelihoods.
This year's observance of World Oceans Day falls as the world restless with the COVID-19 pandemic, a climate crisis, and humankind's continuing assault on oceans, seas, and marine resources. The recently issued Second World Ocean Assessment confirmed that many of the benefits that the global ocean provides to humankind are being undermined by our own actions. Our seas are choking with plastic waste, which can be found from the remotest atolls to the deepest ocean trenches. Overfishing is causing an annual loss of almost $90 billion in net benefits, which also heightens the vulnerability of women who are vital to the survival of small-scale fishing businesses. Carbon emissions are driving ocean warming and acidification, destroying biodiversity and causing sea levels rise that threatens heavily inhabited coastlines. The theme of this year's observance, the ocean life and livelihoods, underscores the importance of oceans for the cultural life and economic survival of communities around the world. More than 3 billion people rely on the ocean for their livelihoods, the vast majority in developing countries. As we strive to recover from COVID-19, let's end our war on nature. This will be critical to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, keeping within reach the 1.5-degree target of the Paris Agreement, and ensuring the health of our oceans for today's and future generations.
This year's World Ocean Day is focused on life and livelihoods, on the capacity and the necessity of the ocean to preserving life on this planet. While many of us turn to the ocean and its expansive beauty for recreation and for relaxation and well-being, we must remember that for billions of people, the ocean constitutes their primary source of livelihoods, securing their ability to provide for their families. From fishing to tourism, from transportation to renewable energy, the ocean is an economic powerhouse, generating trillions of dollars each year. And it is a powerhouse of biodiversity as well, home to incredible and almost fantastical creatures at the deepest reaches of our world. Moreover, it is our protector, acting as the world's largest natural carbon sink, helping to stave off the impacts of climate change. Whether it is about protecting a source of income, preserving our planet's biodiversity, or securing protection against climate change, we have no shortage of reasons to protect our ocean. Last week, I had the opportunity to host the UN's high-level debate on the ocean, where country after country emphasized the need to protect this valuable resource. As we look to the future, to a second UN Ocean Conference, let us own up to our commitments to conserve, preserve, and sustain this planetary resource.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 United Nations World Oceans Day celebration. I want to start off by saying thank you to the United Nations for inviting me and to Oceanic Global, as well as to everyone who helped bring this event to life. My name is Gael Garcia Bernal. I am an actor, an activist, and a producer and a director, and as a living person, I share the anxiety that millions of people around the world have regarding our future. We think that our future is not only based on survival, it's also based on joy, on a search of sustainability and on happiness and of justice as well. So here we are talking about joining this global gathering to reflect on the profound role that the ocean plays in sustaining humanity and basically all life on Earth. We are here to explore how we can rebalance our relationship with the ocean. As we know, oceans is where life began on Earth. I think this is something that happens to us, or this is a pulse that we feel whenever we approach, whenever we see, whenever we smell the ocean. It is perhaps the language that we understand, but that we cannot speak. There is something very primal that happens whenever we are close to the ocean. At least it happens for me. Every time that I go, that I'm near the ocean, there is a sense of belonging, there is a sense of being, and put in other words, it is the place where I sleep well. Maybe this has something to do with this primal connection that we have with the oceans. And I'm sure that everybody experiences something whenever we are close to the ocean. It could be a feeling of joy, it could be a feeling of calm, but I think it is a very transcendental feeling of recognition that we, in a way, are made out of this incredible mixture of accidents and alchemy that occurs in the ocean, and that's who we are in our abstract form. There is also a feeling of gratitude whenever I'm in the ocean. It reminds me of my family as well, reminds me of where I grew up, and it is perhaps the only place I visit that I always think I want to live here.
Thank you, Your Excellencies Antonio Gutierrez, Secretary General of the United Nations, and Volkan Bozkır, President of the General Assembly, as well as a big gracias to Gael Garcia Bernal. Those opening remarks were powerful and set the stage for today's celebration of the ocean, life and livelihoods. And greetings to all. My name is François Bellet. I am with the United Nations and I work in the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea. One of my tasks is to coordinate the marking of World Oceans Day. I am honored to be here today with Léa Doriol, founder and executive director of Oceanic Global, which again this year is our production partner for World Oceans Day.
Thank you, François, for the introduction, and it is an honor to be here today. Oceanic Global is honored to be the production partner for this year's United Nations World Oceans Day celebration, and to amplify its theme, The Ocean, Life and Livelihoods. It's also my privilege to be the moderator for today's program. At Oceanic Global, our mission is to inspire us to care deeply for the ocean and to provide solutions to protect it. Aligned with this year's theme, we believe in shedding light on humanity's essential relationship with the ocean and working actively to empower individuals, communities, and industries to create positive change for our collective well-being.
Before Leah says a few words about today's program, I wanted to thank our presenting partner, Blancpain, a longtime supporter of United Nations World Oceans Day, and our supporting partner this year, La Mer, without whom this incredible day would not have been possible.
During today's programming, we'll be hearing from over 50 speakers from around the world. And the day will start off by highlighting the wonder of the ocean, how it is our life source, supporting humanity and every other organism on Earth. We'll be learning about the latest oceanic discoveries, humanity's relationship with the ocean, hearing firsthand from those that live off the ocean, how the ocean is changing, and the need to create more sustainable livelihoods through community, private sector, and institutional change. We'll then be ending on a celebratory concert for the ocean. It is now my pleasure to introduce the short film, Our Underwater World, narrated by Jean-Michel Cousteau, a custom score by world-renowned Nitin Sawhney, directed by Ocean Collective, and written by Natasha Berg.
The ocean sets Earth apart, defining it and bringing it to life. The push and pull of its currents regulate Earth's climate, absorbing emissions so that Earth can breathe. And while the ocean supports humanity and all forms of life on Earth, most of the life on this planet dwells in the sea. Millions of diverse species live in the ocean, feeding off each other and sustaining each other in unspoken harmony. Even the smallest of creatures plays a critical role in the ocean's web of life, where flora and fauna, from microscopic organisms and monumental whales, form a collective consciousness that illuminates the blue abyss, and where the oldest survivors of the ocean, creatures that have lived here for millions of years, reign over ecosystems, roaming without borders. More than a question, the ocean is an extraordinary answer. The more we learn of the ocean's wonder, the clearer we are able to see our interconnectivity with our blue planet that we call home.
It is my pleasure to introduce actress and activist Natalie Kelly, who will be moderating Oceanic Discoveries.
Hello and happy World Oceans Day. My name is Natalie Kelly. I'm an actress and activist of Indigenous Peruvian Quechua descent, and it's an honor to be your moderator today for this segment, Oceanic Discoveries, which will highlight the awe and beauty of the ocean and the incredible biodiversity of marine life. We'll hear about deep sea exploration, unexpected scientific discoveries, magnificent creatures and cultures, ecosystem restoration, and more. In particular, this segment will highlight the life aspect of this year's theme, life and livelihoods, and give us all a reason to fall in love with the wonder of the ocean. Our first presenter in this segment is wildlife photojournalist and film producer Brian Scarry, who will be sharing some of his new work on the secrets of whales. He will take us into their mysterious and beautiful world, highlighting the distinct culture, identities, traditions, and relationships of whales.
Hi, my name is Brian Scarry, and I'm a wildlife photographer and film producer. And happy World Oceans Day. What I'd like to share with you today is a brief look at my latest project about the culture of whales. This was recently released as a National Geographic cover story, a 4-part Disney series, a documentary series on Disney+, and a book that I wrote all about the fact that whales have culture. I created this project after nearly a decade of reading scientific papers and talking to researchers about their work that was revealing that whales have unique cultures that are in many ways not so different than human cultures. The fact that within genetically identical species, whales are doing things differently. And these are the things that they celebrate, these ancestral traditions that they pass on to their young. This is indeed their culture. My friend Shane Garrow, who's a whale biologist, describes it like this, that behavior is what we do, culture is how we do it. So for example, most humans eat food with utensils. That is our behavior. But whether we use chopsticks or knives and forks is our culture. Turns out whales are doing the same thing. They're not using utensils, but they do things very differently within a given species, depending where in the world they live and how they were taught. So as I looked into this further, I realized and found that whales are doing many things quite like humans. They segregate by language or dialect. They have cuisine preferences. They have singing competitions, and they even take summer holidays at their favorite beach. As I looked at this even deeper, I realized that this could be a bit of a game changer, that if we could see our planet through the lens of culture of another species, that it could change our view not only of the ocean, but to our relationship with nature. To see it as a place where families live, families that are not so different than our own, that celebrate identity, relationships, and their traditions, things that are important to them. Relationships like the one between a mother humpback whale and her calf, as we see here. A mom humpback invests a great deal of energy and time into her offspring. It's a year-long gestation. And then after that little calf is born, the mother spends another year teaching it not only the skills that it will need to learn to survive on its own, but the things that are important to these whales and their cultures. New research even shows that humpback whale moms will whisper to their calves when they're swimming through places where predators might be and they don't want to give away their position. So I think at the end of the day, there's just so much we still don't know about these animals, but what has been revealed is quite amazing. Another species that I worked with on this project is the sperm whale, an animal that throughout the centuries has been portrayed as a monster, a leviathan, smashing ships and killing sailors. But what we know today that science has revealed is that these animals are shy and gentle and highly social. They have the biggest brain of any animal on Earth and are highly cognitive. They are matrilineal societies. They live in families that are led by the older, wiser females. They spend most of their life in the deep ocean foraging for squid, but every day or so they come together as families. One of the most fascinating aspects, I think, of sperm whale science these days is revealing that they have unique languages, or actually dialects, that they speak in this almost Morse code type of language that is unique to groups of families that belong to what are known as clans, and that they don't intermingle with other sperm whales that have a different language. When I first heard this from scientists, I thought of the cultures in the neighborhoods of New York at the turn of the last century. You had all these little enclaves of language, and it seems like sperm whales are doing things much the same way. I have a little audio clip that we can listen to that allows us to hear what these sperm whales sound like when they're talking to each other. My guess is they're probably saying, there's that photographer again trying to take our picture. I wish he would go away. Well, even at the family level, so, looking at language or dialects is, broader. It's multiple families that all speak that same dialect. But even within a family that might be comprised of 10 or 12 animals, they are having their own sort of cultural or family traditions. At first glance, this might be a picture that would look like a mother and calf, her new baby. But what we're actually seeing here is babysitting. This little calf's mother is actually about 600 meters deep foraging for squid, eating squid. And while she's away, she assigns a babysitter. Now, in some families, it's a dedicated female in the family that does all the babysitting. And in other families, the adult females take turns. But again, not so different than our own families. When the little calf is with its mom, they can usually be seen swimming very close below under the tail, which is where they could nurse from their mom, where they get the milk that they need for the first few years of their lives. But my friends who are whale biologists told me that there's an old saying in the whale biology world that says someday we will know everything there is to know about whales, except how a sperm whale calf nurses, because they just couldn't figure it out with that big lower jaw. They couldn't imagine how it could suckle from its mom. But while working on this project, I was able to make these first images of a little sperm whale calf, maybe 6 months old, actually nursing from its mother. A very tolerant and relaxed mom that allowed me into their world to be able to see this unique behavior. I also worked on this project with orca, sometimes called killer whales, which in my estimation are arguably the most intelligent animal in the ocean. And with orca, one of the things I focused on from a cultural perspective is the fact that they create unique feeding strategies depending where in the world they live, that, they are identical all over the world genetically, but they do things differently in terms of their food preference. So here we see a photo of an orca about to attack a little sea lion pup. And this is in Patagonia, Argentina, where just a couple of families have figured out this strategy to get the food that they like to eat. And they are the only orca in the world that do this way of feeding. On the other side of the planet, in New Zealand, orca have a taste for stingrays, and those families have mastered the technique of swimming into shallow water, mangroves, and harbors, picking up stingrays and sharing their food. And again, this is their culture. It is what they teach their children. Orca families that have grandmothers present, actually, science has shown that the young will live 5 times longer than those families that don't have a grandmother. So these cultural and ancestral traditions and generational learning is very important to these animals. I also wanted to share this photo that I made in the Norwegian Arctic on a very dark day, just a few days away from the polar night when it will be dark 24 hours a day. And what we see here is a mother orca carrying her dead calf. Very sad situation. The family was sort of closing ranks as they were swimming very purposely through this fjord on a very dark day, as I mentioned, and I was able to get close enough to make this image. But, there's no other way, for me anyway, to describe what we're seeing here other than grief. It was like a mourning ceremony, a funeral procession, if you will, where this family was not able to let go of this little calf, their calf that had died. Well, the last species that I wanted to share in this presentation is the beluga whale, an animal that lives in the high Arctic. And the animals that I worked with live in the wintertime in the waters near Greenland, where it's dark 24 hours a day in the wintertime. And then as the sun emerges in summer, they migrate hundreds of kilometers through the Northwest Passage to arrive at a place called Cunningham Inlet in an island known as Somerset Island, an uninhabited island in the high Arctic of Canada. And here is a place that they come to. It's an estuary ecosystem where the river flows into the sea. It's a few degrees warmer, the fresh water is, than the ocean water. And it's a perfect place where they can gather by the dozens, hundreds, and even thousands. It's also unique in the animal kingdom because it is a group maternity ward. It seems that the moms often come here to have their babies, to give birth to their calves. And this is an aerial photo I made of a number of beluga whale moms with their calves, which are darker in color. We even see one riding on the back here, but a very unique behavior, places that they've been coming to for eons to do this very thing. To get underwater photos, however, I had to design and build unique cameras that didn't exist because we're not allowed to go in the water here. And even if I was allowed, if I put as much as a toe in the water, I would get a stampede of, maybe 1,000 whales. They are very vulnerable here, and they would be threatened if I tried to go in the water. But with these passive cameras that I could place underwater before the belugas arrived, I was able to create a window into their social behaviors here. And we see these socializations where they're frolicking and playing. They actually rub on the gravel bottom like a natural loofah to exfoliate their skin. And we made the very first pictures of a baby beluga here. This little guy was maybe only a few hours or at most a day old, still had the fetal folds on its body while it was posing for the camera here while mom was swimming behind. Just extraordinary window into their cultural lives. New research shows that beluga babies are given the same name by the family as the mother until it begins to speak proper beluga language, and then it gets its own name. I mean, how amazing is that? And one of the real surprises was that I was able to capture gameplay, something that I didn't know anything about with belugas. And the fact that they pick up these little rocks or little stones and swim around with them, it's a bit of a game of catch or a game of stone where they'll carry it for a game of stones where they carry it for a while and then drop it, and inevitably another beluga will pick it up and then carry it around as well. So, again, we think about these animals' lives. They live in families, in clans. They have to catch food, they have to contend with climate change, all their world is changing, increased noise, ship traffic, and still they make time to play these games because it brings them joy with each other. They socialize, they need community. And how wonderful is that? So in closing, I just wanted to offer a few thoughts. My hope is that with these new insights and understandings about whales, it might help all of us to better understand that we're not alone on this planet and that we share it with other sentient beings and rich cultures and families. And maybe through this understanding, we can become better stewards of our water planet. So thank you very much.
We will now travel to the deepest part of the ocean with native Pacific Islander and marine botanist Nicole Yamase. She will share insights from her recent experience, learning more about the ocean she calls home, the resilient life in her backyard, and some unexpected discoveries she made at the bottom of the sea.
Kasalelie, ito'y Nicole Yamase, ngayon Pohnpei Rook, sang Faroe States of Micronesia. Hello, my name is Nicole Yamase, and I am from the islands of Pohnpei and Chuuk in the Faroe States of Micronesia. And today, I will be sharing my story as the first Pacific Islander from Micronesia and first marine botanist to reach the deepest part of the ocean, the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench. The Challenger Deep is located at the southern end of the Mariana Trench, which is part of the Faroe States of Micronesia's exclusive economic zone. The Challenger Deep has a depth of 10,925 meters, or 6.8 miles, and only less than 24 people have made this descent. Now, with that being said, more people have been to the moon than to the bottom of the ocean. I traveled to the Mariana Trench with Victor Vescovo, a deep water sea explorer, and the crew of the DSSV Pressure Drop, and they have contributed significantly to our understanding of our ocean's depths. One of the goals for the pressure drop is to continue to map the ocean floor. Currently, only 20% of the seafloor is mapped. So the pressure drop is equipped with a multi-beam sonar that allows the ship to produce high-definition maps. These maps allow us to visualize what the seafloor looks like. On March 11th, Victor Vescovo and I descended to the bottom of the Challenger Deep in the DSV limiting factor submersible, making me the first Pacific Islander to reach the bottom of the ocean. The trip took a total of 10 hours. That's 4 hours going down, 2 hours on the seafloor, and 4 hours back up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to not only be a part of a team that continues to do groundbreaking scientific work, but it was also an opportunity for me to show how we Pacific Islanders are intimately connected to our oceans through our ancestors who are the world's best navigators. Our ocean is a part of who we are. These are the very oceans that our ancestors crossed in their canoe to make a whole new life for us. These are also the very waters that have nourished and sustained generations and generations of life, both on land and in the water. As a Pacific Islander marine biologist, it is my responsibility to protect our oceans. This can be done by finding strategies that have a balance between traditional knowledge and scientific work, educating our youth and bring awareness on a local, national, and global scale, because our livelihoods depend on it. My research focuses on the ecophysiology of native marine plants in our shallow waters. I have measured the growth and photosynthesis of the native green alga Microdictyon sicilianum, which is one of the top 10 most abundant algae here in the Hawaiian Islands, and my work is one of the first to record such data. I am one of the very few that can say I have seen the top of the sandy shores all the way down to the bottom of the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench. And this experience really strengthened my perspective on conserving these highly productive shallow reef ecosystems, which are homes to our native species. These shallow reefs may sustain life all the way at the bottom of the Challenger Deep through organic material that floats all the way from the top all the way down to the bottom of these depths through organic material called marine snow. Now, a large number of species that are native to the tropical Pacific remain unstudied, so this leaves many doors of opportunities for young Pacific Islanders to study and to get involved in answering really important STEM questions. And I always say you cannot manage what you don't understand. While I was in the submersible on the way down, I watched the light blue ocean color of the sea surface turn into darker shades as we slowly lost light. And I thought about all the species that were found in each of these zones. And I was so happy and honored to say that all of these are found here in my backyard, here in our waters. Unfortunately, when I went down to the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean, guess what I saw? I saw trash, plastic line, plastic rope, laying there on the bottom of the seafloor, a place where less than 24 people have been to before, yet there was trash. And the fact that there's trash at the bottom of the seafloor means that there's trash everywhere in between. If we're putting trash in the ocean, this is going to eventually make its way back to us through the fish that we eat. Plastic trash is a huge problem because it takes a very long time to degrade. Marine organisms also mistaken them for food, and so they ingest it. And this leads them to get entangled, to choke, or, it also impairs their breathing. And all of these eventually lead to their death. This is something that we don't want for our marine life, and this is something that we don't want for us. And so this is why we need to keep our oceans healthy, because if our oceans are healthy, then we are healthy. And in other words, if the health of our oceans, in other words, the health of our oceans will reflect the health of our communities. And so overall, we really need to work collectively with government leaders, with our traditional leaders, with community members and environmental organizations to help protect our beautiful and vast oceans, which is home to diverse marine organisms and ecosystems, but also home to us Pacific Islanders. Kalangan and happy World Oceans Day.
Our next speaker is Dr. Jonathan Whitney, a NOAA marine biologist who will be introducing us to the mysteries of how life begins in the ocean. He will explain what surface slicks are and how the journey of life starts in the ocean for most fish.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Whitney. I'm a marine biologist at the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration here in Honolulu, Hawaii. And today, I'm excited to tell you about a very special place off the coast of the largest volcano in the world, where larval stages, babies, of more than 100 species of fishes from coral reefs to the bottom of the deep sea, all come together in the same nursery habitat just below the surface. This is a story about a world rich with baby animals from across the ocean. And many of the characters you may know as adults, fishes like billfish and jacks, fishes we rely on for food and maintaining healthy coral reefs. But have you ever thought about the lives of baby fish, where they are born and how they grow up, their origin stories? What if I told you that for most ocean species, we know very little about what happens during the first few weeks of their lives, where they go, what they do, and why? Now, to explore these stories, let's shrink ourselves down and try to see from the perspective of an egg. Now, life for most ocean fishes begins with the hatching of an egg. And to survive the open ocean, freshly hatched tiny fish larvae must find food, avoid predators, navigate ocean currents, all on their own. And their experiences during these great ocean odysseys have long been a mystery, until now. Our recent study found that ocean features called surfaces are biodiversity hotspots that provide rich oases for baby fishes, more than 100 species from different ocean ecosystems. We found an astounding mix of larvae from pelagic predators like mahi-mahi, spearfish, coral reef fish like jacks and puffers, even deep water species like tripod fish and anglers, all mixing with larval crabs, squid, and shrimp, all at the surface. And these diverse animals are all connected, brought together and coexisting for just a short period of time in their early days. So what are surface slicks? Slicks are these narrow, meandering lines of smooth water on the ocean surface that are common in coastal areas around the world, including Hawaii. And they're formed when ocean currents and tides interact with variations in the seafloor. And these forces together create surface flow that gathers plankton, fish, eggs, and floating debris into these compressed areas. And on Hawaii Island, slicks are a dominant feature across the coastline. And the people of Hawaii have long recognized slicks as an important part of the seascape, where they're even referenced in traditional Hawaiian meles. But despite this historical knowledge, scientists have only recently begun to explore their ecological significance. So to unravel the slick secrets, our research team combined extensive in-water surveys with satellite images of slick footprints, using a new technique that identifies them from space. And we found that ocean slicks only cover around 8% of the surface, but they contain nearly half of all larval fish in our study area. And we were shocked to find larvae of so many species that were only found in these places. And so in these special habitats, you get larval and juvenile phases of fishes and invertebrates that all come together to feed on this rich concentration of prey. You get phytoplankton, zooplankton, eggs, other fishes, even insects floating at the surface. And this enrichment propagates up the food web, enhancing energy available to bigger fish, seabirds, marine mammals, and even humans. And the fish that grow up in these hotspots can become bigger, faster, and better swimmers. And the greater survival will lead to more replenishment of adults from coral reefs to the open ocean to the bottom of the deep sea. And these places may seem like distant ocean worlds, but they are all intimately connected by the tiniest travelers on the great ocean odysseys. They are connected by a shared nursery and a shared early life history. And it's these fishes that replenish our fisheries and our coral reefs. Their successes are critical Their futures and ours are intimately linked, and their stories are incredible. So the next time you gaze out on the open ocean, you might not be able to see much, but just think about this hidden world, about these countless and marvelous baby animals that might be living there, just below the surface. Thank you, and happy World Oceans Day.
Our next speaker, Oceanic Science Program Lead, Maddie Rodrigue, will take us back into the depths on a deep sea exploration of the Red Sea. She will be unveiling some discoveries for the first time ever on behalf of Oceanic in this session with us in honor of World Ocean Day.
Hi everyone, happy World Oceans Day. I'm Maddie Rodrigue, the Science Program Lead at Oceanic, and I am so excited to share with you a deep sea discovery that we made last year. Oceanic visited the Neom region of the Northern Red Sea in the fall of 2020 with a plan to conduct one of the largest, most ambitious scientific expeditions in the region. Our goal was to study and understand this unique underwater world as a conservation and protection measure, and we were lucky enough to be working with scientists from all over the world to do just that. One of those scientists that we hosted aboard the Ocean Explorer was Dr. Sam Purkis, a marine geologist from the University of Miami. And Sam was responsible for leading the deep sea geology portion of our multidisciplinary expedition. So this is a pretty unique and relatively unexplored portion of the world. The Northern Red Sea has several unique characteristics, and we at Oceanic were really interested in unlocking some of those really unique features. We had been on a 42-day expedition conducting multidisciplinary surveys of the entire ecosystem, so seafloor all the way up to the surface. We were doing mapping, we were doing sampling, we were doing a lot of different types of work. And one of the big things that we were trying to understand is the geology of the Northern Red Sea. So what does the seafloor look like? What's unique about it? Why is it important? What can it tell us about the formation of the Red Sea? A lot of this geological work looked very similar and very mundane, very day-to-day, kind of boring. We were doing a lot of deep sea work with our remotely operated vehicle, our ROV, which is capable of going down to 6,000 meters. So typically on an average day, we would be conducting a pretty basic transect where the ROV would be flying a couple of meters above the seafloor, and we would just be looking at the different types of rocks and sand and sediment and different species that we may or may not encounter along the way. So we're about 6 hours in to basically staring at what looked like flat mud. And we were about ready to pull up the ROV and sort of chalk the day up to just another one of those. All of a sudden, two things happened where it felt like time stood still, but they simultaneously told us that we had stumbled upon something incredible. So the first thing is that our forward-facing sonar on the ROV completely went dark. So before, what we were getting was a bunch of acoustic feedback on what types of rocks and features we were seeing in front of the ROV that could look out to about 50 meters, which is super helpful when you're 2 kilometers below the surface of the ocean. The other thing that happened was the layers of sediment started looking really different. So they started getting almost striped, and they changed colors to be really beautiful yellows and reds, and had very specific sort of layers to them stacked on top of each other, almost like a beach. And in that moment, instantaneously in mission control, we all realized that we had stumbled across what's known as an underwater lake or a brine pool. The craziest thing is that the brine pools, these underwater lakes, are sitting at the bottom of the seafloor. So where you think the seabed is, then take 3.5, 4, 5 meters of super dense, super corrosive, super hot, incredibly salty, totally oxygenless liquid, stick it on the bottom of the seafloor. So our forward-facing sonar essentially was pinging into the brine, but the brine itself is so incredibly dense that we were receiving just this empty nothingness back. The stripes that we saw on the beach of this underwater lake were essentially bacteria, different species, different types of bacteria that were all different colors that could exist at the most extreme environments on the planet, which are some of these deep sea brines. Brine pools, as I said, essentially being the underwater lakes that they are also kind of cryogenic chambers. So they're these chambers where things are frozen in time. And we
we are able to look at the brines and look at the things that get trapped in the brine, either falling from the surface down sediment slope or animals that get trapped and are not able to make it out of the brine. We're able to look at all of these things and sort of unlock geological and biological time. We can say who's visited, we can say how the Red Sea has formed over time, we can look at major massive events in the climate record. We're able to take samples of the brine fluid itself, and we realized that while the temperature wasn't extremely hot, it was incredibly corrosive. So the oxygen levels were completely, they totally bottomed out. No oxygen. So normal things that exist by utilizing oxygen, so life as we know it, can't possibly exist there. But we did see life. So we were able to see mussels along the seafloor, similar to the type of species that are found in other brines, but completely different in that they were very small and they were nestled amongst all of these bacterial layers. We're able to take samples of the bacteria which are being analyzed so we can understand what type of what's called extremophiles, so these extreme animals, these extreme organisms that are living in these volatile conditions, how they're able to evolve, how they're able to survive, and how they're able to exist in these areas that nothing else can. We were able to also take sediment cores with some special tools that we sort of had to whip up on the spot because we didn't expect to make this discovery, where we're actually able to unlock the layers of geological history within the Red Sea. So we can see how the Red Sea formed, major geological events. Have there been seismic shifts? Was there a major polluting event? Are heavy metals somehow trapped in this time capsule that is a brine pool? The really interesting thing is that we weren't expecting to see much active life. So I mentioned that we did see life, mussels, bacteria, etc. We weren't really expecting to see things swimming in and out of the brine, utilizing the brine. But we did actually find, much to our surprise, that there were these little tiny shrimp that were transversing across the top of the brine, so what's called as the brine interface. So as you're right above the brine, you have sort of regular, somewhat volatile, kind of normal seawater conditions. Obviously at very high pressure, since again, we're 1,800 meters below the surface. These shrimp were sort of swimming along, and then they would grab fish that were around them, these little tiny fish, and they would grab them by the tail, and then they would dunk them into the brine, essentially stunning them in this incredibly volatile, toxic environment. The fish would be stunned, and the shrimp would swim off back to the safer shores of the brine beach, as it were, and consume the fish. So we weren't expecting to see that much life, that much active life in and around this incredibly volatile environment. We have been waiting months to share this discovery with the world, and we are so excited to share this with you all on World Oceans Day. Oceanics has a mission to explore the world's oceans and share discovery with the public, and we hope that discoveries like this help to inspire the next generation of ocean explorers.
We will now learn about a discovery so incredible that it is actually visible from space. Our final speaker in this segment is Dr. Austin Gallagher, the Chief Executive and Lead Scientist of nonprofit Beneath the Waves. Austin's research to track and study tiger sharks led to an unbelievable and noteworthy discovery of critical habitat for both the sharks as well as all life on Earth.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Austin Gallagher. I'm the Chief Scientist of Beneath the Waves, a nonprofit research institute working to advance the conservation of oceans through cutting-edge science. And today I'm going to be speaking a little bit about blue carbon and some really exciting discoveries we made in our oceans. Blue carbon is a term that refers to all of the carbon dioxide that is stored in our oceans, and it's usually done through plants, which is pictured here. This is a seagrass meadow in the Bahamas. And seagrass meadows, mangroves, and salt marshes have an incredible capacity to sequester or store carbon. And these are ecosystems that are known as carbon sinks. And because they've become so important in the overall climate change discussion, this is something that we're hearing a lot more of today. And it really interfaces nicely with marine protected areas. We do live on a blue planet, and we're trying to figure out where these blue carbon hotspots might be. Seagrasses and mangroves are usually found in subtropical warm waters, places, the Caribbean, where our organization does a lot of work, but they're also found in temperate waters as well. And finding these seagrass meadows, which is something we've been focusing on a lot of our time on, there's a variety of methods to do that, and it can be a little tricky. And there's no one perfect tool for that job. You can use satellites, and these are some images at the top that kind of show human activity and also take images of what's happening on our planet. There are Earth orbiting satellites that are taking these photos, and they can reflect back down to us what they're seeing, and we know maybe it's a seagrass meadow, maybe it's mangrove, or maybe it's just sand. Now that's an autonomous way that does require a lot of technological expertise and processing of those images. The other way to do it is to just get underwater yourself. And some of these images on the bottom, you can use drones, but then you can also hop in the water and be towed. And we can take pictures of these waters and really see where those seagrass meadows might be. A little bit more time intensive, and not going to be able to cover all of the areas that you might need to go to. And we might be biased in our own logic as humans as to where those blue carbon resources might be. So what we've been doing is we've been partnering and collaborating with sharks and other large marine consumer and predatory species to help us find and discover these blue carbon hotspots. My team and I have been working in the Bahamas now for over 5 years, studying the movements and behavior of large sharks like this tiger shark. This is a 13-foot, about 4-meter tiger shark that I met in the Bahamas just about a month ago. And I took a photo of her here just up off the coral reef, and she looks like such an incredible top predator here. But right before this photo was taken, I was spending about an hour and a half with her on a very lush seagrass meadow in the northern Bahamas. So what we've been able to do is follow these animals' movements, because they will take you to some of the most important ecosystems. And the place where we've done a lot of this work is the Bahamas. And the Bahamas are unique because they have these shallow water banks that you can see kind of in the background of this image here. These are carbonate banks that are ideal for hosting seagrass meadows because they're shallow. They're about 20 feet, 8 meters in depth. They get a lot of sunlight. And all of our tiger sharks showed us through their movements, as you can see here, each color represents a different individual tiger shark that's been tagged. They do spend a lot of time in and around the banks. This is their home, and they're clearly using these waters for a reason. And we know that tiger sharks can be associated with seagrass meadows from other places in the world. So it really got us thinking, is there really seagrass on the Bahama banks? So in order to answer that question, we needed to use some more technology and again, ask for some help from our tiger sharks. And what we were able to do is attach these high-tech camera tags to the fins of these animals. And we release them safely, and the tiger sharks swim off. And what they will do is they will essentially serve as oceanographers, or they'll actually be surveying the seafloor for us. This camera will record what the shark sees for a period of about 2 days. And then the entire camera will come off, float to the surface, and nothing is left on the shark. And we have to go manually retrieve that package. So it's a bit daunting, but when we do retrieve it, it is like Christmas morning every time. And this is sometimes what you see. We have one of our tiger sharks here that is indeed swimming over a seagrass meadow. And we've done this now with about 10 different tiger sharks. And what we've been able to uncover is the fact that there are patches of extremely dense seagrass meadows, essentially forming a large prairie on the Bahama banks. So some of the predictions that we made from space, some of the anecdotal evidence that our partners and their local knowledge has bestowed upon us seem to be true. And we think that this could be the world's largest seagrass meadow. This is an image of myself swimming over one of these extremely productive, patches of seagrasses in the Bahama banks. And this is essentially what you would see if you went into a rainforest, but for the ocean. And these seagrass meadows are almost as productive, if not more productive, than most forests in terms of producing oxygen, but the real kicker is storing that carbon in the sediment. So we're now in the process of trying to confirm and validate our theory that this could be the world's largest seagrass meadow. And we're really moving to find where some of these other blue carbon hotspots might be. This is a new initiative for our team called Project Blueprint. And I love ending on this image because it shows the Bahama Banks, which is that shallow carbonate platform. And you can actually see those vegetation patches. Some of what we now know is actually seagrass there on the Bahama Banks. So through working with philanthropists, working with corporations, we're going to be able to go out and make these incredible discoveries and then hopefully stimulate sustainable development and job creation around the protection of these incredible ecosystems. So definitely stay tuned. I look forward to sharing more of our work and discoveries soon. And thanks for listening.
Thank you to all of our speakers for your stories and your contributions. It's so wonderful to be a part of this momentous event and to see how many people are joining from all around the world to celebrate our oceans. We've learned so much today, and yet we've only scratched the surface. There's still so much to be discovered when it comes to the ocean and her wonders. And that's why it's so important that we stay supportive of these endeavors and stay curious. Thank you for your time.
It is now an honor to introduce pioneering oceanographer and explorer Sylvia Earle, President and Chair of Mission Blue.
Thank you for the privilege of allowing me to speak today. I come to speak not just for me, but for all of the creatures in the sea, past, present, and future, and especially to the children of today and those of tomorrow who can't be there and speak for themselves. Each of us brings something to society that over the ages has developed the fabric of civilization. We're all the beneficiaries of so much that's been learned throughout time, but never as much as has been learned since the middle of the 20th century. Discoveries that have been made possible by astronauts going high in the sky, looking back at Earth and confirming that it's blue. It's not brown or gray, it's blue. It's the ocean that shapes Earth as a habitable place in the universe that is really not a very friendly place to the likes of us. Those who've gone down deep in the sea, who come back with information about the fact that life exists from the surface to the greatest depths, discoveries that no one knew, no one could know when I was a child, but now it's a part of what civilization knows. We now can see ourselves in ways that our predecessors could not. It's taken all preceding time to get to where we are in the 21st century, now armed with that most important power that humans have. That's knowledge. Knowledge of knowing more than ever before about who we are, where we have come from, and maybe most importantly, where we might be going, and to realize we have choices. We don't have to just accept that what has happened in the past is going to take us and sweep us along into a future out of our control. We, in fact, are now influencing as never before the nature of nature, the nature of the world that keeps us alive in a universe that is not really habitable for the likes of us. It has taken 4.5 billion years to shape the early Earth, rocks and water. And over time, varying forms of life, starting with microbes, and now here we are. It has only taken about 4.5 decades to significantly alter these ancient systems that we inherited long before there were humans. There were whales. Long before there were humans, there were trees. Long before there were humans, certainly, life in the sea persisted, including many forms that exist only in the ocean and that have lived in one form or another in the ocean for more than 500 million years. So we should treat the ocean with respect, knowing that life itself has originated in the sea, and that our existence really depends on taking care of the ocean that basically makes Earth habitable. The most important thing that we extract from the ocean, we now know, is our existence. We think of the ocean, if we think of it at all, many people kind of take the ocean for granted, thinking that the ocean, I never see the ocean, I never touch the ocean, why should I care about the ocean? Except that now we know. With every breath we take, every drop of water we drink, I, you, we, all of us are inextricably connected to the ocean. The ocean shapes planetary chemistry, drives climate and weather. It's home for most of life on Earth. The greatest diversity, the greatest abundance of life on Earth is out there in the ocean. I've been a witness to a time of greater learning about the ocean and the greatest time of loss since the middle of the 20th century. Literally, we've learned more, discovered more, and we're still doing it. Only about 10% of the ocean yet has been seen, let alone really explored. Exploited? Yes. Explored? Not so much. Now we can see that there are limits to what we can put into the atmosphere in terms of carbon dioxide, soot, and the other things that we've put into the skies above. There are limits to what we can take from the land, the wild birds, the wild animals, the trees. We've seen deforestation on the land, defaunation of insects, mammals, birds, you name it. We're really good at killing. We have to get better at caring. And now with the ocean, the same attitudes that prevailed about the land, exploiting the land, and now coming to understand that we have to care for the land. We've exploited the ocean. In my lifetime, a decline of coral reefs by about half, the loss of marshes, mangroves, seagrass meadows, ocean wildlife, fish, lobsters, shrimp, you name it. We have converted so much ocean wildlife into products, into food choices. Some actually do rely on ocean wildlife for sustenance, but for so many of the people around the world who consume ocean wildlife, it's a choice. And we're coming to grips with the amount that we can take from the sea and what we can put into the sea and still have an ocean with favorable chemistry, an ocean with a composition, with integrity that holds the planet safe, that holds the ocean as a healthy system. Knowing is the key. As a witness, having spent thousands of hours under the ocean, diving, as a scientist, using more than 30 kinds of submarines, living underwater on 10 different occasions for weeks at a time. It's caused me to see the ocean in ways that if I had just stayed on the land, had never taken the plunge, I could not see any more than Jane Goodall could get to know chimpanzees by flying overhead in an airplane and lowering nets and hooks and looking at dead animals. Knowing the living ocean by being in the ocean has given me and other scientists who've had similar experiences to know that most of life on Earth lives in the dark, below where light penetrates, that most of life on Earth lives in cold water. When you get below about 100 meters, even in the tropics, it gets colder and colder, and most of ocean water is cold water. The average depth is 4.5 kilometers, the maximum 11 kilometers. And there's life all the way. In every cupful of water, there are gazillions of microbes and the larval stages of many kinds of creatures. Knowing this, respecting this, understanding this, that it's the ocean that drives climate. It's the ocean that drives planetary chemistry. Economists say, follow the money. Scientists today are saying, follow the carbon, follow the water, look at the ocean, look at life. Really, consider the flow of carbon. We get it with trees. We understand capturing carbon, generating oxygen. What about the forests in the ocean, the plankton generating oxygen, capturing carbon? About half of those ocean forests of minute organisms that are the basis of the great ocean food chains, the basis of ocean chemistry, the basis of planetary chemistry. That has declined on my watch, on our watch. Humans are altering the nature of nature. Why does it matter? Because we need nature to survive. We need the natural systems. And now there is a plan to secure 30% of the land and the sea, the natural systems, highly protected, where we can safeguard our life support system. Is 30% enough? Well, consider where we are today. Less than 3% of the ocean is highly protected. Getting pretty close to 10% with some form of protection. In 10 years, can we safeguard 30% of the land and sea? Can we safeguard the high seas, the great blue engine that generates oxygen, captures carbon, shapes climate and weather, the blue heart of the planet? How much of your heart would you say is appropriate to protect? Is 30% enough? Would you dare lose 70%, save 30%? Can we not safeguard the most critical areas, at least, while looking at the whole system and think of it as our life support system. Learn everything we can about it and do everything we can. Land, air, sea, the wild creatures that make up the living earth. Treat them as if our lives depend on it. Do what we can on our watch. Of course, for our own sake, during our lifetimes, to see a time that we are still experiencing, a time of decline, to become a time of recovery. And finally, making peace with the ocean, with life in the ocean, with life on the land, with the living planet, to treat the living planet as if our lives and the lives of all those who follow, the next 10 years being the most important, and the next 10,000 years, to treat it as if everything we care about depends on it, because it does. Thank you.
Whoa, Sylvia, hearing you speak about our relationship with the ocean, as well as humanity's relationship with the ocean, is moving and empowering. Thank you for your deep and healing work you do. We'll now be hearing firsthand from different people who live off the ocean in this upcoming segment, Faces of the Sea. It's a pleasure to introduce Celine Salma, the Executive Director of Slow Factory.
Happy World Oceans Day. My name is Celine Saman, and I am the co-founder, executive director of the Slow Factory, a non-for-profit working at the intersection of climate justice and human rights, based in New York, but working globally. This segment is titled Faces of the Sea, and will feature stories of individuals whose lives are deeply and visibly interconnected with the ocean across in many different ways. From small-scale fishers to world-class surfers, and from rescue workers to youth activists. The focus of this segment is to highlight the personal stories and relationships with the ocean of people from around the world from very different walks of life. Our first speaker is Dr. Iski Britton. Iski is both a professional surfer and a marine social scientist, exploring human relationships with the ocean. She will share a story about the many ways we can find healing through the ocean, sharing a female perspective in particular.
So hello from the west coast of Ireland and happy World Ocean Day. I'm Dr. Iski Britton, a surfer, writer, and marine social scientist. I've pioneered women's big wave surfing in Ireland and Europe and introduced the sport of surfing with women in Iran. I'm author of 50 Things to Do by the Sea and Saltwater in the Blood, and a marine social scientist. I currently work as a blue health researcher with the Inclusi Project, which fosters and promotes greater inclusion and accessibility for people with physical disabilities in surfing in Europe. And I'm an ambassador for WSL, the World Surfing League's We Are One Ocean campaign, part of a global call to protect 30% of our global oceans by 2030. So my ocean connection began with my name. I was named by the sea. My parents named me after a surf break on the west coast of Ireland, where an important salmon river flows into the sea. And Iski has its origins in Gaelic for fish. And salmon is known as Bradon Fasa, the salmon of wisdom or salmon of knowledge. So there was once a time when we understood and appreciated the wisdom of other species. And my name is a reminder that my identity and who I am is tied to the identity and health of the salmon, the river, and the sea. We've all been shaped and formed by ocean. And my work as a marine social scientist explores the ocean's power to heal. There is strong evidence now to support that access and experiences of healthy coastal spaces can help restore our physical health and mental well-being. So ocean health is intricately linked to human health. And at this time when there's great need for healing and restoration, there are no quick fixes and many different ways to heal, but I do believe there's incredible healing potential in our connection to water. But just as we're realizing this potential of the water and oceans to heal and restore us, ocean health is rapidly declining. How can there be wild swimming when there are no more wild places left? How can surf and ocean therapy heal in polluted bathing waters? We can't be well in a sick sea. So as a surfer, I've been immersed in the ocean my whole life, and increasingly it's become my place of encounter, where I really get to encounter all of who I am. It returns me back to myself, calms and restores me, and that never ceases to amaze me. And this is a really powerful thing, especially for women. For women, there's often a lot of body shame and fear around expressing all of who we are, especially how we feel with and in our bodies. So going into the water, being immersed, entering and inhabiting our bodies fully is about being able to cross a threshold into a whole other world, one that's free of judgment, one where we feel held, where it's possible to release our emotions. So it's little wonder that The ocean and the sea are among the most psychologically restorative environments for humans. And one of the most powerful things anyone has shared with me was when I asked a woman in Iran, a student of sports science and surfing mother to a rising young surf star there. I asked her what the sea means to her, and she replied, "The sea is without judgment. It may be vicious, it may be calm, but it's always honest about how it is." So the ocean gives us permission to feel and be all of who we are. If we heal the ocean, we heal ourselves. And the work we must do to restore the ocean as an inclusive, healthy, and healing space for all, human and non-human species, is going to need all of us. Guramilam Hagat Agus Gonairi Natantalat.
The next contribution is adapted from the documentary Racing the King Tide, highlighting the challenges island communities in the province of Bohol, Philippines faced after a 7.2 magnitude earthquake sunk their island. The video may offer us a window to the future as a global sea levels continue to rise. Here we will follow 3 stories of island residents as they share their perspectives.
Ganahan medyo ko diri sa kuan isla kay linaw man among way gubot bitaw makakaunday may og kan mga labas nga isda niya unaad mi kanang makuha kinason mahalin na yun makapalit na yung bugas ana pero nay mga managat kasapi makakwarta na yun makapalit na yung among mga pares managat niya amo sansog ini uli mag-on mi ngaon tapos butog na po ari mi magpakamatay ganahan mi dire.
Daghan kayo mga problema nga among ma-encounter bitaw kada taob jud. Kung magtudlo man gud mi unya taob, ang attention sa mga bata wala nagyud na anagid sa dagat. Ang mga bata physically kanang present but mentally absent kay they are looking at you, magtan-aw sila nimo pero ang ilang mga tiil magana magkasaw-kasaw nya aside niya na sad kaning hugaw. Kaya unta kung isda bitaw ang muso dinhi sa kanang classroom but ang nakapait manggod kung ang musod, manure na, hugaw na sa tao. It's no longer safe to live in an island like this, especially during high tides. Then, mas worst pa jud kung high tides plus kanang typhoon, mao ginay pinakapeligro. Gi-envision ako nga unta na ay lain galing organization nga mutabang gali namo mo suporta nga bisa na lang og ma-elevate ning amo ang classroom kay para panahon sa taob dili na kaayo may mapektuhan.
Gitukod ng MPA para sa gikaingon nga sa mga katigulangan mura daw kuno bangko ba para naikuanan sa kapunduhan sa isda para sa dang corals nga kuan kog ayo ba ang corals. So sa santuaryo okay ang iyang gasang pero dire na sa fishing ground nga area na imo hakot ba og bato. Hakot sig bato nya buno nga na ba. Ni gisamutan pa yun pag human og linog kay pag humaglinog nisamot man kausos ang isla di hakot na sa bato para naikakaya mo na mo na nga ang fishing ground nga kuan din na kadyo siya kuan ang iyang gasang nya ang isda hinay mo similya munihit gyud siya. Katong uban nga murag na pay kakaya, din alang siguro kanang makuha pagbato, magtuko sila balay. Nga na gyud ba way bato nga gihakot. Maor magyapon ng baya, mapuy-an magyapon na.
This next contribution was facilitated by Human Rights at Sea, a registered charity with the mission to end human rights abuse at sea. We will hear from Max, who started his career as a seafarer at 18 and is now a rescue manager with SOS Méditerranée, a maritime and humanitarian organization for the rescue of life at sea. Max will share stories from some of the people they have aided, who are often fleeing enforced migration.
Hello, my name is Max, and I'm here to talk to you a bit about my experiences as a search and rescue operator in the central Mediterranean, and also looking a bit wider than that at how this microcosm might have implications elsewhere. So a bit about me. I started in search and rescue when I was 18 with the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, which is a voluntary service covering the search and rescue needs of most of the UK. Was there for about 2 years, and a short while later became aware of a situation in Lesbos, a small Greek island near the Turkish border, where thousands and thousands and thousands of refugees, primarily from Syrian conflict, were making the crossing. And I went there, started as a crew, and became shortly after the leader of that boat, and also of the operational components of that organization, as far as actually being able to deploy a rescue boat at sea in that area. Following that, I moved to the central Mediterranean, where I worked with SOS Méditerranée for 2.5 years at sea. And my role there was as search and rescue team leader. So managing the rescue on scene from the front of a fast rescue boat, managing between 2 and 3 other rescue boats, trying to bring these people from a place of danger to the place of safety on board our ship. During that time, the teams managed to rescue, so while I was on board, about between 7,000 and 10,000 people, depending on how you take that number. We witnessed multiple mass casualty events. We saw, a lot of very challenging situations, which in many ways, having grown up near the sea and spent a lot of my life in it, it changed a lot of the way I viewed it, from a place that is safe and enjoyable to quite a horrible environment at times. I guess the point I want to talk about a little bit here is, this duty to render assistance, which is legally mandated, and why maintaining a really clear and pure perspective of what that means is essential to preserving human life at sea. And I can talk about it in my context, but actually the reason the law came about in the very first place was because anytime you mix duty to render assistance with any other priority, your ability to achieve that primary goal of ensuring humans survive shipwreck is compromised. And that's the reason the law actually came into place in the beginning. Let me talk a bit about a shipwreck so you understand how this can conflict with other objectives. I mean, I've been alongside sinking boats with hundreds of people in them, waiting to be able to give them assistance for green light for authorities over that area. So a permission to intervene. These are people knee deep in water, 120 people, all walks of life, young guys, old women, grandparents, children, knee deep in water. I always talk about the same stories because it happens so frequently, but basically fuel is lighter than water. The fuel tips, spills, mixes with the water inside the boat. You get this really corrosive mix, which gets everyone hallucinating, and also peels your skin off. So it's really, really painful as well. And you're there, trying to enact your duty to render assistance, being blocked. And I would say, from a moral point of view, it's a super challenging experience because you're, really witnessing hell open up in some ways, and your training and your experiences up until that point have really defined what the correct course of action is in that context. And then, you know, it's a paradigm shift to be able to work through that experience and have these conversations, because you're this close to these people who are burning and who are, you know, hallucinating, you know, completely delirious with oxygen intoxication, not oxygen, fuel. I mean, it's a very traumatic experience. And I guess for me, that's just one example. I've had to beg for humans' lives while my team holding their hand, you know, to get them out of the water from armed people, you know, and I'm saying literally to them, you know, you've saved, or you have 100 people in your possession. Can we just take this one person out of the water? Another way where we were unable to render this vital assistance was being asked to leave areas where active searches were underway to find boats in distress, boats that were trying to cross. And I guess, like, why is this important? My point is, the second you prioritize border control, or any other priority, it can be financial or otherwise, over the sanctity of human life, your ability to execute and enact the need to render this assistance is often severely compromised. And the outcome of that is death. And I unfortunately have seen a lot of that as well. I guess what's the takeaway message from my experiences in my time at sea is primarily just that these concepts, as they seem on shore and far away from the situation, are deathly real when you're there at sea. And I hope to be able to bring you some clarity as to why this law is so important, and why it's not just something we can discuss casually in our armchairs at home, you know, and presuming alternatives. There are people burning with their skin peeling off, drowning in water out there, and thousands of them, right? It's been over 10,000 people over the past few years, if my maths are right, as far as people passing away on these crossings. And with the current global context and trends, it seems likely that this will continue elsewhere, and on a global scale. And, you know, not always because border controls the conflicting co-priority. It's essential that we take this seriously. It's essential that we do not mix it with other priorities, and that human life is regarded as more important than anything else.
We will hear now from Mantura Shaikh, a fish processor and trader from Malindi in the coast of Kenya in East Africa. Mantura is the founder of Malindi Women in Fisheries Entrepreneurship, a women collective of fish processors and traders in her community. This collective is part of African Women Fish Processors and Traders Network, which helped facilitate this contribution. Mantura will share her successes as well as some of her challenges facing women working in the fisheries sector.
My names are Mantura Yusuf Abdurazak, aged 42, married with 5 kids, and one is coming. I was raised from a family whereby we 100% depend on fish production and farming. When I say so, I mean that when I say so, I mean that when I was a kid, I can remember my both grandfathers, from my mother's side and my father's side, both of them were fishermen. My father also is a fisherman. I married a husband who is also a fisherman. So I can say 100% I depend on fish production and trade. I am a fish trader. I work in hand with my husband. My first success that I had, I started selling fish via mobile phone. I didn't have a show. I didn't own anything. So customers, we want to fish. Yes, I want. How many? I have 1.5 kilogram. Then I send it to where that person is. I started selling fish in 2005 when I finished my studies. By the way, I'm an IT graduate student, but here in Kenya, getting a job is very difficult. So I decided to join my husband and my my father, so I started selling fish. Thank God my work is going good about fishing. Selling fish through mobile communication, searching for customers, and making home deliveries. And now I shop whereby customers make calls and come to buy fish. That is the first success that I had. My second success I had also, I formed a group of women. When I came from my studies in up countries, I went to Nairobi to do IT. When I came back in my place, a lot of women doing fish farming and others are selling fish, but everyone is doing it on its own. So I came up with an idea, why can't we form a group of women so that we can share our ideas and successes, our challenges, so that we improve the production of selling fish and know-how of how to handle the fish. Being a mother and a class working women, sometimes you can get, sometimes I get a call from customers, they want to buy fish from my shop. As I told you, my fish are very fresh. Once my husband gets in the seashore, he calls me. Either I goes myself or I send somebody to pick it with motorcycle. So somebody will call, I heard that my husband has arrived, they want fresh fish. Sometimes it can be difficult for me. I have to finish my family issues calls. Then I go to the shop, I sell the fresh fish. All these, there are challenges that we face as women and mothers. But when this COVID came and lockdown, things get more worst. My husband will go fishing in the morning. Here in our country, the lockdown, some activities were not locked down. Like fishing, people were allowed to go fishing in the morning. From around 6 in the morning up to 6 in the evening, you were allowed to go for fishing. But some other activities, people were asked not to do it. So my husband will call me. Maybe let's say he goes for fishing in the morning from 6, and he comes back at 6. I don't have time to sell the fish. I have to keep the fish for tomorrow. So somebody will say, this fish is not fresh, Mantura, it's for yesterday. You have to talk to the customer and explain. You see, we got a lot of challenges during the lockdown and during the issue of COVID-19. Another challenge that we faced here in our community, that is very big challenge, and most of us women face it, is about changing fish for sex. That is something that is growing and is growing and is growing. Thank God with me, I only get few challenges because I have a husband who supports me with the fish. But sometimes when he doesn't go, I have to go to the seashore to look for fish. So somebody will tell you, I'll give you a fish, but will you mind to give you free fish? Once you get that such words or such conversation, just get to know that somebody is up for sex. Oh, I thank God with me. Most of the men, when they ask me for such things, I don't accept. Thank you everyone who have supported me and who have brought me in this group. Thank you very much, and stay blessed.
The next contribution is adapted from the documentary Lessons from Jeju. This story celebrates motherhood and the resilience of the freediving and fishing women in South Korea.
As much as I've always wanted to be a mother, I ended up putting it all off. In my 20s, I fell in love with spearfishing and freediving. By 28, I was a national champion of spearfishing, and by my 30s, I was making a living as a freediver and spearfisher. But most of my friends who I travel with and dive with were all men. One by one, they became fathers, and most of them continued diving. I was afraid that I would be trading in my relationship to the ocean once I became a mom, whether it was in my career or making a living off of being underwater, really. Coming to meet the Henyo now, which is something I've always dreamt about doing. You know, I want to celebrate these fellow water women, but I also just want to celebrate their definition of what it is to be a mom. These women, they are known to have gone diving throughout their whole 9 months of pregnancy, going into labor right in the water, having babies on the boat, and continued diving throughout being a mom. They kind of became these symbols of strength and resilience and providers. Them are elders and grandmas, and they're still getting underwater every single day. That's just regular life to them. That's just what you do. You keep diving, you be a mom, you support your fellow sisters. Just that alone, that's a lot to look up to.
도와주고 외할머니도 도와주고.
우리 옛날엔 애 낳고 일주일밖에 몸조리 안 했어요.
남이죠. 엄마 이 엄마가 내가 없으면 이 엄마가 먹여줘 우리 애기를. 같은 길이. 돈이 최고예요. 자기한테 기대지 않고 오히려 보탬이 되니까.
When I see the Henyo, what I just see is the strength of my own mom. So many of the elders that came before us, the sacrifices that they would make to provide. I see a sisterhood of support and love. I see a vision of what real beauty means to me. That is something that I would like to see in myself. I just see the woman that I want to be.
We will now hear a musical interlude from the Longest Johns, a British folk musical group from Bristol, England. Take it away, boys.
Hi, we're the Longest Johns, and it is a privilege to be invited here by the United Nations and Oceanic Global.
As a sea shanty band, we have a strong connection to maritime history and the oceans. We'd like to be part of the solution to clearing up after ourselves and ensuring they aren't ruined for future generations.
As much as possible, we try to use recycled materials and ecologically friendly packaging in all of our releases and merch, as well as making sure we don't use any single-use plastic bottles in our gigs and touring.
Hopefully, through raising awareness and more events such as this, it's going to inspire future generations to do their part as well, and maybe even inspire a few more great maritime songs down the line as well.
This is one of our original songs about sailing round the Cape. Well, we're going round the Cape, golden shores to find. 900 miles of wind and waves smashing up the sides. We're going round the Cape, there is no other way.
For trade and countrymen,
we'll brave the foam and spray. So tell my love that I'll be back someday. It's rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. When I return, I swear I'm gonna stay. So rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. Well, I left my home and land to sail a clipper ship into the parts of my own map that barely have been writ. I must be out of my mind to leave England in my wake, but I'll get that silver in my ear, we're going round the Cape. So tell my love that I'll be back someday. It's rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. When I return, I swear I'm gonna stay. So rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. It's a long way home, but many miles to go. There's a gale that's trying to drag us all below, and I'm loath to dream of any better fate than what awaits the brave around the Cape. I heard the sailors say, by God, you must be mad.
He's mad.
There's waves as tall as houses and the gales will knock you flat. And when the storm has fled and the fog is thick as mud, it's pray for your deliverance and pray you rightly should. So tell my love that I'll be back someday. It's rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. When I return, I swear I'm gonna stay. So rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. So tell my love that I'll be back someday. It's rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. When I return, I swear I'm gonna stay. So rock and roller, rock and roller, rock and roll away. Rock and roller, rock and roll away.
This next contribution is adapted from the documentary Dive Tierra Bomba. This story follows the passion of a young diver determined to rally and defend her community on a small island off the coast of Colombia.
Como yo vivo cerca del mar, todo me llamaba la atención. Cuando buceo, me siento tranquila. Es una tranquilidad de que no la vas a tener en ninguna parte. ¿Has visto el arrecife? ¿Cómo lo valoras antes de verlo? La supervivencia del pueblo depende de la supervivencia del arrecife. En Boca Chica, hay gente que sabe la importancia del coral y hay otras que no. Soy la única mujer que he podido ver el arrecife. La mayoría nunca han tenido la oportunidad de conocerlo. Los buques que pasan cada día son una amenaza real. Envenenan el océano y dañan el arrecife. Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien.
¿Dónde vas?
A Oceanic Discoveries. Yo tengo un sueño que es llevar a la comunidad a ver el arrecife. Pues este es el chaleco donde vamos a mantener la estabilidad. Tenemos el oxígeno. Al enseñar a otros jóvenes a bucear, espero poder cambiar el pensamiento de ellos y que ellos también se interesen en proteger el arrecife. ¿Cómo voy a hacer para que la gente se concientice? ¿Cómo puedo continuar llevando a bucear a la gente al arrecife? ¿Cómo puedo hacer un mundo mejor para mí?
Esos barcos, todas esas compañías tienen todo bloqueado.
Bioquímico. Esto. Nosotros mismos nos van a botar esas empresas de aquí.
Tiene que ir a mar abierto a buscar de comer a los hijos.
¿Sabes por qué ya por aquí no podemos pescar? Porque estamos quedando sin arrecife y el arrecife es la casa de los peces.
Claro.
Si no hay arrecife, no hay peces. Y si no hay peces, tenemos que aventurar.
Muerto y me duele de cogerlo. Porque eso le hace falta a nuestro futuro.
El coral aquí es la vida. Yo necesito como más gente que esté como emocionada, que quiera bucear, o sea.
¿Te gustaría montar tu propia escuela de buceo?
Eso, o sea, son mis sueños.
Me va a servir, yo quiero emplearlo en mi propia isla por la inseguridad tan grande que hay. Y el simple hecho del medio ambiente, porque sabes que eso aquí está bien abandonado.
Imagínate, si esa barrera de coral nosotros la cuidamos y todo el mundo va a venir a bucear porque está linda y el turismo va a querer venir a bucear. Eso realmente cambiará nuestra isla, nos unirá como comunidad.
We will now travel to where the Godavari River meets the Bay of Bengal in India. We will hear from Deepika Tadi, who alongside her husband has stepped up to take action against the rising tide of plastic pollution in their community through proper waste management by joining the team at the Green Worms facility in the region. Green Worms empowers dignified and safe job opportunities in waste collection and management throughout the south of India. This piece was recorded from the field in India during severe lockdowns.
నమస్తే, నా పేరు దీపిక, నా వయసు 40 సంవత్సరాలు. నేను అంతర్వేది జీరో వేస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్టులో పనిచేయుచున్నాను. నాకు 2 పిల్లలు, నా భర్త కూడా ఇందులో పనిచేయుచున్నారు. మా అంతర్వేది గ్రామం సముద్ర తీర గ్రామం. ఒకప్పుడు మా గ్రామం పరిసరాలు చాలా అందంగా ఆహ్లాదకరంగా ఉండేవి. సముద్రము, గోదావరి నది కలిసే ప్రాంతాన్ని అన్నా చెల్లెలు గట్టు అని పిలుస్తాము. ఇది మా గ్రామాన్ని ఆనుకుని ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మత్స్యకారులు ఎక్కువగా నివసిస్తుంటారు. ఇక్కడ గోదావరి నది మాకు జీవనది. ఇక్కడ వేట మత్స్యకారులకు జీవనాధారం. దక్షిణ భారతదేశంలో ప్రసిద్ధి చెందిన శ్రీ లక్ష్మీ నరసింహస్వామి ఆలయం ఇక్కడ ఉంది. దేశం నలుమూలల నుండి యాత్రికులు ఇక్కడికి వస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఫిషింగ్ హార్బర్ కూడా ఉంది. మత్స్యకారులు చాలా దూర ప్రాంతం నుండి వేటకి ఇక్కడికి వస్తూ ఉంటారు. ప్రస్తుతం అయితే మా ప్రాంతం ప్లాస్టిక్తో నిండిపోయింది. సముద్రము, గోదావరి ప్లాస్టిక్తో కలుషితం అయిపోతుంది. ప్లాస్టిక్ వ్యర్థాల వల్ల మత్స్య సంపద నశించిపోతుంది. సముద్రము, గోదావరి ప్లాస్టిక్ వ్యర్థాల వల్ల వాటి అందాలు కోల్పోయాయి. మా గ్రామానికి అంతర్వేది జీరో వేస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ రావడం విని ఎంతో సంతోషించాను. గ్రీన్ వామ్స్, ప్లాస్టిక్ ఓషియన్స్, SVMs మా గ్రామ పంచాయతీ వారు కలిపి అంతర్వేది జీరో వేస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్టును ప్రారంభించారు. నేను నా భర్త కలిసి ప్లాస్టిక్ వ్యర్థాలను సేకరించే పని చేస్తున్నాం. మా గ్రామం పరిశుభ్రంగా అందంగా ఉండటం వల్ల మాకెంతో సంతోషంగా ఉంది. నేను ఇలా చేయటం వల్ల మా గ్రామ ప్రజలు నన్ను చాలా గౌరవిస్తున్నారు. నేను ఇలా చేయటానికి మా గ్రామస్తులు, అధికారులు మాకెంతో సహకరిస్తున్నారు. ఇలా చేయటం వల్ల గ్రామస్తుల్లో చాలా చైతన్యం వచ్చింది. మేము ఇలా చేయటం వల్ల ప్లాస్టిక్ని ఎవరు బహిరంగ ప్రదేశంలో పడవేయట్లేదు, ప్లాస్టిక్ని అంటించట్లేదు, బహిరంగ ప్రదేశాలలో ప్లాస్టిక్ వ్యర్థాలను కాల్చటలేదు. ఇలా చేయటం వల్ల నీటి కాలుష్యం, గాలి కాలుష్యం లేకుండా మంచి వాతావరణం నెలకొంది. ఇప్పుడు మా చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న గ్రామస్తులు మా గ్రామం వైపు చూస్తున్నారు. మేము గృహాల ఎద్ద నుండి, బీచ్ల దగ్గర నుండి, పబ్లిక్ ప్రదేశాల నుండి, షాపుల దగ్గర నుండి ప్లాస్టిక్ వ్యర్థాలను సేకరిస్తున్నాము.
In this next segment, we will be sharing stories from the fishing community in Bantar Bela in the Puntland state of Somalia. The videos were recorded with the help of non-governmental organizations Secure Fisheries and translated and produced with the help of the United Nations Assistance Mission in Somalia, UNSAM. UNSAM's Maritime Security Officer and Gender Focal Point Fartoum Ibrahim will introduce us to the community.
Happy UN Oceans Day. My name is Fartoum from Mogadishu, Somalia. Today I want to talk about Somalia fishery sector and fishery communities. Somalia water are homes to some of the richest fishing grounds in Africa, with the first potential for fisheries and coastal area development. Fishery sector in the country offers enormous investment opportunity and capacity building to generate income, as well as enhancing food security for the coastal community. Banderbele community have been depending on ocean resources, especially the fishing sector. Known for it for decades, fishing is the main resource for their livelihood in Banderbele, under the auspices of supporting the community for sharing stories, inspiring stories about their livelihood. For this day, UN World Oceans Day, Secure Fisheries helped filming this message for all of us.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. أولاً إلهي باب محله مقعي قوى محمد حسن شيشا waxaan ku noolahay degmada Bandarbayla Soomaaliya waxaan ahay dadka ku dhaqan degmada Bandarbayla ilaa ka awow waxa weeye professionkeyga iyo nidaamkeyga shaqana waa badda awoowayaashay aabahay ilaa duriyadeyda hore oo dhan ilaa aniga waxaan ku xeelanahay oo professionkeyga iyo shaqadaygu tahay waa badda wixii aanu kala soo baxno ayaa xoolanoo ah iyada un baan ku dhaqanahay iyada un baan ku noolahay iyada un baan wixii aanu kala soo baxno dadkayga wax ka barnaa annagu ka cunaa noloshayaga iyo xaaladii oo dhan ku jidhaa aad baan ugu faraxsannahayna nolosha aanu ku jirno.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Aniga magacayga waa Buuxa Maxamed Saleebaan. Waxaan deganahay degmada Bandarbayla. Aabahay waa ku dhashay, hooyaday waa ku dhalatay, anigii baa hadda ku dhashay ilmo ku sii dhalay. Alxamdulillah waxaanu ka shaqeynaa badda. Odaygu wuxuu naga shaqeeyaa badda, wiilashu way ka shaqeeyaaneen.
aniga waxaa la yiraahdaa Khaliif Maxamed Sabantar, waxaan ku dhashay magaalada Bandarbayla la yiraahdaa Soomaaliya. waxaan ka shaqeyn jiray badda waxaan ka shaqeyn jiray aabahay, anaa ka shaqeyn jiray walaalay baa ka shaqeyn jiray.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. magacaygu waa Ciise Cumar Maxamuud, waxaan ahay gudoomiye ku-xigeenka iskaashatada kalluumaysiga ee Caynad Bandarbayla Soomaaliya. haddii aan warbixin yar oo kooban idinka siiyo hab nololeedkayga haddaan nahay kalluumaysatada Bayla, waxa aad baan u wanaagsannahay, wax dhibaato ah yani ma jiraan oo kalluun la'aan aan brobrain la haystaa ma jiro waxa weeye aad baan u wanaagsanahay deegaankaygu aad buu wanaagsan yahay waxa weeye dadkuna waxay ku nool yihiin oo ku tirsan yihiin kalluumaysiga waxay kala soo baxaan baddaas bay iib geystaan ka macayshaan ku noolaadaan cunaan aad iyo aad bayna ugu mahadiyaan dadku ugu fiican yihiin walow kaana ay jiraan caqabado yaryar oo iska jirjira.
Despite the opportunities the fishery sector offers to the community in Banderbele, they also have experienced many challenges from illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing operation going on along their coastline, competitioning their fishing at the sea, and also causing overfishing at the sea. The community in Banderbele are worried for their future fishing and how they will survive with the little fish they capture.
midda kaleetoo taalla waxay tahay badda waxaa ku jira maraakiib sharci darro ah doonyo sharci darro ah oo baddi naga baabi'iyey oo dhibaato ku haya oo bee'aaddii iyo halkii aan u shaqo tegaynay oo aan wax kala soo baxaynay subaxii markaanu shaqo tagno hal maylana oo aan gaarin doonyihii baa taagan waxa weeye kuwo sifo sharci darraa ku jooga ayayna u badan yihiin dhulkii ay ku jireen arakoostada iyo kalluunka iyo bee'aaddii weliba duurjoogtahayd ayay eber ka dhigan oo baabi'iyeen awooduma aanu lihin aanu isaga dhicinno awoodda ilaahay baa iska leh waxaanu middaas aanu la kaashanaa hay-adaha caalamiga ah iyo dowladda federaalka iyo isteedka aanu ka tirsannahay ee Puntland.
baddii waagi horeeto waxay ahayd bad fiican oo kalluunkeedu aad iyo aad u badan yahay hadda waxaana soo dhexgalay dad yoo shisheeyaa badda yimi xaaluf baa ku dhacay macnaha wax soo saarkeedii hadda iyo horay hadeeruu yar yahay
waayo wagaas sancada maanta taal wagaas ma iooleen waxaanu ku shaqayn jirnay bedemo matooro ma jirin waxaa laga qabsaday magaaladii oo ilaa iyo weli ku jira waa maraakiib shisheeye waa doonyo carbeed waxaasaa magaaladii qabsaday hadday kalluun noqoto hadday dhibax noqoto hadday aragoosto noqoto nimankaasaa la wareegay
aniga iyadu waa mahadin aad iyo aad waxaanu jeclaan lahayn inay ka sii fiicnaato oo inay soo gaarsiiso barnaamijyo ka fiican talaagada waaweyn iyo transportation aan u helo kalluunkayagu wuxuu ku dhacaa badanaaba inuu khayso oo xumaado oo xeebta looga tago markaan u weyno waxaan ku qaban jirno run ahaantii waxa weeye iyaduna waa nasiib daro weyn weeye mar haddaad u weydo waxaad aniga soo tacabtay waxaad ku guddo waxaanu jeclaan lahayn in laga taageero xagga qabowga iyo iibgeynta iyo tababarada iyo nooc walba inaanu helo maadaama nahay dad aad iyo aad ugu xiran baddooda una diyaarsan inay mar walba ka shaqaystaan oo ka macaashaan.
We will now turn to a powerful voice from the next generation. Catarina Lorenzo is a surfer and ocean advocate who grew up on the ocean in Brazil. She offers us a reminder to listen and learn from the ocean and to take action for a sustainable future.
Hi everyone, I'm Catarina Lorenzo. I'm 14 years old. I'm from Bahia, Brazil. And I just want to first of all say Happy World's Ocean Day. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about my connections with the ocean and how this helped me to see the changes that are happening and how we, the new generations, are going to be affected by it. So I'm a person very connected to nature because of the way I grew up. Since I'm little, I'm always constantly on the environment, especially on the ocean because I'm a surfer. And when I was 2 was when I first got my first wave like alone, where my father pushed me and I stood up by myself. And since then, I'm constantly surfing, I'm constantly on the ocean. And especially when I surfing helped me develop this connection and helps it grow a lot. When I get the wave, the energy of the wave, it passes totally through me. I feel it. And me and the wave, we turn into one. We are one thing. That energy is me and I turn energy while I slide to the wave. It's a connection that it's hard to explain, but the feeling is amazing. In every moment I enter on the ocean, every moment I have contact with the ocean, I feel that energy of it, a peaceful energy. and amazing energy and happy energy, and it's amazing. But the more I stay on the ocean, as I'm constantly on it, I realize the changes that are happening. I'm realizing the pollution, I'm realizing the algae blooms, I'm realizing that the natural animals of the biodiversity, they're lesser and lesser of that type. And animals which weren't there, exotic animals, are starting to grow and grow and grow. And the natural animals are not being able to adapt. I'm seeing coral reefs starting to die. And I'm realizing how hotter the waters are getting, hotter and hotter and hotter. And these are all happening because of human actions. And I'm very worried because they say that the consequences, for example, of climate change, which cause algae blooms, which cause sea level rising, which, for example, the hot temperatures of water to increase, they say will get much worse in the future. And my generations are the ones who are going to be there in the future. My generation are the ones who are going to pay the consequences of the present actions in the future. And we have to understand that as much as the older generations needed the ocean and are needing it to survive right now, we, the new generation, will also have to use it the same way, or I can say in a new way. But we will have also to use it. We will also need it to live, because we are totally dependent of the environment. We are totally dependent of the ocean, and we will also need it. But the way that I see the new generation using the ocean will be with keeping balance with it. We will use it with balance. The ocean and humanity will be able to live in balance. And the actions of the new generation that will start now in the present will bring this balance, will bring this peace to the ocean that we need. Because as much like as we bring peace to the ocean, we bring peace for ourselves. As much as we bring happiness, and as much as we positively affect the ocean and the environment, we positively affect ourselves. And that's why I want to call everyone to start to take action right now, because it's the actions of the present that will affect us in the future. And it's my generation who are going to be there to see this change happening.
This next and final contribution to this segment is a short film created by Relais et Château specifically for this event, Sentinels of the Sea. The film follows Chef Mauro Colagreco of Mirasur, an award-winning restaurant who is on a journey to unearth the sustainability of shellfish farming in the south of France. We will learn about the role chefs and producers play in shaping the future of coastal communities.
En tant que chef, on est en première ligne devant cette catastrophe qui est en train de se passer dans nos mers. C'est un engagement de vie. On doit s'engager. Je suis Mauro Colagreco, je suis chef du restaurant Mirasur à Menton, dans le sud de la France. Être membre de Relais Château, pour moi, c'est un mouvement d'idées, des engagements et une volonté de changer les cours des choses. Le Mirasur est devenu le premier restaurant au monde à avoir une certification plastic free. On travaille avec des gens des petits pêcheurs qui font ça depuis des générations en génération.
Moi, je m'appelle Daniel Castejean. Je suis producteur de coquillages chez Camargue Coquillage à Port-Saint-Louis. Je suis issu d'une famille déjà de pêcheurs et de producteurs de coquillages depuis plusieurs générations. Au niveau de la production, on a deux produits. On a d'un côté la moule et de l'autre côté l'huître.
Ben, les huîtres, elles sont tout le temps immergées.
Tout le temps, elles mangent.
Elles mangent, elles font que ça.
Elles sont bien là.
Elles sont bien là, elles mangent. C'est ça.
Ça, l'année prochaine, en été, elles font la taille de mon pouce.
Des chats, ça pousse
grandit.
vite, hein. Mais peut-être qu'on peut les manger, non?
On peut les manger.
L'intérêt de quand on va chercher un fournisseur de coquillages, aller vers la rencontre, essayer de comprendre comment ils font, qu'est-ce qu'ils font, quel type d'huîtres ils utilisent. En tant que chef, on doit tenir compte. On a impulsé cette même démarche vers nos fournisseurs et ils ont compris qu'ils doivent faire attention aux ressources.
Les coquillages sont un des meilleurs indicateurs de la qualité de l'eau dans un milieu.
Les coquillages, il a cette capacité de se nourrir juste avec les petits planctons et matières qu'il y a dans l'eau.
Nous, on ne nourrit pas les huîtres. C'est pas comme les élevages de poissons. Nous, on ne met rien.
C'est ça qui est indiqué, c'est plus sustentable.
Exactement.
La mer, c'est comme avoir une palette extraordinaire pour un peintre d'expression.
On l'a vu avec le Covid, que la nature, quand on la laisse tranquille, elle se régénère très vite. Donc c'est à nous aussi de prendre conscience, de faire en sorte de préserver certaines zones pour faire en sorte que toute cette vie puisse reprendre son cours. La plus grosse menace, ce serait la montée de l'eau. Ça changerait tout le biotope de la zone. Ça provoquerait l'impossibilité de continuer à exploiter les concessions. C'est un risque qu'on voit sur les 15 prochaines années.
Il n'y aurait pas de vie sans mer, sans les océans. On parle souvent que le problème, c'est dans la nourriture. Et je dis souvent, c'est la solution, il est dans la nourriture. Et on va se battre pour que tout le monde ait un amour vers la mer. On a encore le temps de repenser notre monde.
Thank you, Celine, all the storytellers, for sharing those powerful stories of your lives and how they are reliant on the ocean, and to the Longest Johns for that wonderful performance. For those that don't live near the ocean or whose day-to-day jobs are reliant on the ocean, it's important to remember that it is all interconnected, and the choices we make daily have a positive or negative impact on the ocean and our natural world. We'll now be hearing from actress and social entrepreneur Amanda Cerny, who is going to share with us some everyday items that you may not expect are connected to the ocean.
My package, sent from Europe. That must have been a long trip to Florida. You must be seasick by now. My phone? You know, it's crazy to think that shipping makes up 90% of world trade. Forget about shipping. Pieces of you come from the deep ocean floor. Hey, let me call you back. I'm on to something. Did you realize that everything in your house is connected to the ocean? Look, salad dressing. Ever heard of algin? Algin? It's a chemical extract from kelp that's used in everything from your salad dressing to even your shampoo. Not only that, your toothpaste likely contains carrageenan, an extract from seaweed. That's what makes it thick. Is your head starting to hurt? I hate to break it to you, but painkillers are likely made from cone snails. Mind blown. You know, if you think about it, we sure do take a lot from our oceans. Are you coming? and we don't really give much back. Except for all those microplastics and toxins, of course. Which is why I like to choose better options and help take care of the ocean. Instead of using those single-use plastic water bottles, I'll opt for this because even though it's a big piece of plastic, it's still a microplastic because it ends up in the ocean, it breaks down into those little microplastic pieces, and if you still eat fish, well, that ends up in your body. So let's just take care of our ocean a little bit more so we can enjoy the view and our homes because basically everything comes from the ocean. Did you come from the ocean? Go get the trash at the beach, babe. Do your part. Do your part.
Thank you, Amanda, for opening our eyes to items that we all use, which come from ocean resources or have a negative impact on the ocean, and for bringing a twist to what can be a heavy topic at times. As you know, this year's United World Oceans Day presenting partner is Blancpain. Their deep-rooted history in the ocean and their work through their ocean commitment, as well as a long-time partners of the UN World Oceans Day photo competition, is one of the many reasons we are honored to be on this journey with them. I would now like to welcome Will Harrison, editor of Oceanographic magazine, and Laurent Basta, marine scientist, underwater photographer, pioneer deep diver, and leader of the Gombassa expeditions, to share more about this exciting project and Blancpain's link to it.
Hello, I'm Will Harrison. I'm editor of Oceanographic magazine, and I'm delighted to be joined by marine biologist, underwater photographer, ocean explorer, and leader of the Gombassa expeditions, Laurent Basta. If I may, I'd like to go back to the very start of the Gombassa missions. It would be lovely to hear what the inspiration was for the expeditions. What was the spark? How did this all begin?
Everything could just start because of a huge curiosity. Now, I'm very focused on mysteries. There is so many still to understand, still to learn, still to illustrate for the very first time. There is much more time in space to discover. And one of the symbols could be the coelacanth, this very famous fish. Everybody thought it was extinct since 65 million years ago. And my team and I, we were the first to go down and able to illustrate it, thanks to the support, by the way, to Marc Hayek, the CEO of Blancpain. We were able to build this first expedition. And Gombassa, by the way, is the local name for the coelacanth.
And that first mission really set the tone for the 4 missions thereafter. What feel like the biggest moments, biggest achievements to you as leader of those expeditions?
Every time there is a true scientific mystery to dig. Every time there is a diving challenge, it means dives never done before. So it's not easy to say, maybe the last, of course, the last is the most fresh in my memories. We spent 28 days from Marseille to Monaco, and then to Monaco to Marseille. There is 21 what I call first encounters. I mean, species never seen before or behavior never seen before. And I wasn't in Antarctica or Papua. I was at home. It was like to be in another planet, even if I was very close to home. That's why I called the project Mediterranean Planet and not Mediterranean Sea, because we were somewhere else.
Over the course of these missions, what have What have you learned about yourself, or what's the ocean taught you about yourself? All this time underwater.
You know, everybody is used to talk about the fragility of the planet, the fragility of the biodiversity. But what I discovered with all this expedition, sometimes in very extreme condition, is that there is only one species fragile, is human. Look at the wildlife. They are threatened, hurt every day, every single day. We hurt them, we collect them, we pollute them, and they're still there. They still survive. Of course, love them disappear. We know how the biodiversity is decreasing. But if it was human being in such condition, in 1 week, there is no more human being on Earth, I would say. So what I learned with this expedition is that we are weak and fragile, and our only chance to survive is to take care of the environment, the nature. Wildlife doesn't need us. We need the ocean to survive, even just to breathe. Look, there is more than 50% of the atmospheric oxygen we breathe came from the oxygen production of marine plankton. So to feed and even to breathe, and of course to regulate the climate. If people had much more underwater experiences or nature experiences, they will much better understand the link we have with the nature, with the wildlife.
And that's why missions like the Gombessa expeditions are so powerful, because the photography, the filmography that you guys create and share does exactly that. Thank you so much for your time, Laurent. It's been lovely chatting with you. And I suppose the last thing to say to both yourself and everyone watching is Happy World Ocean Day.
You too. Happy Ocean Day.
It is now my pleasure to introduce the amazing Ellen Crisart. Ellen has curated the annual United Nations World Oceans Day photo competition again this year, and will now share with us all the finalists and winner of the 2021 competition.
Welcome to the announcement of the results of the 8th United Nations World Oceans Day photo competition. First, I would like to thank the co-coordinators, the United Nations Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea, a passionate team of people at the heart of this day celebrating the oceans. Oceanic Global, doing outstanding work again as a strategic partner and bringing us many interesting panels and speakers. And iPhoto Guide, our back office and support for the competition entries. A special thank you for the continued support of Blancpain. This year's World Ocean Day theme, Ocean, Life and Livelihood, does capture the essential bond we have with the oceans, whether we realize it or not, whether we live close to the ocean or in the middle of a city. Our lives depend on the health of the oceans. Protecting the green on our planet has to go hand in hand with protecting the blue. Since the oceans produce half of our planet's oxygen, the oceans feed us. They are responsible for millions of jobs, yet we take all that they give for granted. Time for a closer look to just how much we need this giving nature. Time to reflect on how we can make the relationship we have with the blue a balanced one, where we live in harmony and express our appreciation by taking care of her. Images are the perfect tool to connect us with subjects near or far. The ongoing pandemic halted easy travel, but there are silver linings for sure. We have a renewed sense of respect for nature within our reach that allowed us to escape restrictions and granted us that much needed breath of fresh air to keep our sanity. We rely on technology to stay connected, but we rely on nature to keep us grounded. We are water. The images we received this year in the 6 categories and the winners chosen by the judges have one thing in common. They are beautiful in its simplicity, They are vistas, experiences, encounters grabbed in the moment, which allows us, the viewer, to connect by heart and not through mind. For the second time, we are part of a virtual event, and that allows me to share the stage with some of my panel of talented judges from around the world. Let me introduce them, and let's reveal the winners of the 8th United Nations World Oceans Day photo competition. Announcing the winners of the underwater seascapes from Malaysia, Ipa Ut Lin, a dive instructor, underwater photographer, and a mother of 6. She is juggling many talents.
Hi, my name is Ipa Huaidi and I'm from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm a PADI instructor and also an underwater photographer. I'm also one of the judges for the United Nations World Oceans Day 2021. Today I'll be announcing the underwater seascape category for the winners. The 3rd place goes to Kevin De Vries from Belgium, where his picture was taken in Indonesia, Dampier Straits, well known for its healthy corals. And the 2nd place belongs to Marchione Giacomi from Italy, where his picture was taken in the Philippines, Cebu Islands, where it is famous for its sardines. And the grand winner for underwater seascapes belonged to Nortaka from United Kingdom, where the picture was actually taken in La Paz, Mexico by using natural light, one of my personal favorite pictures during the competition. Congratulations to all the participants, and we hope to see you again soon.
From Madagascar, Michel Stragov, a member of the Viso tribe. He's a former shark, turtle, and sea cucumber fisherman, converted into an environmental filmmaker, photographer, adventurer, explorer, announcing the winners of the Oceanic Discoveries.
Thank you so much to all of you who has been participating on the World Ocean Day photo competition. It's a big privilege for me to be one of the judge panel. I would like to announce of the winner of the Oceanic Discover category, but I hope that I can pronounce your name correctly. So the 3rd place is Siranchai Oranotinchai from Thailand. The 2nd place is Hannes Holesterinman from Germany. And the overwinner of the Ocean Discovery category is Tom St. George from England. And thank you so much for participating.
Let's go to digital ocean photo art. Joachim Oderberg from Sweden. He's a respected conservation photojournalist, producer, underwater filmmaker. His devotion to conservation both on land and at sea shows in his work. As a popular Swedish television host, his programs have taken him far beyond national borders. There you go, Joachim.
Hi guys, and greetings from Sweden. I hope the sun is shining on you as well. I'm Joachim Odelberg. I'm a conservation film and photojournalist. I'm an Explorer Fellow and a Mission Blue partner. And I want to start to say that I'm very honored to be one of the judges in this prestigious ocean photo competition. And it's been truly a privilege to go through all the contributions and see the oceans from your perspective, through your eyes and through your lens. And to be honest, you made me feel sad, you made me feel a little angry, you made me feel happy, and you made me feel hope for the future. And that's what photography is all about, I think, to stir up emotions. I've also been honored to reveal the 3rd place, 2nd place, and the winner in the category Digital Ocean Photo Art. And I'm going to dive right into it because they just gave me 2.5 minutes here. So, number 3 on 3rd place, we find Renata Romeo from Italy. Congratulations, Renata, well done. And 2nd place, we'll have Brett Stanley from Australia. Well done, Brett, congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, The winner in the category Digital Ocean Photo Art, the winner is Francesco Paco Sedano from Spain. Congratulations! I'm so happy for you guys. Well done, well deserved. And remember, a healthy living sea is vital to every living organism on Earth.
From the United States, Jennifer Hayes, aquatic biologist, photojournalist, specializing in natural history and ocean environments from the tropics to the polar regions. And one of her subjects very close to my heart too, the face of climate change, harp seal pups in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. She's an award-winning essayist, photographer, author of numerous publications and books on marine environments, recipient of the Presidential Award for Environmental Education. The winners of Faces of the Sea are next.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hayes, and I'm here to share with you the category winners of Faces of the Sea. Before I do that, I want to share with you that I feel that anyone that carries a camera into the sea, no matter what that camera is helping tell the greatest story on Earth, which is, of course, Earth itself. So thank you. Now, let's get on with the winners of Faces of the Sea. In third place, we have Evans Bowden from the USA with his short fin mako streaming through a sunlit sea. Second place, we have Sam Briggs from the USA. And Sam captured a copepod peering from its home that it constructed of sea lettuce and amphipod silk. And it's the coolest. The winner of Faces of the Sea is Sayaka Shinoseki from Japan. Sayaka found a magic moment. That magic moment when fish eggs hatch and become fish larvae. They literally, it's just that magic moment in the sea. And that moment was captured perfectly and faces are looking at you. So well done. That was literally the next generation ocean happening. So congratulations everyone and happy World Oceans Day.
Our fifth judge, Julian Lennon, has always felt that he has observed life differently. Perhaps because his path through life has been so unusual. Nothing could be more apparent as he reveals to the viewer his keen eye for composition and his gift for capturing an intimate moment. Julian seeks to depict his personal journey as an artist in the middle of unique life experiences. Unfortunately, Julian cannot join us today as he is in the final stage of another creative process, recording at a secret location, and we wish him all the best and thank him for his hard work and collaboration. Thank you, Julian. But that leaves me announcing the winner in the Above Water Seascapes and Ocean Life and Livelihoods. So there we go. The winners, Above Water Seascapes, we have an honorable mention for Matthew Meyer from the USA with his beautiful, sweet image of a California sea lion pup scratching its chin with his flipper. Third place goes to Rafael Fernandez Caballero, an aerial picture of a blue whale taken in Baja California Sur, Mexico. Second place, Christophe Mason Parker from the UK. Another aerial view of Pas du Bois in the Seychelles. And the winner is Paweł Zygmunt from Poland. This is a hard to capture panoramic. It's taken in very windy conditions in a rugged landscape with its drone. Quite a risk, but amazing results. Well done. Amazing views. Last but not least, winners in Ocean, Life and Livelihoods. We have again an honorable mention for Victor Núñez, Spain. It's a view on the Glaucus Atlanticus. Blue Dragon is brought into the coast by tides and winds. Third place, Henley Spears, United Kingdom. This scene in the blue in Costa Rica. a fisherman just taking what he needs for his family, living in harmony with the waters and listening to the rhythm of the oceans. Second place, Jacopo Brunetti, sardines chased by a striped marlin, again in Baja California Sur, Mexico. That's a very rich area. The winner is René Capozzola from the USA, a scene with two Indonesian fishermen paddling in a traditional canoe in a shallow reef, looking for a good place to put down their hand lines. Image is taken near Flores in Indonesia. Congratulations, this scene capturing ocean life and livelihood in the best way possible, because we see the close connection of a human necessity depending on an ocean full of life. Congratulations to all participants and all winners. I want to thank all the judges for their availability during these weird times. It was an honor working with you all. And also I want to thank François Baillet and his team at the Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. Your enthusiasm and dedication is inspirational, and I thank you for all your trust in me creating this wonderful competition again. Ending this announcement with some wise words from Julian. Empathy is the bond that unites the planet. We are all in this together, and hopefully someday the world will realize that. Photography is one way to share, learn, appreciate, and experience other cultures, which in turn allows us to empathize with other people's lives. Make every day World Oceans Day, and I hope to see you somewhere in the blue very soon.
Thank you, Ellen, and to all the judges, finalists, applicants. What stunning imagery. Up next, we'll be hearing from actor and activist and chair of Oceana's board of directors, Sam Waterson.
Thank you to His Excellency Secretary General Guterres and the other distinguished speakers here. I'm honored to be with you all on this World Oceans Day as we join together and celebrate our oceans. As the chair of Oceana's board of directors, I partner with leading scientists, campaigners, and on-the-ground activists like many of you watching today to use our voices and our actions to restore our oceans to abundance. You are here now and acting now because you understand that action is what's needed now. Thank you for all that you do. We live in extraordinary times. We're called on for a lot, and we're kept very busy working on things that matter. But it's smart that today we stop and look to our extraordinary oceans. We live on the blue planet. That we are alive at all is because our home is 70% blue water. Our oceans are the indispensable source of our lives and livelihoods, a source of wonder, hope, and inspiration. They're the Earth's lungs, generating 50% of the atmosphere's oxygen. Simply put, our oceans sustain life, our life. 3 billion of us and more depend on oceans for our livelihoods. Around the world, women and men wake before dawn to bravely venture out into the blue expanse to provide for their families, to put food on their tables. Today, fish help ensure that more than 10% of us on this planet don't go to bed hungry. And if we implement science-based policies that restore ocean abundance, fish can help to feed the additional 690 million people who are going hungry now. But the oceans fool us. Until our beaches are covered in oil or plastic waste, until the fish we depend upon disappear from our tables, until the vibrant corals that inform the development of a great many vaccines and medications pass away, the ocean's beautiful surface can fool us into thinking everything's fine. For too long, we have taken our extraordinary oceans for granted. We put our oceans through a lot, and we do so at our own expense. This World Oceans Day, Let's promise one another to keep alive the extraordinary hope and resolve it takes to make a difference, to restore ocean life, the life of our planet, and to safeguard the livelihoods and well-being of our neighbors. An abundant ocean is a healthier and more biodiverse ocean. And by increasing ocean abundance, we can help feed 1 billion people a healthy seafood meal every day, forever. This is why we at Oceana believe that to help feed the world, we must save the oceans. By encouraging our leaders to implement science-based policies, we can protect and restore our oceans. All of us together can do this. And here and there, we are doing it. It may not look like the tide is rising when you stand on the beach in front of the waves, but like the poet said, far back through creeks and inlets making, comes silent, flooding in the main. Only we haven't been silent. We have long since begun to act. In this last year alone, the United States protected deep-sea corals in the Gulf of Mexico from destructive bottom trawling and prevented the expansion of offshore oil drilling in its waters. Belize joined Peru, the European Union, and others in taking action to stop the flow of plastic pollution. The Philippines issued new rules to help crack down on illegal fishing. And right now, a coalition of organizations are closer than ever before to convincing world leaders to stop subsidies that fund overfishing. Today, I invite you to join me in celebrating our extraordinary oceans by making a commitment to protect them. Together, we can save our oceans, our life, and our livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for reminding us of the importance of restoring our oceans to abundance. As you alluded to, the ocean landscape is changing rapidly, which is a perfect segue into today's next segment, A Changing Ocean, moderated by Alejandro Alba, host and correspondent of Now This.
I'm Alejandro Alba, host and correspondent for Now This, the leading news outlet on social media, and I'll be your moderator. This segment will consist of a series of 3 speakers that will highlight human impacts on the ocean and their effects on the livelihoods of marine and human life. Later, we'll meet with Dr. Kim Curry, who's a marine chemist for the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research, and Dr. Kevin Conrad, the medical director of Community Affairs and Health Policy at Ochsner Health. Our first speaker is Danny Washington, co-founder of Big Blue and You, who will provide a general overview of human impacts on the ocean with a focus on 3 main challenges: climate change, marine pollution, and the degradation of marine biodiversity to ocean life. Danny is a science communicator, television host, ocean advocate, and the first African-American woman to host a nationally broadcast syndicated science television series in the United States. In 2008, she co-founded the nonprofit organization Big Blue and You with her mother and business partner to inspire and educate youth about marine conservation through the arts and media. We are delighted to have Danny join us today.
Hello and happy World Oceans Day. My name is Danny Washington, and it is an honor to join all of you in this virtual celebration. This year's theme of life and livelihoods truly hits home. The ocean is life. No matter where you live on this planet, ocean health plays a role in every type of livelihood we depend on to sustain ourselves. As I reflect on the global events of the past 14 months, we are undoubtedly living through some of the toughest times in human history that continue to test the limits of our individual and collective optimism for the future. And much of this uncertainty has forced many to question the ways in which we build our livelihoods. But now, more than ever, we must recognize this time that it's one of the greatest opportunities of our generation. We have the chance to turn the tide and restore ocean health as well as our own health. This is our window to act. The Second World Oceans Assessment, launched in April, tells us that there is no time to waste. The wide spectrum of challenges are not easy to accept, but the reality is there is no other path other than facing something difficult head on. With open minds and open hearts, we can accelerate the journey toward a just and sustainable future. Rising ocean temperatures, extreme climate events, shrinking ice sheets, sea level rise, and ocean acidification are clear signals that our unbalanced way of life is not working. The climate crisis is happening in real time. 20 years ago, when I was a teenager, many of these concepts about a changing climate were taught to us as if these events were going to happen in the far off, distant future. Now, in my 30s, it's almost inconceivable to see that these catastrophic events happening around the planet, and at the same time, think about the actions we could have taken sooner to prevent them. Thanks to the Second World Oceans Assessment, we are in a position to better understand the current state of the ocean and grasp how it's rapidly transforming in various ways due to climate change. And with any great challenge, we need bold solutions. Extreme climate events are increasing in severity, and sea level rise has made coastal cities susceptible to erosion and flooding. Mitigating impact through substantial investments in infrastructure and community-driven restoration of natural barriers like mangrove forests, coral reefs, and sand dunes are tangible ways people can contribute. Lower emissions worldwide are an effective way to slow down the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere created by human activities, and in turn, decrease the pace of ocean acidification, as will be discussed by Dr. Curry later in this segment. Blue carbon coastal ecosystems like kelp and mangrove forests are the most effective way of sequestering the excess carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Other changes in ocean salinity and temperature are altering the distribution of certain marine species, which inadvertently impacts the overall well-being of humans along the coasts and affects their economy as well. There are conveyor belts of currents circumnavigating the globe, which is what regulates temperature on Earth. Climate change, melting glaciers, and changing surface temperatures are slowing down the global conveyor belt. If our planetary heating and cooling system is compromised, hot places get hotter, cold places get colder, making it hard for us to find our home on Earth. Ocean circulation is one example of how warming of the ocean can translate into changes in the distribution of nutrients and how much carbon the ocean can take in. According to the World Ocean Assessment, more than 90% of the excess heat from our global warming is stored in our oceans. The rate of ocean heat content has doubled since the 1990s. Even with all of this knowledge, we only have one ocean, which is inextricably linked in ways that we have yet to understand. Climate change multiplies already existing injustices and puts vulnerable and disadvantaged communities at risk of more harm. Those who are most impacted by the decline of ocean health and climate change must be prioritized. Together, we can mitigate the negative repercussions, causing disproportionately more suffering and destruction for those on the front lines. We can see this type of injustice through the lens of marine pollution, which continues to spoil once pristine shorelines and waterways. Beyond the 5 trillion pieces of plastic floating in the ocean has also become a dumping ground for toxic waste, sewage, and chemical runoff. Although a large portion of the marine debris that enters the ocean sinks to the sea floor, the remaining items find their way back to shorelines and litter the coasts, entangling marine life and disrupting livelihoods along the way. The ocean continues to regurgitate the trash on beaches and remind us that our insatiable consumption of materials like plastic is a driving force. But while it's important to assess and adjust our personal consumption of single-use goods, it's also crucial for corporations to maintain responsibility for the materials they use in the products they sell. It is time for better decisions by governments and policymakers that truly prioritize the health of people and the planet, Dr. Conrad will be diving deeper into the impacts of a changing ocean on human health in this segment to follow. Now is the moment to invest our focus, energy, and resources back into nature like never before. A wealth of knowledge about how to live in harmony with nature remains embedded in local, traditional, and indigenous wisdom, safeguarded by populations around the world. Continued unchecked exploitation and extraction of living and non-living resources from the ocean will not sustain our species. Many modern practices have depleted our big fish stocks by 90% and destroyed more than 50% of our world's coral reefs. By recognizing the behaviors that have led us to this point, we can efficiently assess how to change those behaviors. A circular economy is the only way to achieve the lifestyle we hope to create that works in harmony with nature. Space and time are necessary for the ocean to heal. Perhaps not exactly as we knew it before, but hopefully something stronger that can withstand the ever-changing external factors as we work to mitigate the impacts of the climate crisis. Well-monitored and enforced marine protected areas are essential for recovery. Each of us can galvanize our communities to support the establishment of more MPAs in order to reach the goal of 30% by 2030. But there are many who would rather work toward a more ambitious target of protecting 50% by 2044. With only 5.3% of our ocean protected currently, we have a lot of work to do, and we need to move quickly. There is still much to celebrate about the ocean, so much to protect and cherish. The ocean is going to continue to evolve and change, and so will we. But I truly believe that we will not succeed in protecting our planet until we step up and protect and uplift our fellow humans first, especially vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. Additionally, our environmentalism must be intersectional, where we take into consideration the ways our lived experiences inform the way we operate within our livelihoods. Human connection to the ocean is a vital piece of the puzzle to restoring our blue planet. The relatable stories that we share truly help shape the world and how others perceive it. From the words we say to the actions we demonstrate on a daily basis, everyone has the power to shift the narrative through their positive influence. Our willingness to explore, restore, and protect what remains will ultimately determine our future. Through purpose-driven collaboration with others, we can create innovative strategies and scalable nature-based solutions. We need people from all walks of life to join forces and contribute their unique skill set to the acceleration of our mission. Scientists, storytellers, entrepreneurs, artists, and advocates working together as one to amplify action for a healthy ocean. Those who don't have access to the ocean or maybe lack the ability to swim should still have other opportunities to meet the ocean through technologies like virtual and augmented reality. The way in which we tell stories about the ocean can generate more empathy for marine life and motivate more people to consider the ocean in everything they do on a daily basis. Nature has already mastered the art of adaptation, and there is much we can learn from observing the natural world around us. Your observations could spark an idea that could lead to the next scalable solution that could solve a major challenge facing the ocean. But it's up to you to take the first step towards seeking answers and building community with others who can support a shared vision. Today, as you celebrate the wonders and beauty of our blue planet, stop and think about the ways you can get started on your journey toward honoring the ocean in your everyday life, in your community. Every wave of change begins with a single drop. We are the ones we've been waiting for to lead us into the future we want and need. There's no more time to waste. The ocean needs us, and we need the ocean. Thank you so much, and happy World Oceans Day.
Our next presenter is Dr. Kim Curry, a marine chemist for the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research in New Zealand. With a focus on marine carbon chemistry, Dr. Curry is a part of a multidisciplinary team working on coastal ocean acidification in New Zealand. She is also responsible for the Munida Time series, a long-running transect of ocean carbon measurements off the coast of New Zealand. Dr. Curry will zoom in on the issue of ocean acidification and highlight the drivers and effects on marine biodiversity.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Happy World Ocean Day. My name is Kim Curry, and I'm a marine scientist with the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research in New Zealand. Over the last 250 years, human activities such as fossil fuel burning and changing land use have added carbon dioxide to our atmosphere, leading to global warming and climate change. However, only about half of the carbon dioxide that's been put into the atmosphere by human activities has stayed there. About a quarter is absorbed by the ocean, and the rest is taken up by the terrestrial biosphere. One of the consequences of the ocean taking up this large amount of carbon is a phenomenon called ocean acidification. So I'm going to get a little bit technical here. Carbon dioxide absorbed by the ocean reacts with the seawater in a series of chemical reactions which result in an increase in the hydrogen ion concentration and a decrease in the carbonate ion concentration in the seawater, as well as some other changes. The increased hydrogen ion concentration causes an increase in the seawater acidity. So what does this mean in practice? The changes in the ocean chemistry affect marine organisms and environments, and particularly it impacts animals which make calcium carbonate shells. So the higher the acidity of the seawater, the harder it is for the shellfish, such as oysters and mussels, to build their shells, and the more likely it is for structures such as coral reefs to dissolve in the more acidic waters. Since about the 1980s, scientists have been making meticulous measurements of these chemical changes at several open ocean sites, such as the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii, near Bermuda in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Erminger Sea near Iceland, and near New Zealand in the Southwest Pacific Ocean, where I live and work. So these careful and accurate measurements have shown that the acidity of the seawater varies naturally due to drivers such as changing water temperature, marine plankton blooms, and upwelling of deep water. So these factors vary naturally from time to time, summer to winter, year to year, and also place to place around the globe. So the ocean acidity naturally varies through the global ocean. But as well as the natural variability at these diverse sites near Hawaii, near Bermuda, in Iceland, near New Zealand, they are all showing a slow and steady increase in acidity due to the uptake of human-produced carbon dioxide. Since the Industrial Revolution 250 years ago, the average ocean acidity has already increased by about 30%. And if humans continue to emit carbon dioxide at the same rate as we're doing now, then the ocean acidity will increase by as much as 150% by the end of this century. That's now only 80 years away and within the lifetime of many of our children. The changing carbon chemistry in the ocean affects many organisms and marine ecosystems. A decrease in the carbonate ion concentration particularly impacts animals which make calcium carbonate shells. Shellfish such as mussels, oysters, and paua, abalone, have difficulty in forming their shell structure, and juvenile animals are particularly vulnerable. The energy needed to make the shell is then not available for other activities such as feeding, for breeding, and for escaping from predators. In extreme situations, the shell doesn't form properly, or it can begin to dissolve once the shell is made. Oyster farmers in the United States have seen the shells of baby oysters in their hatcheries misform or sometimes dissolve completely because of the acidic waters compromising the development of the oyster larvae in their hatcheries. And this has led to major economic loss and subsequent modification of the aquaculture industry operating conditions. Ocean acidification is also dissolving the shells and damaging sensory organs of the young Dungeness crabs, which are another economically important species for the United States West Coast. Coral reefs are also made from calcium carbonate, and so the reef structures are also vulnerable to the same stresses as the shellfish. More energy is needed for these animals to make the reef structure, and there's an increased tendency for the reef to dissolve in the more corrosive waters. On the other hand, marine plants such as mangroves, kelp, and seagrass meadows will benefit from the increase in carbon in the waters. So this can even be used as a tool to help remediate the worst impacts of ocean acidification, because the plants can absorb carbon in the water column and potentially buffer to improve the conditions for the organisms that are living nearby. So as the ocean becomes more acidic, there are so-called winners and losers. However, these species don't live in isolation, they live together in communities. And the structure and composition of these marine communities and ecosystems will change. Biodiversity, food quality and quantity, and predator-prey relationships will be affected. And then these changes will flow through the marine food chain and have far-reaching consequences. Many people are feeling a sense of anxiety as the environment around us is becoming increasingly degraded and our lifestyles are becoming impacted. We feel helpless, with predictions of future change making the coming decades seem uncertain and even frightening. And ocean acidification is only one of the pressures that coastal oceans are facing. We have warming sea temperatures, decreased oxygen levels, sea level rise, increased pollution, species extinction, increased storms, severe weather events. The list goes on, and the consequences are seeming relentless. So an important question is, what can we do as individuals, as communities, and as global interconnected families, so we can minimize the impact of these environmental change and personally give ourselves some empowerment to cope with the global issues? The good news is that there are actions that we can take now and expand upon in the next decades that will help us prepare for and work towards a more resilient future. As well as being dependent on the ocean for food, economic, cultural and recreational activities, I believe that we all have a responsibility to look after the health of our coastal and marine environments. In New Zealand, we call this kaitiakitanga, and the Maori people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, believe that the sea and its bounty is a treasure that has been passed down to us, that we must look after and to pass to future generations. In New Zealand, there's a Maori whakatauki or proverb. Toi tū te marae a tāne, toi tū te marae a Tangaroa, toi tū te iwi. If the land is well and the sea is well, then the people will thrive. Globally, we can collaborate and coordinate to increase our knowledge of future change and to act to mitigate the effects of ocean acidification and other marine stresses. Countries are collaborating in ocean acidification observing programs. Initiatives like the Global Ocean Acidification Observing Network bring together hundreds of scientists from all over the world to collaborate and coordinate monitoring and research that will expand regional understanding and help identify local decision-making options. Many countries don't have the capacity or the capability to make these measurements and do the research. So capacity building initiatives are required to ensure that all countries can measure and manage their own local resources, including mitigation and adaptation options. One of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, number 14.3, focuses on countries measuring and reporting ocean acidification in their coastal waters. Nationally, regionally, and locally, there are activities which can address the cause of ocean acidification and help our marine environments to be resilient, to adapt, and to recover. The most important thing to remember is that reducing carbon dioxide emissions will directly decrease the cause of ocean acidification, and actions can be on many scales, personal, local, and national. Making low emission choices for personal transport, for our food consumption and electricity usage is a really good start. And these actions can be scaled to local and national level and policies. People often find that by taking personal action, they can regain some sense of empowerment. And this is encapsulated in another Māori whakatauki from the Ngāti Wai people. E tangi ana ngā reanga o utu, e mahara ana ngā reanga a tamai ta aha rā e whakamahana taku ora kia tina. When the land, river, and sea creatures are in distress, then I have nothing to be proud of.
The third and last presenter is Dr. Kevin Conrad, who is a practicing physician and medical director of a healthcare delivery system in southern Louisiana. Dr. Conrad's research focuses on climate change and its impact on human health, with a particular interest in the adaptation of coastal communities to rapidly changing marine conditions. He is an advocate for minimizing the impact of healthcare delivery on the environment. He'll be focusing on the effects of a changing ocean on human health and healthcare provision.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. My name is Kevin Conrad. I'm a practicing physician in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'd like to spend a few minutes today talking about the connections between the oceans and human health and why it's important that we make these connections. In an increasingly interconnected world, human health is now dependent and defined by the physical conditions of the planet. We no longer have the luxury of living out our lives with any degree of isolation from disease. The rapid spread and challenges of dealing with the current COVID-19 pandemic obviously demonstrate this. That what affects areas that are most remote to us, certainly in short time, will affect all of us. This includes the driest deserts of the Sahara, the deepest regions of the seas. In the year of 2021, the world now seems a much smaller and more vulnerable place. Underlying much of our current healthcare challenges is the rapidly changing environmental conditions that we are currently experiencing. Changes that biological systems, including humankind, are ill-equipped to adapt to. I've been part of three great healthcare challenges in my medical career. First was the AIDS epidemic, then the opioid epidemic, and now the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the tremendous loss of life in each, perhaps our greatest medical challenge will be climate change. Climate change represents an inevitable threat to humankind and will eclipse pandemics as the major source of premature death in the 21st century. Nowhere is this threat more apparent than the direct effect the rapidly changing ocean environments are having on human health. As previously discussed, the oceans have seen unprecedented changes in recent years that have included rising sea levels, ocean acidification, catastrophic weather events, and sea ice loss. Many of these factors are leading to one of the most dire consequences of all, decreasing biodiversity. These and other changes are having an additive, if not exponential, negative impact on human health. If we take a step back and view with some perspective, it is self-evident that our health is dependent on the largest and most diverse ecosystem, the oceans. The oceans are certainly at a tipping point in relationship to having a profound impact on human health, as evidenced by several areas that I will discuss. Direct visible evidence is often the most effective in calling people to action, and this is most apparent with harmful algae blooms. There are three main types of algae blooms: cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, and diatoms. They are naturally occurring events, but increasing sea temperatures and rising nutrient loads has changed both the distribution and size of these events. Humans are exposed to them directly through inhalation and contact through ingestion of contaminated seafood. The toxicity of these events is readily apparent by the large-scale fish kills, which are common. Current research concerning the impact of bloom toxins on human health is alarming. Studies derived from animal models suggest algae toxins exposure can lead to significant cognitive decline, hepatic dysfunction, as well as being a significant driver of genetic abnormalities. In the short term, toxin exposure leads to increased emergency room use, primarily due to respiratory, neurological, and dermatological conditions. Blooms also have significant economic impact as well. Beaches in many areas are being routinely closed for extended periods due to these blooms. As bloom outbreaks increase, our ability to monitor seafood stocks, purify drinking water, and quarantine contaminated beaches has been stretched to the breaking point. Many agencies are currently ill-equipped to meet the increasing demand. Not surprisingly, models predict that harmful algae blooms will increase in number, intensity, and geographical distribution. Algae blooms and other waterborne conditions disproportionately affect humans due to the population density located near the coast. Approximately half of all the world's population lives within 200 kilometers of the coast. Historically, this population has been susceptible to waterborne and seafood-borne infectious diseases. From typhoid to malaria, some of the greatest pandemics in history have been related to the oceans. There is evidence that a variety of marine-based bacterial and viral diseases are increasing. Tropical diseases such as dengue fever and Zika virus are spreading to previously non-tropical areas, areas where populations do not have natural immunity. Zika fever, which was a well-known disease limited to the tropics for over 60 years, has appeared in the Americas for the first time in 2015. The cause of this spread was due to the interaction of ocean temperature, currents, and precipitation, which expanded the range of its primary vector, the mosquito, Aedes aegypti. Aedes aegypti now has the most extensive range ever recorded and is found in sustainable populations as far north as Washington, D.C. In addition to infectious threats, there are a wide variety of toxic compounds that are increasingly present in the ocean waters and present both short-term and long-term risks to humans. 8 million tons of plastics are thrown into the oceans annually. It is estimated by the year 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish by weight. The damage of macroplastics to the environment is well known, but microplastics may pose an even greater risk to human health. Microplastics are formed by both direct deposition into the seas as well as by a variety of physical actions that constantly degrade plastic content. They are defined as particles that are less than 5 millimeters in size, and their main toxicity arises from the ability to be absorbed at the cellular level. Humans ingest them through inhalation, eating seafood, direct contact. In increasing amounts, they are found in all seafood stocks, but particularly in shellfish and filter feeders. Animal models have demonstrated a wide variety of adverse effects, including an increase in malignancy, cardiac disease, as well as a novel cause of obesity. Microplastics interact with estrogen receptors and may be a factor in developing hormone-dependent tumors and other adverse conditions. Threats to the ocean are not limited to physical disease. The term blue mind was coined by neuroscientists to identify a mental state that experiences a beneficial, full awareness of water and its positive influences on life. The benefits of ocean exposure are multifactorial, but may arise from the respite achieved from an overconnected and overstimulated world. Several studies have demonstrated not only the mental, but physical benefits of living near or by water. As oceans and water pollution continues to increase, it can be expected that the benefits of our blue gym will decrease as well. Eco-anxiety, a newly defined disorder, is a condition caused by the exposure to a threatened environment. It is increasing and now recognized as a condition by the American Psychological Association. I certainly see this condition in the minds of the long-term residents of coastal Louisiana, where I live, many who simply do not view the Gulf of Mexico in the same way they once did as a child. In today's world, the benefits of the blue mind should not be underestimated. As biodiversity of the ocean decreases, our opportunities to discover new marine-based pharmaceuticals declines as well. Most of our current pharmaceuticals come from terrestrial sources. The oceans may have an even greater supply of medicinal compounds, but are more difficult to explore. With the current decline in marine biodiversity, potential marine-derived pharmaceuticals may never be discovered. I am hopeful that despite the great suffering that is incurred during the current COVID-19 pandemic, a new perspective will emerge. A perspective that acknowledges the interaction of the oceans on human health. Healthcare delivery is transitioning from a focus on the individual to a focus on populations, and by logical extension, a focus on the health of the planet. I see it in the attitudes of my medical colleagues who now have a much more global view on human health and the impact the environment has on it. Here in southern Louisiana, the connection is obvious. Land loss, catastrophic weather events, decreased fishery, oil spills, and the emergence for the first time of environmental refugees all seem to be contributing to a fundamental change in our relationship with the seas, one that is having a direct and measurable negative impact on our health. So why make an effort to connect the oceans with human health? As this conference demonstrates, there are certainly pressing issues concerning the oceans at every turn. However, the abundance of information in the news cycle compels us to distill our message to the most basic. Human life is dependent on the oceans, and the oceans are not well. I am confident the vitality of the oceans will be preserved. Humankind simply has no other choice. What concerns me is the limited time we have to take advantage of this new perspective. How quickly we do it will determine the difference between our current state of significant health consequences due to marine factors and global catastrophe, which we can expect if action is not taken. Thank you to all who put on this event, and let's take this opportunity to learn and energize our efforts. Goodbye.
Our next segment will be a keynote address from Vladimir Ryabinin, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission and Assistant Director General of UNESCO. He will be sharing a message on the UNESCO Decade of Ocean Science, which has kicked off this year.
Happy World Oceans Day. This year we celebrated under the topic of life and livelihoods. The World Oceans Day was established by United Nations in 2008, but the idea goes back to the Conference on Environment and Development that took place in Rio in 1992. So that time, people also were concerned about the state of the ocean, climate, and I would like to start this little intervention by quoting the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, that stated that humankind inflicted a suicidal war on Mother Nature, and we need to stop that war. That equally applies to the ocean. In 2016, the first World Ocean Assessment conducted by United Nations came up with a conclusion that the humankind was running out of time to start managing the ocean sustainably. The ocean that was considered invincible, boundless, is no longer so big in the geological epoch of Anthropocene in which we live to sustain our aggression. So we need to change that. But this is a very difficult task scientifically, because our science is based on curiosity and the sense of discovery. Now we need a new science that would illuminate the way for us to recover the ocean health and start using the ocean sustainably for future generations. So the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO proposed to United Nations to conduct a decade of ocean science for sustainable development, because we need at least 10 years to really change the paradigm how we run ocean science. This proposal was endorsed, and since 1st of January this year, 2021, the decade is now on. Thousands of people participated in the design of the decade, hundreds of organizations, dozens and dozens of countries. And now we know what needs to be done. We need to inject more science in already existing ways of managing the ocean: coastal zone management, maritime spatial planning, marine protected areas, work on adaptation, mitigation, climate change. For every of these domains, we have scientific solutions. We just need to implement them and develop a co-designed series of actions. So that is exactly the sense of the decade of ocean science. And I think with that approach, we will be able to change the situation in the ocean, have a more sustainable climate for the future generations, save life in the ocean, stopping the period of rapid extinction of species that is happening now. And for that, we need engagement of everyone. So my plea to you will be, please join us, scientists, practitioners, people, learn more about the ocean. And this will help us to unite forces and move towards the science we need that will generate for us conditions to arrive at the ocean we need for the future we want. Once again, happy World Oceans Day.
Thanks so much to our panelists for providing so much insight into the ocean and helping us better understand the nature of our interactions with it. Most importantly, thank you for helping us reflect and examine ways we can build a more sustainable relationship between humanity and ocean life. And I also want to thank you for tuning in. With that, we conclude a segment, A Changing Ocean. Once again, my name is Alejandro Alba, host and correspondent for Now This. If you want to follow more of these issues from a journalistic perspective, be sure to follow Now This Earth on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Our next segment will be a keynote presentation from National Geographic photographer David Duboulay, who will be sharing some of his images, including the Rescuing Reefs feature of the May issue of National Geographic, available online at natgeo.com/Planet Possible.
Hello, my name is David Duboulay. I am a National Geographic photojournalist. And for the last 50 years, I have been documenting reefs around the world. It's produced an archive, a chronicle, if you will, that has given me a priceless perspective of time in the sea. I'd like to share with you today a story that's just been published in the May issue, or Ocean issue, of National Geographic magazine, a story called Rescuing Reefs. We now know that reefs are a thermometer of our planet. And as temperature rises, reefs bleach, and then they die. This is Tuamun Bay in 2005. After multiple thermal events, this is what Tuamun Bay looked like in 2018. The Great Barrier Reef. We went to a beautiful reef called Opal Reef in 2009, photographed there, and taking the exact same image after two back-to-back coral bleaching episodes in 2016 and 17, went back to Opal Reef in 2018, and this is what was behind us. Here's another picture from Opal Reef, an absolute bouquet of coral, a garden of coral, 2009, and again in 2018, a cemetery. There's other pieces of Opal Reef, vibrant, full of fish, a living city in the sea, 2009, and in 2018 looked like this. But there is hope. Hope, 3 R's. Research, restoration. Scientists around the world are working constantly on these problems. And of course, there's resilience. This is a survivor reef in the northern part of the barrier reef with cuttlefish swimming over an absolute meadow of living coral. And of course, the most exciting, a survivor reef that reproduces. Coral reproduces at one moment, all in one night, one day of the year. And this is an explosion of life. It is hope, hope that corals will survive. But we have to make choices which affect survival of the reef itself. I wish all of you a very, very happy Oceans Day. Thank you.
Whoa, between hearing about the relationship and impact of climate change on our ocean and the effects on human life and livelihood, to UNESCO's work with the Decade of Ocean Science, and then seeing this through David Boublier's imagery, it drives home how quickly everything is changing. It also leaves me with a sense of hope. We understand the challenges we face well enough to take action and to drive forward solutions. With that, I'm excited to introduce to you model, actress, and Together Band ambassador, Alessandra Ambroso.
Thank you for the introduction, Leia, and thank you to the United Nations and Oceanic Global for inviting me to speak. It's been so incredible to catch a glimpse of the ocean's vast beauty throughout today's programming and to learn more about its magic. Growing up in south of Brazil, most of my happiest childhood memories have been connected to the ocean. I always say that my first love was the ocean, as when I was growing up, I wanted to be a marine biologist. I loved to swim, spend time with my family by the beach, but what fascinated me the most was the beauty of underwater life. Throughout my career, I was fortunate enough to visit so many places and spend a lot of time scuba diving in remote locations around the globe. I will never forget my first time scuba diving. The feeling of swimming in the ocean and being a part of marine life is something that words can't describe. Seeing how so many diverse species function together while creating most vivid pictures for us to enjoy, it's just breathtaking. What I want the most is for my children to have the same opportunity to see and discover the beauty of the ocean. But in order to preserve its energy and beauty, we need to make some changes. It's important to note that over 40% of the world's population resides in coastal zones, and this proportion is ever increasing. But still, growing population in coastal zones correlates with more fishing, tourism, boating, and pollution, which threatens biodiversity. They also cause more exposure to storms and higher seas. And with the threat of climate change also on the rise, it's more important than ever that we protect the coastal communities, developing states, and particularly small island states. They are the most vulnerable to its impact, including poverty and food insecurity. These vulnerable communities are often keepers of balance and holders of local traditional knowledge that is vital to the ocean and planet health. We need sustainable ocean management that combines environmental, social, and economic knowledge, as well as international measures that protect both health of oceans ecosystems and coastal communities, and the delicate balance between the two. because while we have seen today the beauty and importance of the ocean, we have also seen how much more that is for us to learn. The rest of today will be dedicated to sharing solutions and human-centric approaches to rebalance our relationship to the ocean and to create lasting harmony in the face of its ever-changing nature.
Thank you, Alessandra. I am now excited to share the work of our supporting partner for this year's United Nations World Oceans Day event, who is named after the sea, La Mer. It is my honor to introduce Justin Buxford, Global Brand President of La Mer.
I'm Justin Boxford, Global Brand President of La Mer. On behalf of the entire La Mer family, I'm honored to share our commitment to ocean conservation with all of you. As the name suggests, La Mer is a brand born from the sea. It's our source of inspiration, our living muse, and a source of healing transformation. And though we know the ocean is incredibly resilient, with this power to renew itself with time, we're also acutely aware that at this pivotal point in the fight against climate change, it's more important than ever to take action. No matter where you live, the ocean affects everyone, connecting us as a global community whose future depends on its well-being. With the La Mer Blue Heart Oceans Fund, we've made it our mission to secure a bright future for this community by protecting the sea, our vital life source, and the blue heart of our planet. But we don't and can't do it alone. Our partnerships with leading scientists and conservationists form the heart of our philanthropic efforts. Today, I'm so proud to introduce you to just a few of the incredible ocean advocates we're so privileged to work with.
Growing up here, we would spend our entire summers out at sea. And so all we really knew was the ocean. Normally we'd have 1 to 2 million sockeyes come home to the Copper River Delta. And 3 years ago, only 44,000 sockeye salmon came home. When I had met Bren Smith from Green Wave, I realized in talking with him that kelp could sequester carbon 5 to 20 times more than living terrestrial forests, and that bivalves could filter 40 to 60 gallons of water each per day. The work that he was talking about, 3D restorative or regenerative ocean farming, was the future. My blue sky vision is to help provide a pathway for the next generation to help the indigenous peoples to get into this industry on their own terms, on their own land.
Growing up here in Hawaii really shaped my experiences and my relationship with the ocean, mainly because I was able to experience a really, really unique land-to-ocean connection. When entering the youth leadership field, something that I really noticed was how welcoming and diverse the community was. I wasn't just able to share my own research story, but I was able to hear the stories of those around me in their own communities on a global scale. So I think in some ways, having the youth being able to project their voices, to be able to share their stories, and to be able to talk to change makers in driving ocean advocacy is one of the most crucial parts of all of this.
How the people understand and see the Caribbean is our ocean, is our lives, is our culture. The Nature Conservancy has been working in the Caribbean for over 40 years. The organization has been always looking at the biodiversity, but also to the coastal communities and the interaction between people and nature. We are now focusing on mangroves and coral reefs as the two major ecosystems that provide benefits to coastal communities for protection and for food and for recreation and ecotourism that is getting more popular in the Caribbean islands.
With their shared commitment to restoring marine habitats, mobilizing in local communities, and empowering young people, June, Lila, and Francisco perfectly demonstrate how our natural awe of the ocean can be transformed into action. They're also proof of something that we've seen time and time again through our fund. When we work together, ripples of good build into waves of change, ensuring our communities can enjoy flourishing seas for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, La Mer. It is so powerful to see the grassroots work that is being spearheaded in different regions around the world. To continue on this year's theme of community action, it is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Sherry Pictou, an assistant professor at Dalhousie University with a background in Indigenous governance and fisheries, who will be moderating our Creating Sustainable Livelihoods panel. Dr. Pictou, over to you.
Kwei, hello. Greetings here from my homelands, ancestral homelands, Mi'kma'ki, otherwise known as Nova Scotia, Canada. I'm a Mi'kmaq woman from a small community in Nova Scotia known as Bear River First Nation. I am currently also an assistant professor in the faculties of law and management at Dalhousie University. I've also worked, though, quite extensively in the past 20 years with Indigenous communities and in different formats, nationally and internationally. And so I'm quite honored to be here today and to facilitate this particular panel on creating sustainable livelihoods. We're going to be looking at sustainable livelihoods, discussing how our experiences with trying to create sustainable livelihoods as it creates to ocean. I also just want to take a moment to honor all of the ancestral homelands and oceans of Indigenous people here and around the world. And so it's quite an honor as an Indigenous person to be able to do that. And that's custom of how we try to acknowledge the ancestral homelands and oceans and waterways that we are so intricately connected with. And so with that, I'm going to have the panelists introduce themselves. I'm quite honored. I know two of them. And we're going to begin with Mitchell Lay. And Mitchell, if you want to introduce yourself, can you introduce yourself, briefly explain how the theme relates to the work that you are involved with?
Yes, good day to everyone, and echo Sherry's sentiments. Happy Oceans Day, and I'm happy to be here with you. I'm Mitchell Lay from Antigua and Barbuda. I'm a small-scale fisherman, but I'm also involved significantly in fisherfolk organizations, in as much as we seek to promote participation in fisheries governance and to protect and promote the interests of the small-scale fishing communities. I've been fishing for in excess of 30 years, and I've also been deeply involved in fisher organizations from the mid-90s, 1990s, starting initially at the local national level and then progressing to the regional level, and eventually I've actually made it to the global level as well in regards to representing fisherfolk and our interests. We find increasingly in this season that we certainly have a lot more work to do, and some of the challenges are really significant, particularly the issue of communications and getting time to participate, for our livelihoods depend on us. So those are some significant challenges that we do face that we seek to overcome as well. But that's a little bit. I look forward to the discussions, and once again, I'm happy to be here with you today. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Mitchell. And Hannah. Hannah's no stranger as well. I've worked with Hannah before at an international level, and so it's quite an honor to be here and see you, Hannah. So Hannah, you want to take a few moments to introduce yourself and the work you do and how it relates to today's theme of creating sustainable livelihoods with the oceans?
Aloha Sherry, aloha mai kako, aloha to us all. I'm going to take a little bit of time to give us background, because so often when we think of Hawaii, we think of a resort destination. But I am Hannah Kihalani Springer. I am a native Hawaiian. I live in the same Ahupua'a, which is a traditional subdivision of land that my ancestors lived in at the time of Captain Cook's arrival to Hawaii in 1778. Through the generations, we have not moved more than 10 miles away from our home base. We may leave for occupational or educational pursuits, but we always return home. We're born here and we come home finally. This is important because we have been stable on this land, seeing island chiefs rise and fall, an island nation born and die before its time. We've seen political parties wax and wane, elected and appointed officials come and go, but we remain. We remain because we know and love our land like we know and love no others. And our prayer is that all of us will come to know and love their lands and the seas of them in that same way. We remain because we know how to live within our means upon our homelands in contentment and with satisfaction. We remain because we aloha Keakua, God, we aloha Aina, the land, and we aloha ike kahi, from one to the other. We know that our marine and terrestrial resources and biodiversity are bound sweetly by the waters that fall from heaven and percolate through the forest and travel in subterranean streams to feed the ground-dependent fish ponds, estuaries, and the fisheries beyond that. We are all part of the cash economy, but healthy, near-shore waters and fisheries allow us the freedom from store-bought processed foods. We hui up. These are our strategies. We hui up, gather in local family networks, regional networks of family networks, and globally in networks of networks. Every chance that we have to aloha ike kahi, and to share the histories and techniques and hopes every chance we get. And that's why I'm here today. Aloha nui kākou. Thank you, Sherry.
Dr. Carl Carter, if you could take a few moments to introduce yourself and the work that you do in relation to today's topic.
Great, thanks, Sherry. Well, it's lovely to hear those introductions from the other speakers. I should say Shemai. I'm in Wales at the moment. My name's Carl Cater. I'm a tourism academic, really. My first kind of encounters, I suppose, with livelihoods and marine conservation was with a wonderful organisation that operated out of the UK called Coral Key Conservation back in the 1990s, and we used to they used to run great operations going out to provide baseline surveys in some of the beautiful coral reefs around the world, and that sort of ignited my sort of passion for marine conservation, but also then the opportunities, I guess, that tourism as one livelihood offers the communities, host communities around the world. So really since then I've been working in Australia and the UK and various destinations to develop tourism and researching in the area, and that I guess culminated in last decade, about 10 years ago, publishing this book, Marine Ecotourism, and it's nice to hear this discussion about intergenerational understandings, because I actually worked on that project with my mum, who's also similarly passionate about the kind of issues and the opportunities that marine ecotourism can offer livelihoods to coastal destinations. So, and the subtitle of that book, we called it Marine Ecotourism, but the subtitle was between the devil and the deep blue sea, because I think what we often find in coastal communities that develop ecotourism is, there are wonderful opportunities that come out of it, but there's also many cases where there can be negative impacts, and we quite often find this real balancing act, and I'm sure that some of that discussion will come up today.
Thank you, Carl. So I'm going to begin with a few questions, and hopefully we'll all have the opportunity to answer them. And I do know of some of the work with small-scale fisheries, as Mitch well knows, that we struggled for 7 years, I believe, to achieve the international guidelines on small-scale fisheries from the small-scale fisheries perspective. And of course, I've worked with Hannah and those challenges in terms of how do we not just integrate Indigenous knowledge, but how do we acknowledge that knowledge in a transformative way as opposed to just integrating it. And so these are some of the challenges that I know that we have faced, and particularly with our oceans and waterways. And so the first question is, like, what are some of the challenges? What are some of the challenges do you feel in your work as it pertains to your work for achieving sustainable livelihoods? Maybe we could go ahead, Hannah.
I need to speak out regarding over-tourism. During the time that we were in rest because of the COVID, the nearshore fisheries that people used to supplement their store-bought food experienced a remarkable benefit from that rest. The fish were coming in closer to the resource fish were coming in closer to shore than they usually do. People were able to find parking spaces at their favorite fishing locations. So mine is just a cautionary tale. In Hawaii, we don't have a seasonal break from the onslaught of people that you might in the more northern latitudes. Thank you.
Yes, Sherry, can I jump in here?
Sure.
So I see quite a few significant challenges to sustainable livelihoods in the context of small-scale fisheries. So I'm looking from my lens at the moment. And of course, we represent a significant percentage of the livelihoods that depend on the ocean. And I would say 90% or more of the livelihoods that are ocean-based are found in the small-scale fishery sector.
Just to go back to what Hannah was saying, obviously one of the big issues is something like tourism quite often is quite blinkered, and it kind of sits in this like silo. It doesn't really understand the impacts that it's kind of having on the host destinations and the communities that are hosting. And obviously when we're looking in livelihood terms, we're thinking across the whole spectrum really of opportunities to earn a living really from all the resources that are there. So I think tourism has to be much more respectful of the other economic practices and livelihoods that are happening, just as this obviously the attention to the fisheries and the communities that are already there.
In Hawaii, the small scale fisheries that we're talking about have declined drastically. So much of my experience with fishing is more of a subsistence work, again, to supplement our store-bought foods.
Yeah. And you could raise another interesting point is about consumption as well, because I think it's sometimes the ecotourism, there's this sort of like idea that there's too much focus sometimes on purely non-consumptive forms of tourism. And of course, indigenous practices have all been about living with the land and off the land for as long as we've been around. So that's another interesting point.
Thank you so much for that. And I see that Mitch has rejoined us. And Mitch, you were about to tell us what some of the challenges are. Well, you had many, but you're going to focus in on a few with achieving sustainable livelihoods with the oceans.
Yes, so I was referring to the context of the small-scale fishery sector and the fact that we do comprise by far the largest percentage of livelihoods in the ocean space. But we see increasing challenges, particularly from the new blue economy focus, which seeks to sort of sideline the small-scale fishery sector. We do see as well significant challenges in the narrative at the global level, and the narrative that speaks to fisheries in the context of say, control and disease, conservation type narrative that purely seeks to look at negative aspects as opposed to promoting some forms of development we appropriate, and also to look at how statistics are interpreted. And a lot of times the global interpretation is forced in the local context, and this presents a serious challenge for local economies to actually generate and sustain livelihoods in the sector. These are just a few. We do have some more, but I'll give some opportunity for the others as well.
Yeah. Hannah?
I was just going to say, locally, a small-scale fishery that developed and is now being grappled with was aquarium fish collection, where you had folks going out to catch the pretty fish. But some of the pretty fish were also food resource fish. So there was some tension there, and we're grappling with it in both the courts and legislatively in Hawaii. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you so much for all of those. And I just want to follow up a little bit before we go on to our next question with what Mitch was saying. This really holds true for indigenous peoples as well, and small-scale fisheries. We always seem to be stuck in between. Well, first of all, just trying to gain access to a livelihood with all these other livelihoods. But I know from in the Canadian context, it always seems that there's two choices. It's either this over-exploitation, like you have to grow your technology to this mega development, or this development model where you're almost forced to overexploit the resources, to that conservation on the other end of the spectrum where there's no human footprint, or what they call fortress conservation. And as indigenous people, and I can say this for small-scale fishers as well, we're trying to perform a livelihood in good relationships with the ocean, the good as our relatives, not taking more than what we need, or we're trying to make a livelihood without compromising the ecological systems that support that livelihood, and that's what makes it so challenging. So with that, I'm going to follow up with a question. So you just mentioned your challenges. What would be the ideal concept of a good, sustainable livelihood? What would be, like, say, if what would be the ideal, like here, we're saying the state of sustainable livelihoods. What would that encompass? And what techniques, or what would we have to do to get there?
At home, we are involved in a 10-year all-species rest from the shoreline, so including the shellfish and the seaweeds, out to a depth of 120 feet, which is about the extent of a free diver or a family on a small boat. We got tremendous pushback on that, but we're exercising the traditional and customary right to rest a resource. In our legislation and legal system, the emphasis has been on extracting resources, hunting rights, fishing rights, but we're choosing to exercise the right to rest as a traditional and customary practice. So when we can approach our seascapes with that sense of rest is an important part of any life cycle, and treat our family of the reef in that same way. We're 5 years in, and the statistical results are astounding. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. If I may just quickly follow up, has everyone bought into that? Is that a whole shoreline, or is that just your people? Or
it's about a 3-mile stretch of shoreline on our home, Ahupua'a, and there are skeptics. But if I can tell a little story, and of course some pushback, but we requested and received state permission on a special use permit to hold an invasive species roundup, removal from the reef. And so some of the skeptics came to check us out and see how it truly was. Well, when they went into the water, they had to step over shellfish and limu that they had not seen in such abundance in their young lifetimes. And when they got into the water, they saw the lobsters and other resource species in a relative abundance. I heard from the streets when they got home, they were saying, "Uncle, that must have looked like old Hawaii. We want to do that too. Can we?" So that leading by example, if we are diligent and clear with our intention and have aloha, we can make headway even among the skeptics. And then there are the anti-regulatory types that are just going to be against sorts of measures anyway. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. It's having those really strong links to place and strong involvement from the community. I think the things that you're talking about, Hannah, is what makes a difference, doesn't it? And I think, you know, sometimes we think maybe there's been a change, maybe a bit in attitudes that, you know, rather than that top-down management approach of the old MPAs, you know, moving towards much more kind of locally managed marine areas. You know, I've seen wonderful examples of these in New Guinea, for example, where the community is involved. And we've seen time and time again, you know, these examples of no-take zones having an enormous impact, not just on the zone itself, but also on the surrounding ecosystem as well. And having those long time scales as well, I think that you're talking about, which is always the challenge when it comes to politics, because politicians are in for the short game, you know, but we're talking about, you know, time scales that go on, you know, for millennia. So we need to be able to engage with that, and also to be able to adapt to change as well. And, you know, we know that there's a lot of change happening in our oceans, and being able to have communities and places that can adapt, I think, is key.
Mitch? Is Mitch frozen, or is he thinking? I think poor Mitch is frozen again, so we'll just carry on and hopefully he'll come back. So go ahead, Hannah.
One of the elements of our conservation action plan includes restoring the ono. The ono in Hawaiian is the flavor. What we found over time is that many of the young people have lost the taste for the nearshore reef fish. Even in Hawaii, when you talk about having fish for dinner, you might be talking about a commercially caught pelagic species. But we look forward to sharing the same flavors that our ancestors had with the children that are coming after us. Thanks.
So Mitch?
Yes, if I were to say, let us look at a type.
Oh, unfortunately, I think Mitch's connection is bad, and hopefully we'll get him back.
I'd love to know what he thinks about the different flavors of fish. He must be an expert.
and we'll pick up with that. I think, Hannah, you know, I know we have only so much time, but I think Hannah's already touched on this, you know, as what is a good strategy. And even Carl, you focused on the, you know, the intergenerational nature of being able to have access, which is just so important for, you know, indigenous people, but particularly for humanity and for those species, to ensure that they're there for future generations. And Hannah, you spoke to a strategy, because I was going to ask you about strategies, and to be able to, even in that small space with just your own people, to be brave enough and say, you know what, we have to shut this down. And I'm quite sure all our water relatives knew where the safe place was to go. And that's why you have this abundance of fishes and so forth. And I think that's just so brave, and being able to, that's how I was raised, that you don't over exploit. And if it gets to a dangerous things, well, what are we going to do best? So I've heard that strategy, and I see Mitch moving, so I know he's not frozen. And so Mitch, if you want to jump in on this.
Yeah, I wanted to make a contribution in terms of how do we look at having sustainable livelihoods and creating those in the small scale fishery sector, in the ocean space, with other competing actors as well. So one of the key points for me would be for new actors to respect existing actors. So have a respect for the actors that are already there. We're already in this space. So you don't ride roughshod over the existing actors. And this seems to be an emerging issue. Yes. And then the other issue is the issue of the responsible stewardship on the onus on the fishers themselves. So in the Caribbean Network of Fisherfolk Organization has created a code of conduct for fisheries and the fisherfolk themselves, with some collaboration with our partners, so that we can be responsible stewards to secure the ecological foundation of our livelihoods, so that those livelihoods.
Yeah, Mitch is frozen again, but I really appreciate the essence of what he's saying. And this has been so difficult because there is this notion of ocean grabbing as there is land grabbing. And I just wanted to offer something here. I spoke with Elder Dr. Albert Marshall, who's well known in Mi'kmaq for his concept of two-eyed seeing, of trying to bring the best of worlds together and so forth. And he's big on having inherent responsibilities. That's really, and Hannah can relate to this, that's really ingrained in our language, and that we have these responsibilities not to compromise the integrity of the ecosystems that provide us with these gifts. And I think that's just really so important. And when I was speaking with him last, I was about to talk about in regards to in another format on oceans, and he says, Sherry, that's so important. He said, that's our last source of survival. And I said, Elder Albert, what makes you think that the oceans is our last source of survival? And he said, because he said our forests are all but near destroyed. And I've been thinking about that and thinking about this, and particularly in this era of the blue economy. And we've known about this for some time, this blue economy, but it's being portrayed as being the last frontier for economic development. And for us, we're thinking about, well, we've been struggling to have access to compete with these huge mega destructive technologies, and how can you economize what's left of the ocean, and who is that going to displace? So it's a little bit of fear there. So I want to turn things around because we only have a few moments left, and I want to turn things around here. So, and Hannah sort of hinted at these and so forth, but I have a couple of questions here. What extent do you think your efforts can serve as an example for other communities regionally and globally? Hannah?
Thanks. When it's time to go to the beach, we go to the beach. When it's time to go to court, we go to court. There was an Army Corps, a United States, a federal Army Corps of Engineers permit for near-shore modification that we were able to weigh in on. For the first time, we argued that a certain fish hole, a certain seaweed bed, and certain shellfish nests had to be analyzed using National Historic Preservation Act criteria, in addition to being assessed for their biological presence and condition. This was a first. It turned out that these biological communities did not rise to being protected by the National Historic Preservation Act, but the precedent was made that the act could be used to assess biology. So it added another tool to our kit. We're always looking for ways to enhance the relationship that we have with our family in the sea. And again, go to the beach, go to the court, go to the halls of the legislature, do it at the county, state, and federal level, and among friends. Aloha ikekahi ikekahi. Thanks.
And Carl, you work with tourism. What would be your your example that you think that could be carried regionally and globally?
Well, I think that's fascinating that you've hit on this, you know, because it keeps coming up, this intersection between the global and the local. You know, we're talking about, you know, communities that are working at obviously a very local level, but they're in a space where you know, global trends and things are just working all the time, and sometimes can be used actually for positive outcomes. So it's kind of getting that balance between the two. And I think, you know, what's clear, I suppose, in my work is, you know, is getting partnerships is the key, and those partnerships that work across scales, and that's not easy. It's something that often only happens over long periods of time. But you know, it was wonderful in the introduction hearing that we're an international family here, I suppose, working in this space, and that we can share, I suppose, our experiences and examples of what works locally, and see whether there's lessons that can be applied internationally. And I suppose, you know, one of the biggest things that I've used again and again is making sure that communities are kind of aware, in a livelihood sense, of the assets that they've actually got. So, you know, hearing some of those stories about the different species and wildlife that Hannah has identified, well, that really is identifying the assets that a community has. So using things like the sustainable livelihoods approach, you know, which breaks it down really, you know, at a minutiae level to see what a community has and how it can protect those assets, but also use things like tourism and other industries then to enhance and augment those assets. So we're actually improving our communities and our places and our ecosystems in which we're based.
Thank you so much for that. And I was going to pass it on to Mitch, but I don't think he's with us.
I'm here, Sherry.
Are you here? Are you here, Mitch? Okay. Well, Mitch, when you were talking about, you know, some of the, or what an ideal sustainability or sustainable livelihoods would look at, and you were talking about the dispossession or the lack of respect for the users that are already there. And I had summed up with ocean grabbing and this big challenge of working with the blue economy and so forth from a small scale perspective. And so I tried to reiterate where I think you were going with that. And but what we're talking about right now is how do you think, or to what extent do you think that some of the efforts that you're working on could serve as an example for regionally and globally?
So I think some of the things that are really critical to move to different levels and to share as well include the whole issue of building capacity for informed participation in governance. So building the capacity for informed participation by fisherfolk in fisheries governance. I think that is a critical component. The other area that we work on significantly is the area of communications, where we try to get information to fisherfolk, both management information, responsible practices information, and building knowledge, particularly in the areas of policy, governance, etc. And the other area is actually participating. So building the actual space so that you have fisherfolk representatives who have the time to participate. I think that's critically important because you know the work that you're in and you know what is required to keep it. So you need to be active in that space. So not only building the capacity to participate, but also creating the environment so that people can actively participate. So we actively participate in the regional fisheries governance mechanisms in the region, and we promote the national organizations, promote their participation at the national level as well. So those are some of the things that we focus on. And I would say that the whole idea of having capacity to look at how we behave responsibly in the environment as well is an important factor. So those are some of my thoughts, Sherry. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I think all of you spoke quite well to the importance of community involvement. And unfortunately, a lot of decisions are made from a very top-down perspective that does not take into consideration the people who are striving to make a sustainable livelihood. And I think, Carl, you talked about the importance of community assets, and Hannah, the importance of her community getting together and making that very courageous decision to just let the fish rest for 10 years. And Mitch, in talking about community involvement, community representation, and particularly in the governance. And I think this is just so near and dear to my heart. It's about, my work is about creating spaces of the voices that are missing a lot of times, and they're really key knowledge holders that can really guide us to more sustainable livelihoods. With that, I just want some closing remarks. We'll have some closing remarks, and this is a real challenge, and even for me. But what is something that you're optimistic about? Or what would be your takeaway message that you would like to give the audience, to leave with?
So before I pop out, I'll go first, Sherry.
Okay.
I think for me, I would look at the next generation and say to the next generation, don't be afraid to venture into the fisheries sector. Understand that we've learned a lot of lessons about sustainability. We've learned a lot of lessons about responsible stewardship, and there is opportunity. Because if I give you an example, in our region, we have more fish species that are not utilized than those that are utilized. So when I say there's opportunity, there is opportunity, but it's just that the narrative stifles us. So I want to say to the next generation, let's see if we can take a responsible approach to satisfying the issue of providing our people with safe and nutritious food, while at the same time sustaining livelihoods from the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Hannah, Carl?
Carl, you want to go?
I think it would be, I'm optimistic about our understandings. It's just exemplar, even of this event, that actually, we're much more aware of what's going on, and trends like the initiatives, I suppose, in ocean literacy and the principles of ocean literacy in our communities. And the way that actually, tourists, despite their problems that Hannah, you really definitely pointed out there, that over-tourism is a big problem, and let's hope that this year, past 18 months, has given us a pause to reflect. But having said that, tourism is one of the main interfaces for many of our communities and our citizens to understand the issues that our oceans are facing. So I suppose latching on to that real level of interest, and also engaging, wonderful engagement with indigenous knowledge now, and helping people on the planet understand how important our oceans are. I think that we're at a time, hopefully, where this is on the agenda. So that's what I'm optimistic about, is that the knowledge is getting much better, and hopefully we can solve it in this interdisciplinary way together. And it's great to see this day has got so many people from so many different backgrounds. You've got artists and activists and academics and people working at the coalface. So it's all, those are the things that keep me optimistic.
Okay, thank you. Hannah?
Kia ora. I'm optimistic because my hoa aloha on Hokulea on their worldwide voyage left a wide wake for me to follow to World Oceans Day. I'm optimistic because Native sensibility, including aloha, has global relevancy. And aloha nui ka ko. Aloha nui to you all. From Hawaii nei.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for sharing your experiences, your strategies for moving forward. And thank you to the organizers for this particular panel on World Oceans Day. I think it's so important, and I really appreciate creating the space for us to be able to speak at this. And I will just leave with one final reflection that I've been reflecting on for a few days now. We have this courageous senator in Canada, and she's Cree, and she's a Cree woman, and Senator Mary Jane McCallum. And I just recently have met her, and she made a statement that has stayed with me that makes me optimistic, and because we're trying so hard to ensure that there's livelihoods here for the next generation, for this generation, the next generation. And she kindly told us, or told me, she said, remember your work is for the next 7 generations so that we can be remembered as good ancestors. And I've been thinking about that, and I've been trying to tell that in so many different ways, and she just simplified it for me. And it is so true. The work that we're doing is as challenging as it is, that we are laying a blueprint for the younger generation and generations to come of trying to understand how we got to climate change, how we got to these challenges, and they need guidance of how to face those challenges. And to me, that's what being a good ancestor is. So Walalio, thank you so much. And it was great to see old friends and meet new ones. Thank you so much. Happy Oceans Day.
Thanks, Sherry.
Thanks, Sherry.
Up next is a keynote address from Peter Thompson, the United Nations General Secretary's Special Envoy for the Ocean.
Warm greetings to everyone viewing this message. I've been allocated 3 minutes to speak to you, so let me cut to the chase. You may have heard my mantra that there can't be a healthy planet without a healthy ocean, to which should be added that the ocean's health is currently in decline. As I'm sure you're all aware, the chief cause of that decline is the burgeoning levels of anthropogenic greenhouse gases that we're pumping into the atmosphere, which are absorbed into the ocean, causing acidification, deoxygenation, and warming. Warming is causing all sorts of irreversible changes to the cryosphere, to ocean currents, to sea levels, and marine ecosystems. The IPCC special report on the impacts of global warming of 1.5 degrees states with high confidence that the majority of tropical coral reefs will be lost when we go through the level of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Our predicament is that we're not heading to a destination of 1.5 degrees. On the current path of carbon dioxide emissions, we're heading to a temperature increase of 3 to 5 degrees Celsius by the end of the 21st century. This is obviously not an acceptable future. Therefore, getting to a global net zero economy as soon as possible is absolutely fundamental to ending the cycle of decline in which the ocean's well-being is currently caught. In the shape of the Paris Climate Agreement and the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, we've drawn up the blueprint for a secure and equitable future for humanity. The great challenge is faithful implementation of the blueprint's provisions, and it's no secret that we have been lagging. As mentioned, the transformative action to which all of us are called is that of moving to a net zero economy by 2050. Achieve this target, and we will keep global warming well below the fateful levels projected by our current path. Ladies and gentlemen, the heart of SDG 14 is the sustainable blue economy. From sustainable aquaculture to the greening of shipping, from marine genetic resources to offshore energy production, developing the sustainable blue economy will mitigate climate change, create massive employment in blue-green industries, and provide us with the medicines and healthy nutrition we need for a secure future. You may ask how we should elevate the sustainable blue economy to a level that ushers us to a prosperous net zero world. The answer is that it needs massive intensification of science, planning, and finance. 80% of the ocean is unknown to science, so we're going to set that deficit right through the UN Decade of Ocean Science that got underway at the beginning of this year. On the basis of good science, we're expecting over the next decade to see sustainable ocean plans put in place in every exclusive economic zone on the planet, with similar aspirations for the high seas. And on the basis of these science-based plans, we are confident finance will start flowing at the scale necessary to enable global transition to a truly sustainable blue economy. I thank you for your attention.
We have heard the importance of community-led initiatives for creating sustainable livelihoods, and it is critical that the resources are also made available for this work to take place, but also for the private sector to play an active role in the future of our working oceans. It is my pleasure to introduce Martin Koring, head of the Economist Group's World Oceans Initiative, who will be moderating the next panel discussion, Blue Economy and Private Sector Impact.
Hi everyone, my name is Martin Koring. I'm the head of the Economist Group's World Ocean Initiative and Sustainability Lead at the Economist Intelligence Unit. Welcome to this panel on blue economy and private sector impact. I mean, this is such an important topic. I mean, the ocean makes a large and growing contribution to the global economy. It drives growth in economic activity, jobs, innovation, business opportunities. The value of the blue economy is estimated at $2.5 trillion annually. That's equivalent to the size of the world's 7th largest economy. The OECD projects the ocean contribution to the global economy to double in size by 2030 compared with 2010 levels. So as you can see, this is such an important topic economically, but also for business and society. At the Economist Group's World Ocean Initiative, we have highlighted these topics in our recent report on a sustainable ocean economy 2030. And the blue economy is highlighted there as really be more than the ocean economy. But blue economy really mean a sustainable ocean economy that harnesses marine ocean resources for long-term economic development and also social prosperity, of course, but also protecting the environment in perpetuity. So the blue economy is about harnessing opportunities for creating jobs, income, and growth, but also restoring ocean health. So what does this mean for key ocean-based sectors such as seafood, shipping, coastal tourism, renewable energy? So for seafood, for example, it means harnessing the potential of aquaculture, which could provide 2/3 of seafood for human consumption by 2030. But of course in a sustainable way, so using sustainable feed and protecting fish health, for example. And we have a great speaker on aquaculture as well on our panel that we'll discuss later. And for shipping, the blue economy means decarbonizing the shipping fleet, using cleaner fuels, alternative propulsion technologies, and we'll learn a little bit more about shipping and what is happening there in terms of sustainability initiatives later on in the panel. For coastal tourism, the blue economy means harnessing the potential of ecotourism to restore fragile ecosystems and involve tourists as well in conservation initiatives, for example. And for renewable energy, it means taking advantage of the enormous potential of offshore wind and also new opportunities for green hydrogen manufacturing, for example, for wave and tidal stream energy generation. Lots of exciting innovations, and we learn more about the importance of innovation later in the panel discussion. And building a blue economy also means tackling all kinds of ocean issues from source to sea. So, for example, by building a circular economy for plastics, as well as restoring the ocean's ability to fight climate change. I mean, the ocean stores around 1/3 of the world's carbon dioxide. So it's really important to understand that link with the climate as well. So there are many stakeholders that need to work together. And we're bringing several of those key stakeholders together to make this transition to a blue economy a reality. So policymakers, business, NGOs, scientists, and the general public, of course, as well. And some of the ocean's cross-cutting themes highlight the need for this collaboration and the need to unlock blue finance, for example. We have several speakers that know a lot about blue finance, and ocean data and technology capabilities as well. And of course, this is the decade that is also called the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. This offers a great framework for kind of a renewed emphasis on ocean science to facilitate many of the opportunities for the private sector to support a blue economy. And that's why today this panel will explore the great opportunities of the private sector in helping to build a blue economy. So I'm joined today by 4 excellent and very experienced panelists. I'm particularly excited because the panel highlights the various disciplines and the lenses through which we can examine and better understand the blue economy. So first of all, we have Amy Novogratz. She's the co-founder and managing partner at Aquaspark. This is a global investment fund that focuses on sustainable aquaculture business, building a portfolio ecosystem of companies all along the aquaculture value chain, working to solve industry challenges to develop the optimal aquaculture food system of the future. And then we have Marisa Drew. She's the Chief Sustainability Officer and Global Head for Sustainability Strategy, Advisory and Finance at Credit Suisse. She's responsible for setting the sustainability strategy and ambition for the bank and for creating and facilitating sustainable investments on behalf of Credit Suisse wealth management, institutional and corporate clients. And then we have Elizabeth Petit-Gonzalez. She's head of communications at the Sustainable Shipping Initiative. Her focus is on telling a positive story of multi-stakeholder engagement as a key driver of sustainable shipping. And last but not least, we have Ted Janoulis. He's the founder and principal at Investable Oceans. His organization's mission is to simplify and accelerate market-based sustainable ocean investing across all asset classes and all sectors of the blue economy. It's great that we have such a diverse panel pulling together the multiple elements that we mentioned that are part of the blue economy: food, finance, transportation, innovation. So I would like to structure today's discussion in 4 parts. I mean, first of all, I would look at the blue economy and what it means for different industries. And of course, we have great industry representation on the panel. Then I would look at the evolution of blue economy, industries and opportunities. So this is all about looking at what kind of evolution are we seeing across, for example, aquaculture, shipping, and the various industries. And then hopefully we'll also be able to talk a little bit about the ocean governance dimension, because all these kind of financial and innovation opportunities can't really work if there isn't good governance. So this section will then focus on ocean governance for blue economy industries. And hopefully finally we'll have a bit of an opportunity to just talk about what are the priorities going forward in terms of establishing a sustainable blue economy. So let's get started on the blue economy and what it means for different industries. So first of all, I would like to start with Amy. What does the blue economy mean to you, particularly to your industry, of course, aquaculture and investment?
So I think it's developing and investing in businesses that are concerned with the ocean's health. And when you look at aquaculture, we actually really see it as a solution to the ocean. We depend greatly on the ocean for food, for protein, and we can do much better with aquaculture than we currently are, and we should really prioritize that.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Thanks so much, Amy. I mean, it's really important to highlight why aquaculture is such an important part of the blue economy. And of course, investment is crucial. And Marisa, you, of course, work in the finance industry. I mean, what does the blue economy mean to you? I mean, particularly when it comes to financial services?
Sure, absolutely. Well, I feel like my day job is to mobilize capital for positive environmental and social outcomes. And the blue economy fits squarely in this idea that if we can find really sound and robust investment propositions, the capital will flow, and that helps us to protect and conserve this precious resource. So when we think about the oceans, I like to frame it contextually, the way we speak at Credit Suisse, along our sustainability triangle of themes. And those are disruption. And so that really speaks to this whole world and many of the areas where Amy is investing her funds in innovative, disruptive companies, whether it's alternative food or new ways to think about aquaculture and so on. So often venture stage type businesses, earlier stage type businesses that have a high risk but very high return potential. Then the second leg of the triangle is transition, because we know we need to be moving mature industries and some of those that have been around for a very long time that haven't thought about their ocean footprint in terms of their impact every day on what they do. So this notion of helping to raise capital to finance the transition, and that could include industries that we'll talk about today, like shipping. And contextually, how do you invest behind that to allow those companies to fund the capital investment required? And then finally, the third leg of the triangle is protection or conservation. And in that arena, we're starting to see a whole emerging field that is focusing on financially material metrics to identify areas like biodiversity, which is so critical because the oceans are rich with biodiversity, which help protect our planet. But you can actually invest behind them, because what we're finding is natural capital solutions, in many cases, are more efficient or generate better returns than many man-made solutions. So these are the three themes that we think about in the ocean, and that allows us to help frame this for the investment community.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Marisa. And it's good to have this framework. We'll also look at the different stages in which companies are. And you mentioned financing the transition in shipping. And this is obviously something that is very important to Elizabeth. I mean, what does the blue economy mean to you, particularly to your industry, shipping?
Thank you, Martin, and it's great to be here. I think for me, blue economy really means a systems view of oceans and what they do for us. You know, it's as food sources, as Amy said, as power sources, as enablers of global trade, particularly, of course, in shipping. Shipping transports the majority of goods traded globally. I think it's something like 80%. And if you look at the screen that you're watching this on, the shirt that you're wearing, at least one of these items probably traveled by sea to get to you. And not only that, but despite having the lowest sort of carbon footprint of any mode of transportation per ton transported, shipping accounts for about 3% of global GHG emissions. So as you mentioned, decarbonization is a huge challenge, particularly as the industry is only expected to grow. So if we ignore for a second that shipping happens at sea and sort of the very real impacts that it has on the marine environment, it still contributes to the impacts of the climate crisis on our oceans. So, of course, as the shipping person on the panel, I'll say that a sustainable shipping industry is a big part of what we need for a sustainable blue economy, both in terms of reducing emissions, but also going beyond that and addressing and mitigating shipping's impacts on the oceans. And that's a big project that involves a lot of stakeholder groups, a lot of different areas of concerns. It's decarbonization, as you mentioned, it's seafarers' rights, it's ports and coastal communities that are impacted by shipping, transparency, finance, which I'm sure we'll go into in this panel as well. And all of these areas are really elements of a broader system, which can help us see the bigger picture for what a sustainable blue economy can be. And that's just shipping. I'm sure there is just as much to talk about when we're looking at fishing, when we're looking at offshore energy, when we're looking at communities. And for us, the most important thing is to really bring these pieces of the puzzle together. So happy to be here today to have this conversation with these other sectors.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. You highlighted this a really important part, which is, you know, the systems view and having different stakeholder groups and looking beyond your industry, which is really important. And that's something that, Ted, you have done throughout your career. You focus a lot on innovation. I mean, what does the blue economy mean to you, particularly to your focus on innovation?
Thank you very much. You know, we've heard some great definitions of blue economy already, starting with you,
Martin, and the other panelists all had terrific definitions. If you look on our site, which is again dedicated to at-market investing, and I would stress that our focus on that is not that that's the be-all and end-all. We think that philanthropy, NGOs, governmental investment, so many other elements come together, but we try to be additive by thinking about, as Marissa's talked about as well, the capital markets element to it. So if you look at our site, you'll see energy solutions, fisheries and aquaculture, plastics, shipping, and tourism, those classic horizons, if you will. But I'd like to give just a slightly different take on it, which is if you think about all the things that human beings do in the ocean around the globe, whether it's swimming or sailing or fishing, taking things out, putting things in, there's a parallel there between all those disparate and global activities and the ocean economy. And the ocean economy is also the summation of all those things that companies and individuals and institutions are doing in the oceans. And that together is the ocean economy. When we then talk about the blue economy, it's tempting to sort of point to the things that are the blue economy that we should invest in. I think it's also important to remember that a lot of the things that go on in the ocean economy aren't fixable or aren't going to go away soon or aren't going to change immediately. So I would encourage us also to think about a bluer ocean economy or a bluer blue economy. And that's sort of a variation on the there is no silver bullet theme, which is that rather than think just specifically about certain things, back to the systems thinking that we just heard about, think about it more broadly in the context of every way that organizations, institutions, individuals touch the ocean. We should be looking at the very best ways we can improve that to make it as blue as we can.
Thanks a lot, Ted. And you highlighted something that's really important, which is, this kind of evolution in a way. I mean, the step-by-step improvement, and some of the issues might not go away immediately, but we can get closer to the sustainable ocean economy, a bluer ocean economy, as you said. And that is a nice transition as well to kind of talking about the evolution of blue economy industries and opportunities. I'd like to go back to Amy. Your fund started almost a decade ago. How has the market changed and how has your learning curve been?
So we started exploring aquaculture just exactly a decade ago. And it was at a moment where conservationists were starting to say, hold on, we've been kind of saying aquaculture is a bad thing, but we actually need to get involved. And so we saw the potential for really good aquaculture. We don't need to depend on fish meal and fish oil. We can do things much more efficiently. We can control, we can find new ways to monitor for disease and treat disease, and we should be doing that. But at the time, there were a few really striking things. One, how huge aquaculture already was. It wasn't then as big as wild caught for consumption, but it almost was, and we knew so little about it. It was incredibly opaque, and there were no outside investors investing into aquaculture, except for a few of the big listed companies. There was no investment going into aquaculture. We knew technology was going to be a big solution for aquaculture, but there was very little investable technology at the time. Cut to 10 years later, and we're just really beginning the boom. It's really, this last year and a half actually was helpful for a focus on resilient food systems and our planet's health and what we can all do better. Because aquaculture really is just starting to boom when you look at who is entering the space. I mean, we closed two rounds with two of our portfolio companies in the last 2 months, and they were oversubscribed. In both cases, they were all investors that were new to aquaculture for the first time. In most of the cases, they were venture investors. Investment-wise, it's heating up. Deal flow-wise, thanks to accelerators, thanks to kind of the decades of research and development that have happened before we even got involved, business plan competitions, et cetera. There is kind of a better pipeline for investable companies in aquaculture, and people are seeing the different kind of subsectors of aquaculture and different opportunities around alternative feed ingredients, around different types of systems and farming operations, technologies, disease battling. There's ample opportunity for kind of redesigning how we farm fish and shrimp.
Great, thanks a lot, Amy. And it's really great to see this evolution within a decade. I mean, from all the subsectors you mentioned, feeding, tech, disease. And there's so much venture capitalism still, and new investors coming in that hadn't even heard about the sector before. And this is also something, of course, Marisa, that you're seeing. I mean, I'm curious about how the capital markets are engaging now with in the blue economy, building on what Amy said. How has investor interest evolved in recent years, and where is it going?
Sure. Well, the exciting thing is that we are seeing such an enormous level of interest from the investment community. And these are not only individuals and venture capital investors, usually who are making direct investments in small companies or early stage companies, but we're starting to galvanize the interest of the institutional community, which run big pools of capital. And that's quite exciting because, when you start to attract that form of capital, then you can really scale these solutions. And that's what's so desperately needed. So what we're finding is, number one, the interest level is extremely high. The recognition now about just how important the oceans are is very much there. It's in the mindset of the investment community. And thank you, frankly, to organizations like the UN and also to the media for keeping it in the spotlight and helping us raise awareness. But following awareness then comes the desire to act. And where we saw the gap 18 months or 2 years ago was that the interest was there, but you had a dearth of investable opportunities, particularly in scale for these institutions. So you needed structures that speak to them and what their charters are and what their investment needs are. And now what we see, and this is in real time, is that there is a wonderful proliferation of investment opportunities across different asset classes. And Ted's spending a lot of time on this. So if you want a debt solution, there's an opportunity. If you want venture, we experimented in the public equity space using the concept of shareholder engagement. That is using your power as a shareholder and your voting power and your investment power to drive behavior change. And so that speaks to that transition concept that we talked about making companies more aware of their environmental footprint and then acting on that in order to create both value for themselves, but also for their investors. So what's very exciting to me is capital's moving in scale, institutional size, and if you wanted to develop a diverse portfolio, which is one of the keys to smart investing, you actually have the opportunity to begin to do that now.
Amazing. That's really great to see, Marisa. And you mentioned that now there's a lot of opportunity across different asset classes, different scales, and the size of the projects is increasing. Interest levels are rising. Before going to Elizabeth, I wanted to just follow up because you mentioned TED. So that's TED. You can look back on a long business career in finance, investment, and innovation, and given your experience with sustainable investing and some of the themes you also heard from Amy and Marisa just now, how do you see the evolution of the ocean innovation ecosystem in recent years, and where's it heading?
Thank you. And those are both terrific additions to the conversation. I think the same momentum that you heard about from Amy and Marisa is true in the innovation sector. There are around the world sprouting up. There's probably close to 200 now innovation organizations, whether they're accelerators, incubators, venture funds, a combination of all the above. And they're in Oslo and Cape Town and Sydney and Hong Kong. It's this wonderful innovation network that's growing all over the globe. What's a good thing on top of that is that there's also some structure that's coming together. And it's things like, honestly, what The Economist is doing, the World Economic Forum, the UN, making it like a year-long thing, not just not just a once a year kind of affair. But I think there's real structure that you can see. So it's nice to have the Decade of the Oceans that the UN has proclaimed. It's good to have the high-level panel with its work streams. And you're seeing a lot of organizing institutions come up. Some recent announcements were 1,000 startups with let's get 1,000 startups launched with this global community by 2030. Ocean Visions, which is a huge consortium that's focused on getting research out of the university and research institution out into the ocean. So you, on the one hand, you've got this explosion of creativity, but you've also got this wonderful coming together of some structure. What I would say, though, is then you have to pull the camera back and look at the broader picture. In the same way that the entrepreneur is supported by that innovation organization, you need more structure and support than that. And that comes back to one of the things that the UN has been so fantastic at promoting and really doing substantial work on all around the globe is capacity building. Because you can have the greatest ideas in the world, but if you don't get that nurturing and support that on one level, the incubators and accelerators give you, that investors give you, but you also need to plant those seeds in places where they'll hold and grow and survive. Whether it's trauma or generational change, they've got to be things that can really grow. So in thinking about the innovation network, I would also encourage us to not only think about the really incredible things that are being done in the laboratory and with seaweed and with plastics, all of which are fantastic and so vital, but really pull the camera back and look at the whole picture and saying, are these solving real needs? And are they being developed in places around the globe where they really can have the legal, political, technical, knowledge-based infrastructure to help them flourish over a long period of time?
And thanks for asking those questions, because that's really important. I mean, you mentioned the innovation network is growing and lots of great initiatives, startups emerging, explosion of creativity, but are they really solving real needs? That's a great question. And of course, the shipping industry has seen a lot of evolution as well and innovation as well. I mean, there have been many exciting developments from the international targets to reduce emissions by half by mid-century. There's also the Poseidon principles and integrating climate considerations into lending decisions for shipping companies. And of course, Elizabeth, at the Sustainable Shipping Initiative, you have a great multi-stakeholder initiative that started more than a decade ago. In your view, how has the shipping industry evolved since you started, and is it on the right trajectory?
I think it's absolutely on the right trajectory, and actually just building on what Ted was speaking about, there's so much momentum building. There's so many initiatives coming up and so much work being done, particularly when we look at decarbonization, which is of course the primary challenge that shipping is tackling right now. As I mentioned, it's 3% of global GHG emissions. So just looking at that challenge in and of itself, it's a mammoth task to be able to tackle it. And it's been very inspiring from our perspective to see the industry coming together around this challenge. And it's shown us that it can be done. It's shown us that change is possible, but it requires really that multi-stakeholder collaboration. It requires investment in new technologies. It requires pressure from different stakeholder groups. So we have the regulatory side with the International Maritime Organization. We have, as you mentioned, the banks through the Poseidon principles working to decarbonize their ship finance portfolios. You have cargo owners. So whether we're looking at retailers who are looking at their Scope 3 emissions, through, for example, the Science Based Targets Initiative, and who are trying to look at how to reduce emissions from their transportation activities. And Ted, you mentioned, there's no silver bullet, and that's definitely a phrase that gets thrown around in shipping a lot, because there really is no silver bullet when it comes to decarbonization. We will need a breadth of fuels, technologies, and different options to achieve the scale that we need to achieve to decarbonize the industry. But it's certainly been inspiring to watch it come together and to watch the industry come together through, for example, the Getting to Zero Coalition, through, for example, sustainable finance, which is becoming more and more of a topic, where we have sustainability-linked loans and bonds which are linked to companies' decarbonization targets and performance.
Great, that's amazing. And I mean, you highlighted, Elizabeth, a lot the need for different stakeholders to come together, and industry is seeing that. I mean, you're seeing that in the shipping industry, coming together around that challenge of decarbonization, but also the supply chain pressures that you mentioned, Science-Based Target Initiative, for example. But no silver bullet, as you mentioned. But one aspect that is really important throughout this is really also the kind of incentives that exist. So I'd like to a little bit talk about, this kind of the governance structure that we have in the blue economy and what is needed from policymakers. And of course, at the Economist Group's World Ocean Initiative, we have identified 3 levers of change to build a sustainable ocean economy. Blue finance, innovation, we have talked a lot about those, but also governance is one of the 3 key pillars. And We've talked about the importance of finance innovations. And since we are celebrating the UN World Ocean Day, I want to hone in on ocean governance a bit more and what kind of governance structure supports sustainable ocean business. So Amy, with your experience in aquaculture investing, what kind of governance can help to support sustainable aquaculture?
Well, if you think of the few things that are really holding aquaculture back from being truly sustainable, it's feed, it's disease and how we battle disease. And both of those things are moving very slow because of the regulatory process. So there's work to be done there for sure. And now we're working with cell-based seafood companies, and it's actually moving faster in certain markets. But still, there's a lot we can do around finding a way to improve a pathway toward regulations. And we've seen in some of our examples of portfolio companies that when subsectors and groups work together, and at first kind of within their region and then take on a bigger approach, it speeds things up for sure. We saw that with insects and regulating insects as a feed ingredient in aquaculture. We're seeing it now in the cell-based arena. So I think that there's a lot to do around kind of facilitating these subsectors and their pathway towards regulation.
Great, thanks a lot, Amy. And you highlighted a lot, these subsectors that are emerging that require this new governance structure. And I mean, Marisa, of course, for you, governance is a crucial part of your work. In addition to your role at Credit Suisse, you sit on several high-level working groups sponsored by the UN as well, for example. And what does good governance look like for you?
Well, so often we think of governance as being purely in the realm of government or regulators or policymakers, but I also want to make sure that we focus a little bit on self-governance. So industries taking control as well, because if we think about how critical this is from a speed point of view, we do need to accelerate. And sometimes the private sector can actually move more quickly. So there I might point to, particularly we're talking about the blue economy. If we take something out of the playbook, which has been very successful at the mobilization of capital, it's the green bond market. So you have what governs the green bond market, a set of green bond principles. And one way to really attract capital is to create confidence, so that the investment community says, when we call something green, here's what we mean by green. And we need to do the same thing in some respects in blue. And once again, I would highlight the work that a lot of us are doing with the UN in a collaborative way to create a set of blue bond principles, so that when investors are saying, I want to invest in a public debt instrument that we're calling a blue bond, we know what we're talking about. And that level of sort of self, I'd say, governance in a way, holding ourselves to a high account is one way to create that confidence. The other thing that I would point to as well is when we think about the role of governance and policy making broadly defined to incite action. Right? What are investors looking for? They're looking for investments that are going to generate value for them. Well, what can you do as a policymaker or regulator? It's often to provide those enabling conditions which will create value in a sector. So wonderful examples, maybe in the ocean space as well, is to think about the redirection of subsidies. So many subsidies today have been grounded in promoting or fostering unsustainable businesses. Right? So if we just redirect some of those subsidies into areas like decarbonization of shipping, like aquaculture, immediately then you create value opportunities for the investment community and that capital follows. So there's lots of ways that we can think about governance contextually. And the final thing I'll point to, though, which I think, as we want to balance our enthusiasm, because I think we're all violent optimists on this call, or else we wouldn't be doing what we're doing every day. But at the same time, we also have to sometimes be pragmatic about challenges. And one of the ones that we still struggle with is the fact that no one owns the high seas, right? No one owns, once you get 200 miles outside of the coastline. And without that ownership and a collective responsibility in some form of governance, in a NATO-like or cross-governmental collaboration of what should and shouldn't happen, unfortunately, it does leave itself for continued opportunities for bad actors. And so I do think that those sorts of collaborative maritime laws, fishing laws, those sorts of things are going to be a necessary ingredient for us to come up with a truly long-term sustainable solution in our oceans.
Thanks a lot, Marisa. I mean, that's really important to highlight. I mean, both the, working with the UN on, things like the Blue Bond Principles, also the self-governance aspect you mentioned, the need to create that enabling environment, to create confidence, but also remaining pragmatic. And you did mention a couple of really important aspects also on redirecting some of maybe subsidies and funds into, the sustainable ocean economy, for example, in the decarbonization of shipping. And of course, a little bit, this is a topic that we talked about, this very important for your sector. There's lots of regulation in the shipping industry. There's also, for example, energy efficiency regulation, of course, the new decarbonization targets we mentioned. What does good governance look like when it comes to building a sustainable shipping industry?
Well, I think Marisa's really touched on something here when she mentioned that no one owns the high seas and no one sort of governs the high seas. And this is something that's been a huge issue for shipping, because shipping is a completely global industry. A ship will be built maybe in Japan, South Korea. It'll be owned by a shipping company that's headquartered in Canada, that then operates under the flag of Panama and travels all over the world with seafarers from India, from the Philippines. And so it's an industry that's really struggled with that governance and sort of global governance framework. And what we've learned is that it needs to be global. It absolutely needs to be global, and it needs to apply to everyone. And it needs to be multi-stakeholder. So regulation is an important part of the equation, but so is industry leadership. Across all sectors, and that sort of self-governance aspect, that transparency, is something that shipping is really sort of working toward, is improving transparency across the value chain. A couple of, I just wanted to mention as well the UN Global Compact Sustainable Ocean Principles, which are a great tool. They just released, I think it was last week, a sectoral guidance for shipping, looking at precisely what the industry can do to advance the sustainable oceans agenda. And a lot of that is through decarbonization, but there are also other issues to think about. So there's also, there's human rights, there's transparency, there's sustainable finance, there's port and coastal communities that are impacted by shipping activities. So it's really, decarbonization is the big challenge now for shipping, but we really need to look at everything, which of course it's very easy to say and much harder to do, but it is important to kind of consider all of those aspects when we try to tackle these issues.
Yes, that's a great point, Elizabeth. I mean, this holistic view is very important. You mentioned the need for transparency, but also the need for, sometimes, guidance and good guidance, the Global Compact, for example, and these partnerships and these multi-stakeholder initiatives. And of course, Ted, I mean, your work has all been about capacity building. I mean, you're focused on integrating financial initiatives into the capacity building imperative for the ocean economy. And of course, good governance is crucial to stimulate both investment and innovation. So in your opinion, what is the role of ocean governance and which challenges need to be overcome?
Yeah, it's a great question. And maybe what I'll do, I know we're running short on time, so I'll just pick up Marisa's point maybe on the confidence question. Another way of talking about that, I think, is to talk about risk and in particular risk layering when you have more than one risk. So if you're an investor or a funder trying to figure out, does this model around this particular item work? If you have to also think about uncertainties with social license and regulatory and political and the environment that you're in, as those risks compound, the likelihood of getting something done goes down. If someone's got to struggle with one thing or two things, they can do that, get their minds right. But the more you can take out these uncertainties, the better chance you have for success. And I think you've heard a really good laundry list. I shouldn't call it a laundry list, but a good listing of the kinds of things that are out there. And it is a BBNJ, the high seas questions, or the local regulatory piece, or what the governments can do. I think it's another version of back to the holistic comment. You've got to keep pushing on all of those. But the more you can knock those out and de-risk the process, the easier it will be to attract investments and scale in the long term.
Great, thanks a lot, Ted. And it's such an important point to highlight, the compound risk and the need for de-risking. as you mentioned, we're running out of time, unfortunately, but just a final question. I'd ask you to be very brief, please, to all of the panelists. I really want to kind of hone in on what your key priorities are. So what is your number one priority for creating a sustainable blue economy? Very briefly, please, Amy.
It's to get the right investment into aquaculture, to scale some of these solutions that are already showing that they're working, to kind of make the transformation happen. It's making sure we have track record and examples and create the right framework for investing into this industry and helping to develop it in the right way.
Right, thanks a lot. So yeah, I mean, getting the right frameworks, as you said, is super important. And Marisa, what is your number one priority for creating sustainable blue economy? You're muted, Marisa.
Sorry. Yeah, so it's my day job. It's my number one priority is to try to fill an entire pipeline across asset classes of blue economy options so that investors could either take the Chinese menu approach and say, I want to dip into this, this, or this, or they could build that diversified portfolio. And in order to do that, we do need some common sets of standards, some common taxonomy, some cross-stakeholder agreement, and a whole big fat dose, I think, of self-regulation and peer pressure. Because, I'd point to something like the Poseidon Principles. That's a voluntary organization. And when you sign on, you're committing to do certain things. And I think then all of a sudden, when you get enough people saying, I'm going to sign on to something like that, immediately then what do? You now create almost the bar for what good looks like, and that crowds in other like-minded actors. So that's an exciting place for us to, I think, drive toward as we think about our wonderful ocean economy.
Brilliant, thanks a lot, Marisa. And that peer pressure that you mentioned, I mean, that is definitely something that is happening. And we actually discussed several of those instances where there's now a focus on towards sustainability, which is great, and that is a kind of a drive to the top rather than a race to the bottom. So that's great. And Elizabeth, what is your number one priority for creating a sustainable blue economy?
So I'll kick us off with a bit of a cliche, which is dialogue and collaboration. And I'll sort of keep hammering on about we need dialogue and collaboration across sectors to be able to make this happen. But I actually wanted to close on a slightly different note, bringing it back to this year's theme of life and livelihoods. And that was to just mention the ongoing crew change crisis and the issues that seafarers are facing as a result of the pandemic and travel restrictions. At its peak, this meant over 200,000 seafarers on board beyond the duration of their contracts, and 200,000 seafarers at home, unable to earn a living because they were unable to get to their vessels. And so I think seafarers have kept our supply chains running through the pandemic, and they primarily have done this out of sight and out of mind at sea. So what I want to leave our audience with today is the need for any sustainable blue economy to really consider the health and well-being of its people. So really tackling the social at the same level as the economic and the environmental factors.
It's a great point, and that's often neglected, as you said. I mean, that aspect of a kind of social sustainability in the ocean economy, and bringing it back to the life and livelihoods theme of the day is really a great way of summarizing this. And obviously, Ted, what is your number one priority for creating a sustainable blue economy?
Well, what we focus on day to day is trying to connect people and organizations. We talked about all the wonderful things that are happening in innovation and growth in things like, excuse me, in Amy's fund, and what Marisa is doing, what's happening in shipping. All these things are so important. And we think there's a lot of just connecting to be done to match these folks together. So that's where we spend our time. Tied with number one is capacity building. And I don't say that facetiously. I really, really mean it, that this innovation and this interest and this acceleration is fantastic. And there's so many wonderful people doing so many great things. I just think we have to keep in mind what we're solving for and what the needs actually are, and building things that ultimately are very useful and meaningful over long periods of time across the globe in a very inclusive way.
Great, thanks a lot. That's a great summary. And capacity building is such an important aspect in the ocean economy, and bringing the different stakeholders together to build capacity together is a great way forward. So thank you very much. I mean, we have run out of time, unfortunately, but it's been a great conversation. And I'd just like to summarize, I mean, as you said, capacity building, governance regimes are crucial. Bringing governance with business together. I mean, the theme of connecting was something that I've heard a lot today. I mean, multi-stakeholder cooperation. Of course, the incentivizing self-regulation as well. I mean, peer pressure was mentioned, which is important. And of course, dialogue and cooperation. And the aspect of social sustainability, maybe a neglected topic, as was highlighted by Elizabeth, and the need to de-risk some of these kind of investments. I mean, the compound risk that Ted mentioned. And of course, frameworks and good governance are crucial to create that and create an environment for de-risking. And bringing projects and investors together, really, this is something that we have heard a lot today. And there's so much excitement in aquaculture, blue finance, shipping, of course, and innovation. So it was great to have you all here. Thank you so much again to the panelists for the fantastic insights. And thank you also to the audience. And join us for the next session and enjoy the rest of World Ocean Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, Ted, Amy, Marissa, and Elizabeth for that impactful panel. Your work gives us hope. It is now my honor to introduce Lilian Carizanes.
Hello, my name is Lilian Cañizares, and I want to introduce Yemaya, the song I especially composed for the United Nations World Oceans Day. Yemaya is a tribute to the Yoruba goddess of the sea. She represents our beautiful blue planet. She represents our Mother Earth. The sea has been central in my life since my early years in Cuba. This is why I feel so inspired to put my music at the service of such a beautiful cause, preserving the oceans of our planet. I call on Yemaya to help humanity heal the pollution of the oceans and to respect our Mother Earth. Thank you for listening.
Yemaya, iya milateo, araborubomilla me boyota me
Soñé de plástico, petróleo, residuo tóxico en el agua. Soñé de peces que se asfixian, de nuestro mar que se secaba. Y vi los brazos de mi madre. Vi a Yemaya que me llamaba. Quieto es la conciencia, como una ola mi existencia. En el respeto está la esencia y del amor viene mi fuerza. Yemaya o loto, agua loto mío. Sube la marea, sube la marea. Si mi bao, dale. Oh, si mi bao, dale. Como me gusta el agua salada, me envuelve tu manto, me renato tu sangre, mi madre, porque estoy llorando. Ay, muchacha, no llores más. Échame agua y cascarilla. Yemaya, Yemaya, mira que te mojas esa picada. Ay, Yemaya, Yemaya, mira la reggae y llora. Y yo sigo en mi flow con mi yema ya. Soy como la arena, soy como la espuma, soy como la ola, soy como la luna. Tú viste, repítelo. Vamos a gozarlo con este pum pum pum, bailarlo con este pum pum pum, besarnos con este pum pum pum, tocarnos con este pum pum pum. Con este pum 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 que trae la bendición de Yemaya.
Yaumao, Yale, Omiale Ayaba, Omio.
Yillian, Jimoja was an energetic reminder of the power and the goddess of the ocean. Thank you. It is also the perfect segue, as today's programming has showed us new discoveries, highlighting people living off the ocean, and discuss with the need to create more sustainable livelihoods. But it's also important to remember that local, traditional, and indigenous ocean wisdom has been around for generations. We have so much to learn from them. It is a pleasure to introduce Bikswani and Gulmaki for this segment, Passing Down of Knowledge.
Yandi jago mamri anza sana bina kin tawanan ayre aju sinaki aba naka kin to kuma yara kin to kuma yara ne ba mai zan har mak jina ti joma de manke kin zan za sadi zan tane kana ko wanda za su nan na ni bizako zan jibu kinkin ni bitako kadi ni bizako jibu ni bitako na mai zan cho a chuka gogo ni man kai kare ai ba ko ya kun da ko wir kanan ara kemi ya gawak na kisa ni kana hinding ke amun na zara ko ya kun ni mekre ai mekre jibu ai kana ani ya zasna gune ka kun ila jago angke deh guna ciri om naga guna juga jina kayak mejan dikset om di naga guna abek ki ba manang kad zasanan zenak pa zang ikset aja guna ini ki anga sana ka bi me pan le kin ga nga za sana de len jib se pa zan a tnak ma ya nga ne kai ni e bung ka no ga ni ko ja be ke ma za na ka ma za na ka ne ke nga za sana gun ni ta ka zan a tnak ma ya go na ri chinari de nekade bung kawaran gue bung si du u nekan gue nanung gasi nika guna ande niwa chekiro kawaran nekade beki zung kana ke kwa gat kido nek tos yunge ngazasa nekan ami sang akil bini ngeki ngad mak nang ku na neki lakini sedang ada sadi zang kin tani janna ngo bini na kai kin za sadi zang aku janna ko ja mẹ bukan kerja bersih terasa hari mẹ kerja tegak bersih kat kena ada tegak ni ko em ini kawari wajib nanti nanti ini kasih zang ada saja izin yiksa dai mazan ni kan ko yabu di banna kan kan ko ni kam anga sar ko ko tin ti zana ni ko yana.
It is now my distinct honor to introduce Mr. De Serpa Suarez, Undersecretary General for Legal Affairs and the United Nations Legal Council. I take this opportunity to thank you, sir, for your leadership and vision on World Oceans Day, which has become a truly impactful international day, especially over the last few years.
Dear friends of the oceans, today we have reflected on ocean life and livelihoods all around the globe. The discoveries we have witnessed, the people we have met, the images that we have seen, and the issues that we have discussed are proof that the ocean touches us all, whether one lives on the coast or has never seen the sea. And as Dr. Sylvia Earle reminded us earlier today, the ocean is part of our shared past and common future, and it is the responsibility of us all to care for it so that the next generation can benefit from the ocean as much as we have. This is a task that we have to accomplish together. The nature of the ocean as a shared space with shared resources and common challenges compels us to cooperate across borders, regions, and sectors. Only by working together can we hope to resolve the challenges facing marine life, whether it is halting ocean acidification, protecting marine areas, or ensuring sustainable fisheries, to name but a few. And only by cooperating can we improve the livelihoods of the men and women that rely on the ocean for food, work, and shelter. Cooperation is one of the driving principles of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the global treaty that sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. My office, through its Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, serves as the Secretariat of the Convention. And this means, among other things, that my office assists with the better understanding of that treaty and its implementing agreements in order to ensure their effective implementation and that it facilitates many of related processes convened by the General Assembly. Sometimes referred to as the Constitution for the Oceans, the Convention is permeated by the spirit of mutual understanding and cooperation. The historic significance of this Convention as an important contribution to the maintenance of peace, justice, and progress for all peoples of the world cannot be underestimated. All issues relating to the law of the sea, from the conservation and management of living resources to the protection and preservation of the marine environment, have to be addressed as a whole. And this is a joint responsibility of all actors, from developed to developing countries, coastal and landlocked states, as well as international organizations. Within the United Nations system, my office cooperates closely with relevant organizations of the United Nations system and the International Seabed Authority under the umbrella of UN Oceans. Members of UN Oceans meet regularly to strengthen their collaboration and to share experiences and best practices on how to better assist states and other stakeholders on ocean-related matters. I have the honor to serve as focal point for UN Oceans, together with my Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. Acting as one, the members of UN Oceans work on all ocean issues that we have come across today, and many more. It would take at least another day to tell all of these stories. However, We will sample some of them today to illustrate the impact of the work of the United Nations system on ocean life and livelihoods. I will leave it to my colleagues to introduce the organizations, but I wish to express my deep gratitude to all of those who have participated in this segment, as well as all other UN Oceans members for their cooperation and commitment to the ocean. Thank you very much and happy World Ocean Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Serpa Soares. My name is Alice Hichu-Burundi, and I am a senior legal officer with the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, DOALOS.
And I am Bart Smeduizenkunst, a legal officer at the division.
At DOALOS, we work on a wide variety of coastal and ocean-related matters at the United Nations, from helping states delimit and manage their maritime spaces, to providing technical assistance and capacity building activities, and from facilitating treaty negotiations to preparing the World Ocean Assessment.
Indeed, the World Ocean Assessment is an important example of how we contribute to the understanding of the ocean. It is the only ocean assessment which addresses the three pillars of sustainable development: the environmental, economic, and social. As we will see in this first video, the newly released assessment points to some major findings for us all to take note of.
Several new plans being advanced to consider affecting oceans and the atmosphere. The oceans themselves are more like a layer cake of densities. As you see on this chart.
In all our work, we collaborate closely with colleagues from around the world. And I am always amazed by the extraordinary depth and breadth of experience and expertise on oceans within the UN system and sister organizations that together form UN Oceans.
Today, we will show you some of this amazing and diverse work, some of which might surprise you. For example, did you know that the UN system has its own marine environmental studies laboratory where nuclear scientists work every day on the safety of our seafood? Let's check out this next video of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA.
In Monaco, scientists at the IAEA's environmental laboratories are conducting research to better protect our coasts and oceans and to ensure the safety of seafood. As our oceans change, Their work is becoming vital.
Since the industrial era, we can see that the contamination of the coast and the ocean is increasing.
Seafood is an essential source of food and revenue for millions of people worldwide. And now it's under increasing threat.
In seafood safety, we're interested in looking at contaminant flows through the food web, through trophic structure.
Nuclear techniques play an important role in better understanding how contaminants move through the food chain.
We use radioisotopes as proxies for metals and trace elements, and we can see how these trace elements move from land to the ocean through marine organisms.
One of the techniques we have developed here is basically to try to understand how the contaminants are going from the seafood to the human. And the technique is developed using radio tracer and to mimic each step of the human digestion.
These laboratories have developed a way to replicate the human digestive process. This allows scientists to observe which contaminants are broken down during digestion and which remain in our system. The information gathered through this research is provided to the IAEA's member states. With this scientific data, informed decisions can be made to improve the safety of seafood. How can scientists trace a barely visible plastic particle across the ocean, through a fish's body, and onto our plates? Microplastics in the sea now outnumber the stars in our galaxy, but we still don't know exactly where these tiny pieces of rubbish end up, or what effect they have on fish or the humans that eat them.
Nuclear techniques are a very useful tool in the research of microplastic particles in the ocean because we can follow microplastic particles through the food chain.
Radio tracers enable scientists to investigate whether the particles are crossing cell membranes. For example, from a mother shark through the egg case to a baby shark, or through a fish's food, such as these shrimp, into its digestive system and possibly into its brain or other organs. And they can see whether plastic pollution affects the way a fish absorbs nutrients or contaminants. This research is still new, but offers hope that we can better understand the effect of microplastics on marine life, because we can't solve a problem we don't understand.
As a lawyer, I am intrigued by the thought that some of our colleagues are using nuclear technologies to protect our food and our environment. You, an organization, also work to protect our rights and the rights of those working at sea. Let's take a look at this short video by the International Labour Organization, ILO.
The ocean is a workplace. 2 million seafarers make their living from it. 40 million fishers are engaged in capture fishing, and another 20 million people in aquaculture, and millions more in coastal tourism. Adopting sustainable labor practices is essential. More than 80% of world trade is carried by sea. Seafarers spend months away from their families and friends. Work aboard a ship is difficult and often dangerous. During the COVID-19 pandemic, thousands of seafarers have been stranded on ships for months, some for more than a year, unable to return home. Others have not been able to join their ships. The ILO has worked with shipowner and seafarer organizations, as well as the International Maritime Organization and others, to find solutions. The central tool for ensuring decent work for seafarers is the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. This convention sets out seafarers' rights to decent conditions of work.
It gives us a high awareness for the crew members to have a decent accommodation, for our salaries, for our wages, repatriation, sickness, and then hospitalization, which we can get from our companies.
According to the convention, states must ensure that all seafarers enjoy fundamental rights at work, and that laws are put into place on recruitment, working time, wages, food, living conditions, health and safety, welfare, and social protection. Fish makes up 17% of humanity's protein intake, meaning fishers play a vital role in worldwide food security. But their livelihoods depend on healthy oceans and sustainable practices, including labor practices. Most enjoy good working conditions, but too many work in hazardous or abusive environments, some facing forced labor, child labor, violence, and abandonment.
Siempre accidentes pequeños, más grandes. Aquí, en este, por desgracia, ya tuvimos pequeños y grandes. De hecho, hemos perdido un compañero. Y es así la vida.
The ILO's Work in Fishing Convention sets out global standards for work on fishing vessels. The convention ensures fishers have at least the same level of protection as workers ashore, and promotes dialogue among governments, fishing vessel owners, and fishers to improve conditions in the sector. The ILO helps countries adopt and apply this and other ILO conventions to improve national laws and to strengthen their inspection services so that those laws are fully enforced. Regulating working conditions also goes hand in hand with improving vessel safety and fighting illegal fishing. ILO standards, when ratified and enforced, change lives. They are essential to the economic, environmental, and social sustainability of our oceans.
The work of fishers is essential to the livelihoods of many coastal communities. Let's see how the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, assists small-scale fishers around the world.
Our oceans are a precious source of highly nutritious food and provide employment and incomes for millions of men and women who depend on small-scale fisheries for their livelihoods. Small-scale fishers and fish workers, including indigenous people, account for over 90% of these working in capture fisheries. They produce half of the catch in developing countries, and 50% of them are women. Despite these numbers, too often they go unnoticed or aren't given access to the resources they need. The voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries developed by FAO, its members, organizations, and partners are an innovative tool that empowers fishers and allows them to play an active role in issues that affect their daily lives and livelihoods. In Costa Rica, the guidelines have proven to be key to the sustainability of the small-scale fisheries sector, highlighting the valuable contribution of small-scale fisheries to the eradication of hunger and poverty. The guidelines have also helped small-scale fishers and mollusk harvesters to access resources.
El proyecto de las directrices vino a rescatar en el 2015 y el 2016 se reconoció la participación de la mujer en la labor pesquera, que era algo que nunca se había reconocido, creando el Fondo FOMUJERES, que vino a beneficiar a un sinnúmero de personas, 80 proyectos de emprendimientos de mujeres que salieron beneficiadas con equipos de pesca, motores, trasmayos y todo un sinnúmero de actividades para realizar esta labor dignamente.
Small-scale fisheries serve as an engine for the local economy in Costa Rica. The guidelines are providing coastal communities with the right tool to voice their rights and improve their lives and livelihoods. The mangrove forests of the Sinai Salom Delta in central Senegal are breeding grounds for fish and marine species on which local communities depend. But rising sea levels have made the swampy waters overly saline, threatening the survival of the mangroves and the fish and other species found there. FAO and UNEP, together with the government of Senegal, are helping communities to apply the principles of the guidelines to save these natural habitats and safeguard their livelihoods for the future. Women play an essential part. They do the cleaning, the on-growing, the marketing, and are in control of the whole value chain.
Loolu mën naa am ñun sax dañ ci nekk di sàmm ndax man mii di wax ak yow
am naa benn pilawër boo xam ne bu ma ko solee bu ma ànd ak jigéen ñi kenn du dagg màngaro kenn ñemewu ko bi jàpp doomu yoxos bi sax boo ko daggee ma dal sa kaw kon kooku xam ne lan mooy njëriñ lépp lu ñuy liggéey fii ci biir màngaro bi lañ koy dugal.
In Morocco, where post-harvest activities are carried out mainly by women, the application of the guidelines has enabled women to engage more directly and responsibly in their business and to better control their earnings.
جاتني فكرة خدمتي هذه الشبكة جا واحد الإنسان قال لي أنتينا خدامة هذه الشبكة نعملوا واحد تعاونية خاص النساء الشبكة صافي عملت هذه الشبكة دخلت معايا شحال ديال الأخوات حتى هما كيخدموا معنا الشبكة وزعما ماشي مزيان عملنا هذا اليوم من واحد الامتحان شي 5 خرجوا مزيان زعما بالصنعة ديالهم مزيانة تقدر تعطي لهم هذه الشبكة ياخذ خدمة واحدة.
Small-scale fisheries are the lifeblood of many coastal communities and the social, economic, and cultural engine of their livelihoods. Ensuring their rights is the best way to empower them today and build a better future tomorrow. The International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture 2022 will be an opportunity to value the contribution of small-scale fisheries to sustainable development.
Small-scale fishers and coastal communities are particularly vulnerable to changes in the climate. Improving our understanding of the complicated relationship between the ocean and our climate, the weather, is crucial to safeguard life and livelihoods, as we will see in this video on the work of the World Meteorological Organization.
The ocean covers over 70% of our planet. It drives the planet's water cycle, weather, and climate. Its powerful energy can unleash the world's most destructive storms. Yet the ocean is also vulnerable, impacted by our actions. The ocean absorbs over 90% of the heat trapped by increasing greenhouse gas emissions, warming the water and leading to marine heat waves, melting ice and sea level rise. Understanding the connection between the ocean, weather and climate has never been more important. The more we understand, the better we can predict and prepare for weather and climate hazards on land and sea. Information about the ocean helps guide decisions in so many areas of life. Coastal areas, pummeled by intense storms, use ocean and atmospheric information to accurately predict and forecast the severity and duration of these events. Ocean information is also vital to improving seasonal sea ice predictions, helping ships to safely plan their routes and enabling coastal communities to stay safe. Climate variability due to changing sea surface temperatures, atmospheric pressure and wind can influence seasonal weather. Understanding these changes allows for better predictions and more effective planning. Knowing weather forecasts, ocean currents and drift patterns aids navigation and fishing, while also improving search and rescue operations and responses to hazards such as oil spills. To understand the ocean, we need sustained research and observations. WMO, together with other United Nations agencies and partners, plays a critical role in driving international collaboration, ensuring the collection of ocean data and its free and open distribution. WMO empowers meteorological services with the knowledge and capability to provide better early warnings and information to help protect communities from hazards. To understand our weather and climate, we need to know more about the ocean, for today and for our future.
Ocean observation is also crucial to ensure the safety of navigation and shipping, which is a core mandate of the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. The COVID-19 pandemic has made clear how dependent we are on the work of seafarers, as we will see in this next video.
The oceans are home to hundreds of thousands of species, but they are also essential for lives and livelihoods above sea level. At any one time, 1 million seafarers are at work on ships. These men and women often go to sea for months at a time to transport the food we eat, the energy that keeps us warm, and the medicines that save lives. When they go home, their incomes sustain their families and wider communities. But when the pandemic struck, hundreds of thousands of seafarers were left stranded at sea and unable to go home. Far away from their loved ones for months beyond the end of their initial contracts, facing physical and mental exhaustion.
The longer you stay out there, the more fatigue you get physically. The hours start to add up. The weeks and months start to add up.
None of us signed up for that. We wanted to go to work, do our bit, and then come home. We didn't sign up for this sort of what felt like an unwanted prison sentence, an unjustified prison sentence.
IMO acted decisively. Our Seafarer Crisis Action Team directly helped hundreds of men and women return home safely, and we urged governments to facilitate crew changes. This is making a significant difference. As more countries responded to IMO's call, the number of stranded seafarers has gone down, from a peak of 400,000 in November 2020 to 200,000 in March 2021. And we continue to work with other UN agencies, such as the International Labour Organization, to ensure seafarers' rights are respected, allowing them to work safely and keep supply chains going for all of us. Seafarers are not the only ones to call the ocean their workplace. Across the world, millions of fishers rely on resources from the sea, but their profession is one of the most dangerous on the planet.
It's a matter of life and death, really, that over 20,000 people lose their lives at sea every year because of the unregulated state of the fishing industry.
To make the profession safer, IMO is supporting countries to ratify and implement a set of international rules on the safety of fishing vessels, known as the Cape Town Agreement. So far, around 50 states indicated their intention to ratify the treaty. When the agreement enters into force, it will improve the safety of life at sea and help fight illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, therefore protecting the resources at the heart of those lives and livelihoods. To protect livelihoods above sea level in the long term, we need to preserve life underwater. IMO regulations have cut oil spills from ships and stopped ships from offloading plastic into the sea. IMO is also leading a series of projects to preserve the marine environment, protect biodiversity, and limit the spread of invasive species. 17 specific zones, known as particularly sensitive sea areas, have been designated by IMO. Ship routing measures have been specifically tailored to protect their fragile ecosystems and the livelihoods who depend on them. Only by protecting those habitats will we protect the roots and workplaces that the oceans make possible for all of us.
Earlier today, we learned about the immense pressure faced by coral reefs around the world. They are in dire straits, but there is hope, thanks in part to the work of the World Heritage Center of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO.
The UNESCO World Heritage List includes 29 coral reef systems, sites of outstanding universal value that are protected as part of the common heritage of humanity.
They're unique treasures among everything we see in the oceans, but at the same time they support entire livelihoods. They support local communities, indigenous communities. Those coral reef systems, they're invaluable to humanity.
Today, climate change threatens the existence of coral reefs and the people who depend on them. Scientists predict that all World Heritage listed reefs will experience bleaching twice per decade by 2040, leaving no time for them to recover in between, spelling disaster for those who depend on the reefs UNESCO, in partnership with the Great Barrier Reef Foundation and a diverse set of global partners, joined together to develop the Resilient Reefs Initiative and appointed chief resilience officers at 4 initial reefs. In Australia, Joel Johnson is the first resilience officer for a UNESCO Marine World Heritage Site.
Resilient Reefs is a global program that's aimed at finding local solutions to these really tricky issues like climate change and overfishing and pollution that are affecting our coral reefs.
Joel brings scientists, coastal community members, government and businesses together to create a joint strategy for the future of their reef.
The goal of the Resilient Strategy is basically to engage really broadly with a wide range of stakeholders to really understand what the key dynamics are between those groups and how those dynamics affect reef health generally.
Together, they identify threats and risks to their local reef and create a plan to ensure the reef is as resilient as possible to help it withstand climate change.
Good to see all the faces from all over the world. I hope you're enjoying it.
Resilient Reefs really recognises that healthy coral reef ecosystems rely on healthy communities.
In Belize, Beverly Wade connects with Belizean stakeholders.
Tourism is the #1 income earner in Belize. 8 out of every 10 persons that comes to Belize engage in some sort of marine activities, whether it's fishing, whether it's snorkeling, whether it's diving. Our reef is a part of who we are, our identity, our culture, and our heritage.
The Resilient Reefs Initiative is not about solving the global climate problem, but about building local resilience to inevitable change that is already happening.
We're all doing the best we can in our individual countries, but this project gives us the opportunity to come together and to learn from each other, not reinvent the wheel, to find out that somebody may have already solved a problem that we have.
The futures of the world's ecological and human systems are deeply interconnected. Protecting nature means protecting people.
We will end with a message from Donna Bertarelli, the Special Advisor of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, for the Blue Economy. We hope that this brief sample of the work we do with colleagues around the world has given you a better sense of how the United Nations is working to help enhance ocean health, governance, and sustainability.
Indeed, thank you very much for watching, and many thanks to all who have contributed to this segment. And now let's hear from Ms. Bertarelli, a philanthropist, ocean conservation advocate, and an entrepreneur, and also the fastest woman to sail around the world. Thank you.
My name is Donna Bertarelli. I am the UNCTAD Special Advisor for the Blue Economy. But I am also just a human being who loves the ocean. My message today is from the heart. To everybody watching, a very happy World Oceans Day for 2021. This is a moment for us to celebrate the beauty and the bounty of our ocean, and the deep connection that has always existed between humankind and the sea. To celebrate how it gives life and livelihoods to 3 billion people every day, and honor the ocean as the priceless treasure, the nurturing life force that it is to every person on the blue planet. But what about the immense challenges we face as we pursue 30 by 30? Our mission to fully protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. Challenges like climate change and its huge impact on ocean life, pollution by plastic, toxic substances and waste, overfishing and extraction, the devastation of traditional ocean-dependent livelihoods, the injustices and inequalities at the meeting tables of ocean production. These challenges are daunting, and yet, as we face them, we can still celebrate Because right now, there is more awareness of the challenges than at any other time in decades. Protecting the ocean is no longer a niche pursuit. It's mainstream. Every day, more and more people count themselves as advocates, learn about what's needed and how they can help. And then there are the professionals and the experts, and those, especially indigenous people and women, who have dedicated their lives to building the blue economy, finding sustainable, regenerative ways for humans to live and work with the ocean. The world's ocean is vast. Its connection with us is intricate. The issues are complex. But we're coming together with a simple goal. We must pull off the great balancing act between production and protection. And today we celebrate the achievements that are already proving that it's possible. We're seeing that profit does not have to come at the expense of marine ecosystems or human health, that the blue economy can be successful because marine protected areas are respected. I am a lover of the ocean. I am a lover of humanity. On World Oceans Day 2021, join me in celebrating the simple truth that guides us all. When the ocean thrives, so does humanity.
Thank you, Alice and Bart. And as seen during the UNO segment, the UN agencies and DOALIS does so much work to ensure our oceans are properly managed, most of it behind the scenes, and we would like to thank them for all they do in helping us rebalance our relationship with the ocean.
Thank you, Leah, for your kind words. It is true that there is a lot of work happening in the oceans. It is the ocean epoch. It is also true that it has become increasingly important for all our collective efforts to start coming together to address priorities at all levels. Today has been a testament of this need and to our collective potential. One of the main global events which helps the world achieve this vision is the United Nations Ocean Conference. We will now hear a message from the co-hosts of the conference, Kenya and Portugal.
I'm delighted to join you all today in this virtual World Oceans Day global celebration. This day is an opportunity to reflect on our collective efforts to harness the full potential of ocean resources for economic prosperity, while steadfastly protecting and improving the health of our oceans. The COVID-19 pandemic has had severe effects worldwide. The ocean economy has not been spared. Activities such as tourism, fisheries, and trade have been disrupted. Climate change and marine pollution continue to threaten our cities and communities. The interconnected nature of a healthy ocean calls for more global action to catalyze sustainable recovery and enhance resilience. Only by continuously working together can we develop the solutions we need. To build this momentum, the governments of Kenya and Portugal will co-host the second United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon, Portugal in June 2022. We aim to galvanize commitments and partnerships to promote more ambitious global ocean action. I take this opportunity to welcome you all and look forward to seeing you in Lisbon. Karibuni, welcome.
We are celebrating the World Ocean Day, a day to remind that the ocean is key to our life on the planet, to the life of so many species and ecosystems, and indeed to the planet as we know it. The recognition of the central role of the ocean was one of the reasons for establishing a Sustainable Development Goal entirely dedicated to the ocean, the SDG 14, and Portugal was a strong supporter of this goal. As a country, we were shaped by the ocean since our early days, and we continue to push forward the ocean agenda. This past year, humanity was challenged in almost unimaginable ways. And meanwhile, the global problems remain or were even accentuated, and I refer to the climate and biodiversity crisis, the economic instability, and other unsustainable practices. But in this, the ocean can be our lifeline, a major contributor to address these problems and bringing us together. In building on today's celebration, I invite you to follow up on this fundamental debate and to attend the United Nations Ocean Conference next year in Lisbon so that we can take action together. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies, for this update, an important message of hope and possibilities. We stand ready to deliver in Lisbon. And for all those of us here now, please stay with us, as we will soon be ending on the Concert for the Ocean, and joined by amazing world-renowned musicians.
As this day draws to a close, we would like to echo the appreciation expressed by the Undersecretary General earlier today, and especially extend a big thanks to our presenting partner, Blancpain, and supporting partner, La Mer, for making this event possible. I of course thank Oceanic Global for its incredible support again this year, not only in partnering to produce World Oceans Day, but also in helping to build a global movement of awareness and action for the ocean. Mille merci, Léa.
Thank you, François, and we're so grateful to be a part of this important day. But as we both know too well, today would not have been possible without the speakers, the moderators, musicians and artists, and all of those involved behind the scenes. So thank you for sharing your passion and your work with us.
Léa, I know I speak for both of us in thanking, beyond what words can, the Doualas and OG teams. Producing the last two World Oceans Day events has been challenging to say the least, but all of you have risen far beyond the call. Your dedication to the cause, to the ocean, is inspirational. Thank you.
I would also like to thank 351 Studios, Iris Media Works, National Geographic's Ocean Collective and iForce, Dan Savinka, 32 Music, Michael Leonhardt, and The Economists.
And of course, thanks to our colleagues at IOC UNESCO. We also pledge our continued support to the Decade for Ocean Science. And we are very grateful to the always inspirational Ellen for curating the photo contest, to Dive Photo Guide, and to the competition judges. Also, a very big thank you to the entire Friends of World Oceans Day community, and a special shout out to Roberto Cedra, gracias amigo, and Emily McGlone for their support in mobilizing the global community that the Friends group has become.
Yes, this really has become an impactful and global community. And as we go into World Oceans Week and month, you can discover these ocean theme events on unworldoceansday.org's website so that we can continue this momentum together. As we recognize the global support system that made this event possible, including each of you here today, we hope that you feel more empowered and equipped to take action towards a healthy and sustainable ocean. As today's programming comes to an end, we're excited to now go into the celebratory section, the Concert for the Ocean.
Hello, I'm Valerie June. World Oceans Day is a day to celebrate our blue planet. It's a day to celebrate the water and how the rivers and the streams connect to the oceans. More than half of a human body is made up of water. Water is such an important thing not only to humans but to all living things on the earth. So we want to protect and we want to preserve our water. This song is called Rain Dance, and it's for a rainy day of your life, because not only can you drink water and not only can we swim in it and enjoy its beauty and enjoy the lovely marine life that's there, but we can also put our worries in the water and let them wash on down the stream. And so this song is for taking any kind of old sad day, a rainy day of your life, and turning it around, turning it into something you can dance in. Da da dee da dee da da dee da dee 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 da da dee da 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 dee 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 da da dee la la dee 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 da da dee da dee da da. Well, baby, when I think about you, I think of love, love, la 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 love, 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 la 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 love, 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 love. Yeah, same mornings, bright and early mornings, waking up lonely, waiting by the phone and well, it's all over. Now say, baby blue, well, it's all over 'cause I got you. I'm gonna do my rainy dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rainy dance. I'm gonna do my rainy dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rainy dance. And I'm waiting, dusty, dirty reading. So I'm gonna do my rain dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rain dance. I'm gonna do my rain dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rain dance. Da da dee dee da da dee da dee 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 la la dee da 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 da. La la dee 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 da da dee da 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 da. Well, I said, Papa, pretty Papa, when I close my eyes, but I get the feeling I'm needing some healing, I'm needing some healing. I'm gonna do my rain dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rain. I'm gonna do my rain dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rain dance. I'm gonna do my rain dance, gonna wash the dust down the bank, gonna do my rain. Protect and preserve our blue planet.
So, what do you think about the World Ocean Day?
Hello everybody, my name is Shiwani Klapukuti and this is my daughter Adara Klapukuti. And what World Ocean Day means to me is an expression of freedom. We as humanity have to realize that freedom is the ability to do those things that are hard, not to do those things that are easy. I believe that for so long we've taken the easy way out, and this World Ocean Day should be a day for us to embrace the things that are hard and see that as freedom. You know, the ocean in itself is the ultimate expression of freedom. Regardless of how dangerous a tsunami is or whatever it is, nature will be nature. Nature will be free to be nature. And it's our duty to take those hard decisions that keeps us a part of nature. You know, it is those hard decisions, you know, to understand that not just our comfort matters, you know, but everything around us matters in its connectivity, especially if it's not sustainable. You know, we have to understand that profit leads to pollution. Whether we like it or not, in this world that we live today, we have to understand that these hard questions must be our new expression of freedom. Thank you very much, everybody, and we wish you what? Happy World Oceans Day! The beat of the drums together.
they so rich. I mean the rich and they so poor. All they want is more, more, more. Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't, sometimes I'm trying. Sometimes it's no, sometimes it's yes, but I'm moving. You know, easy for the work today, you know that. It's so dark, we need light. And every day, a different story, yo. And everywhere, a different warrior. Many man walk the path, but not many man finish. Them say them be lions, but many man sheepish. Many man walk the path, but not many man finish. Them say them be lions, but many man sheepish. They no want the smoke, but it's the hot in the kitchen. They no want the noise, but it's the loud in the trenches. They no be like the general, with the festival, with the people them. They no be like the general, for the battlefield, with the people them. Oh, sometimes I know, sometimes I don't, sometimes I'm trying. Sometimes it's no, sometimes it's yes, but I'm moving. 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 Moving for nature. Moving with the energy. Moving for justice. Moving with the energy. Moving for justice. Moving with the energy. Moving for nature. Moving with the energy. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Moving with the people. Moving with the energy. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Moving like me, so moving like me, so moving like me, so moving like me, so but to move, then we groove. 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 Then we groove. Easy for the work today, you know that. It's so dark, we need light. And every day, a different story. And everywhere, a different warrior.
What's up, y'all? We Earth Gang, and we are here to save the world. Woo! Hey, let's go. Yeah. And it go like now. I'ma see you real loud. It's a new day. Another spin go round. Look around. We alive right now. Stacking up big love till it's over. Hey, carpe diem, big love, get the cream. Now or never, prime time like Dion. On the lion, I can tell when you're frightened. Big love linking up like a hyphen. We don't deal with the fear around here, no. Free to laugh, free to cry, let your tears flow. At yourself, be your best with your people. Gigi, we don't care, Billy, oh. I see the music in the little things. I hear the music when the wind blows. Turn these moments into memories. Don't overthink it, keep it simple. Spread love like a miracle. It's a new day, another spin going round. We alive right now. Stacking up big love till it's over. Get down if you wanna get down. It's a new day, another spin. Hey love, we alive right now. Stacking up big love till it's over. Love is patient. Love is kind, love is sweet, love is great, yeah. Woo. Love is mine to the top, let's get wasted. Woo. Through the night, start a fire in our heart, just to spark, let them know who we are. I'm the light in the dark, baby, I will never part from you, million miles away. I am never far from you, out of thin air. Baby, I'll be there, come and test me, let them know who I be. Had to run it back twice, cause the vibes was right. Hey! Let me keep on living, love will change your life. Open it up, feeling the love, feeling the love, feeling the love. Hey, real love. Another spin go round. We alive right now. Stacking up big love till it's over. Get down if you wanna get down. It's a new day. We alive right now. Stacking up big love till it's over.
Hello, my name is Angelique Kidjo. I am so happy to be participating in the World Ocean Day event. Let's protect our ocean that carry us to settle everywhere in the world for the next generation. Thank you.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aburo mi mozzarella, cacisce isce ojami. Aburo mi mozzarella, cacisce isce ojami. Iwani omola omo baba, Iwani omola omo baba, Iwani omola omo baba, laroni molo shisho. Aburo mi mozzarella, cacisce isce ojami. Aburo mi mozzarella, cacisce isce ojami. Iwani omola omo baba, Iwani omola omo baba, Iwani omola omo baba, laroni molo shishe. Bajeni logun odun rere. Bajeni logun odun rere. Bajeni logun odun rere. Bajeni logun odun rere. Yemazao. Cacisce isce ojami. ọmọ bàbá ìwọ ni ọmọ ọ̀la ọmọ bàbá.
Hey, we are Little Dragon, and we're really happy to be celebrating World Ocean Day with all of you guys. We are going to play a song from our latest album called Hold On. Taking care of the oceans is basically taking care of ourselves and our own bodies of water. So let's try to remember that we're not separated from nature. We are one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, where you going? Where you going? Hold on, where you going? Where you going? Baby, stay. Time has changed us so everywhere beyond our dreams and more. Stars are not aligned. Let's say farewell another million times. Hold on, sun, reflect every side of you. Better yet, parts you never knew. Let's break a million times. Reflections in the light. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, where you going? Where you going? Hold on, where you going? Where you going? In a life we live many lives, go astray on so many times. Farewell in a millions, broken hearts in the billions. Always real, no regrets, so the pain will heal. Please accept why we're standing still. I wish you happiness, joy, good fortune, boy. Hold on before you go. One thing that you should
Hello, I'm Arthur Jeffs from Penguin Cafe Orchestra. Very excited to be here as part of the United Nations and Oceanic Global project to protect and help save the oceans. I'm going to play a piece called Perpetuum Mobile, which was written by my dad, Simon Jeffs, with the original Penguin Cafe Orchestra. And obviously we owe a great amount, well, as a sort of penguin-based band, to the oceans, and anything we can do to help is a huge privilege. This piece, Perpetuum Mobile, yeah, it's one of my favourites. I hope you enjoy it.